Good morning and welcome to the 2024 New York State Rowing Championships here in Saratoga Springs, New York. This is Megan and Hannah coming to you from your live stream commentary booth over on the Saratoga shore near the finish line. This morning will be our time trials, and we can see we've got boats on the course already. This is the girls 1V quad. That'll show up as 4X on your start sheet.
So, Megan, this is the big dance here. This is the
beginning
of the postseason. So we've got different kind of qualifications going on here at the New York State Championship. We have crews vying for SRAAs, or the Scholastic Rowing Association Championships, and the Youth Nationals Championship, which is primarily for club teams, but can be for the best of the best.
Yep.
Down in Sarasota, hosted by U.S. Rowing.
So, in these girls' quads, we've got crews that will be scholastic entries, which means all of the athletes go to the same school. They are coming from a school program, or at least representing a school program. And then we will have club entries, which could be athletes from different schools, or athletes that have just decided to represent that club. This is a kind of a tricky spot for some coaches. You've got to create some lineups, or at least adjust some entries depending on the qualifications you want, the athletes you have in the boat. So these time trials this morning will be for athletes that come down the course attempting to earn a spot in the finals. So this is not your typical 2K 1500 side-by-side racing, although here on Fish Creek we've got 10 lanes, which is the best. These athletes are sent down in their crews. I believe we're aiming for 15 to 20 seconds apart.
Yep.
And you will race most of this race solo because you will start with a 15-second difference between crews. However, it's possible that some crews will be 15 seconds faster or 15 seconds slower than some other crews. So hopefully by the time we get to this finish line, which is where our camera will be this morning, we'll have some exciting racing.
And a bit tricky to figure out who we're looking at here on our screen. In this girls' first varsity quad, we have Oak Neck A starting off first. So as they come closer, we'll assume they might be the one to cross the line.
It's a good guess. It's a good hunch.
But also Row America Rye, Albany Rowing Center, Mohawk Homeschool. A different New York club, Row New York, out of Queens, Niskayuna, City Island Rowing, Pelham Community Rowing Association, Fayetteville Manlius High School, Our Lady of Mercy High School crew, Friends of Shenandoah crew, and Cascadilla Boat Club.
If you're just tuning in, it is 8:12. This race was an 8 o'clock start. We've got a lot of boats on the course here for day one, morning one, session one, our time trials of the New York State Rowing Championships. Like Hannah said, it is likely that our first off the line could be first through this middle section of the race, through the back half of the race, but the margins between these crews can be great. They can also be very small, so I think in a time trial you go out there trying to lay down your best race without that side-by-side competition, and you hope that you can move a little bit quicker than another crew, get in their heads a little bit.
It's also a good test of your depth perception, I think, too.
Yeah.
Like, let's say you started 15 seconds ahead.
Are you 13 now? Are you 17
I don't
now?
know. Well, it's hard to tell the seconds, but you can maybe look at the margins between you. Maybe you started with, 5 lengths of open water between you. Can you tell the difference between 5 and 6?
I try really
Can
hard.
you tell the difference between 3 and 4? I don't know. But these athletes here without a coxswain, so really trying to put down a really fast time, maybe practice something in their race plan that needs practicing.
Yep, without the stress of necessarily a side-by-side.
Right. Some athletes will find it most beneficial to practice those crazy sprint sequences, start sequences, maybe a shift to the base rhythm, just to make sure that every time we do something in the boat, we're doing it together.
Yep. This is the girls 1V quad, 4X on your start list. That means, like we see here, we've got 4 athletes with 2 blades each. This is a sculling boat, and it is a straight sculling boat. It is not, I believe, we are not coxed here, so that means that these athletes are doing all of the steering, all of the motivating, all of the brain work and all of the leg work in this boat.
Yeah, here comes Oak Neck Rowing Academy through the line first. But again, this is a time trial. They started first, so the order of your finishing doesn't necessarily give us too much information about the times posted. So those will all be up on Streamline. I believe there's a Google Sheet somewhere floating around in that website.
I believe parents or coaches, you received an email with a time trial start list and results.
Yep.
So as our incredible timing crew in our timing hut at the Saratoga Shore gets things situated, those results will come up. But there is your first entry in the Saturday racing at the New York State Championships. Coming into those red buoys. Now those red buoys means there's 250 meters left of the race. That black and white checkered flag is the finish line, and there goes Oak Neck.
Next, looking down the course, looks like we have Row America Rye and Albany Rowing Center coming through their last 250 meters. So that's going to be bow number 2. Row America Rye.
Out of Rye, New York, coming to us in the girls' varsity quad. That'll show up on your screen as a 1V4X. That X means that athletes have 2 oars, sculling. I see them picking up that rate. We will see most of our time trial live stream coming from this last 250, these red buoys. These athletes are in the pain cave. They're in the last minute of their sprint. They are giving it all they've got. They're emptying the tank. Very nice there, Row America Rye.
And here comes Albany Rowing Center. Iconic orange combo. Well done. Here's Mohawk Homeschool.
First homeschool rowing club in America.
Pioneers.
In that blue. Welcome to Fish Creek, Mohawk Homeschool.
We saw you 2 weeks ago.
A lot of these crews we saw 2 weeks ago. Yeah, at our Saratoga Invitational, and they are back with a little bit of hype, a little bit of excitement.
And here's Row New York's entry out of Queens, New York.
Welcome to Upstate.
It's quite a trip.
Yeah.
It's a good 3 hours.
This is Niskayuna Rowing.
So Niskayuna, this is our first scholastic entry of this girl's first varsity quad.
And what does that mean?
So they're vying for a qualification spot for a championship regatta called SRAAs. And if they come in top 3 overall, they also would be eligible to go to Youth Nationals hosted by U.S. Rowing.
Yep. So they're representing Niskayuna schools,
Yes.
as opposed to just a Niskayuna club team.
They are peers and teammates.
Oh. They're doing math homework together in between races, maybe.
Here comes City Island Rowing, just outside the Pelham area. The iconic pink.
Love that.
Megan, you mentioned the sprint portion of the race is kind of
Woo!
all-out effort finding that red line, but awesome to see these athletes holding it together while giving it everything.
Yep.
Like it's one thing to empty the tank in general.
Yep.
It's another to empty the tank and stay
With
in
some
unison.
grace, some finesse.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We've got some crews back here that are closer together.
Yeah.
So potential that looks like Fayetteville Manlius might have done some good work.
I think that's about 8 Pelham.
Yeah.
And Fayetteville Manly is closing in pretty strong. Again, no coxswains in this event.
No.
So especially when you start from behind, like Fayetteville Manlius would have had to do a full 180 turn.
Right.
Make sure you do your
Right.
neck mobility to check out where that competition is. But that's Pelham across the line. Bow number 8. And Fayetteville Manlius, bow number 9.
So parents, either parents, supporters, friends and family, if you are on site, be watching for like your athlete's uniform to be able to check them out on the live stream. If you're at home, think like school colors often. It is sometimes a bit tricky to see who's who out there.
It looks like we did have a pass here. So friends of Shenendehowa,
Bow
number
11.
11,
Yeah.
has passed Our Lady of Mercy High School crew. So that's Mercy there, crossing the line. And we just had that nice shot of Shen coming through their last 10 strokes, which leaves, last but not least, Cascadillo Boat Club.
Really nice shot here of this boat moving together. Those unis do a nice job of syncing up that body rock. In rowing, we're looking for a strong leg push, big swing, and then bring the arms in. And you can see here, this crew's still pushing those seats back, shoving those knees down, and then a big swing. We've got some pretty nice conditions here on Fish Creek. There's Cascadilla through the line. Pretty nice conditions here.
Relentless. I liked it. But yeah, very nice.
Very nice.
I would say it's perfect for exercise. It's not so perfect for
spectating and sitting. So
I'm a little
stay
chilly.
Bundled, grab a hot cocoa. Anyway, that is our first flight, our first time trial event. That was the girls varsity quad.
We've already got some girls second varsity quads coming down the course.
Yep. So these will be our athletes, often 5, 6, 7, 8 in a crew. Your 2V happens in 8s, quads, 4s. And that's a good way to show depth of a program. So we've got Niskayuna, Oak Neck, Row New York out of Queens, and Oak Neck Rowing Academy, and all of these crews had a boat in that 1V event. So good depth here. Maybe these quads have been sparring for the last month. Maybe there's been some seat racing between them. But this is looks like Bow 16, Oak Neck Rowing Academy, having a nice time trial. They've passed, if they all started in the correct order, which we hope happens, but not always. Oak Neck Rowing Academy has passed Niskayuna. This is them coming through those red buoys, that last 250, to finish first in their event, which doesn't necessarily mean a first place time because, again, in these morning time trials, they all start staggered.
And we're aiming for like the same stagger throughout the morning. So ideally these crews are starting 10, 15, maybe 20 seconds apart. But, you know, we're all human.
Yep.
We're not running like clockwork all the time. Nice spray paint hairdo from 3-seat here from Niskayuna. That's some school pride right there.
Yeah. You can see Bow Seat turning around, checking how close they are to that finish line, checking her point. We've got these big buoys. While that white and yellow line buoys is the finish line, there are some big red buoys just out of camera. And those sometimes are a little tricky. But here is Bow 17, Row New York out of Queens. Most of these crews, in fact, all of the crews we've had on the course so far, have been Youth Nationals eligible. In this event, Niskayuna was the scholastic entry, and Oak Neck Rowing, Row New York, and Oak Neck Rowing B have been your club entries.
We do have a bit of a headwind. You
That's
see some of these athletes looking a little bit maybe more desperate than normal to look for that finish line.
It's also early in the day, in the regatta. We're going to get further warm as the day goes on. We move on to the same category of boat, the quad, which will show up on your start list as 4X. But we move to the girls' junior U17 quads. So these are athletes who are under 17 or junior.
For this calendar year.
For this calendar year.
It's interesting rules.
Yep, and we've got a little bit more variance in our scholastic and club entries here. Not a lot of these boats are Youth Nationals eligible, just based on age, grade, things like that. We only have Row America Rye and Albany who are Youth Nationals eligible, but almost everyone else will be SRAAs eligible, and therefore they are a scholastic entry from a school team.
So here comes Row America Rye, bow number 22. Looking strong. Trying to pick up that rate. Time trial is pretty cool because we get to kind of just appreciate one boat at a time this morning. Normally it's a bit of a chaotic run of all the boats coming to the line at
Boom,
once.
boom, 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 boom.
Everyone gets a moment to shine here in the time trial. Yeah, just
And then
one.
a little bit later, another one.
Here comes Friends of Shen coming next.
Our neighbors to the south.
Silver Jubilee, bow number 23. Again, they're looking for a bid to Scholastic Nationals. Pushing through that headwind. Well done.
We've got some racing that's within maybe a boat length here, which is always fun. You get to start to hear kind of the other athletes.
Yeah, you don't feel so alone.
They're calling, the clunk of the oars, the push of the water. We can see here bow 24, Brighton Rowing Club, trying to hold off bow 25, Burnt Hills.
Yeah, Burnt Hills is charging on them.
Yeah, it makes for a fun race at the end. Even though you kind of wish you could just breathe and execute. Like, we're here to race. We're here to have some fun side by side. So there's Brighton through the line, followed by Burnt Hills.
And here comes Albany Rowing Center. Fast and furious through the line. Looking really nice and together. Again, you can check, you should have gotten an email. Let's see. You should have gotten an email from Saratoga Rowing. Christy Wagner sent an email out with all of the links. So if you're on site watching this live stream, the time trial start list and results link can be found in your email. Let's see, about 27, that's Poughkeepsie High School. For this girls junior U17 quad.
If you're just joining us and wondering why there's one boat on the screen at a time, these are our time trials. They'll seed the boats for racing later in the day. Gives each crew an opportunity to just lay down their race plan, their race strategy without necessarily a side-by-side race.
Whoa.
Sometimes it happens, as we can see here.
Megan, check out bow 29. We don't see bow 28 from Cascadilla yet, but Long Island Rowing Club making a charge here through the last 10 strokes. Oh my gosh. Not like we came here to race. We're going to finish side by side.
Just trying to pass their second boat here in the time trial. We'll give them 3 more strokes and they might have it. Well done, Long Island. There's Poughkeepsie with a racing partner through the line.
Yeah, Cascadilla coming through here, bow 28. Making sure to hang tough, even though they got past, staying gritty. Would love to see it. Here comes ACA, or Augustine Classical Academy.
And the cool part is that even though we saw some mix-ups there, right, bow 29 into bow 27, is that it's totally possible that bow 27 could still be in a great position, have a great race, make a finals.
Right.
It's all relative. So no matter
Like,
what
maybe
position you're in, you still got to lay it down.
Exactly, because maybe Long Island Rowing Club was like,
Leagues ahead.
what if they started before the referee told them to?
Yep.
What if they were like, we want to go, and they just burst out of the gates before they were told? You never know what happens up there at the start. Here comes Port Rowing. 286. An interesting bow number. What's happening? Perhaps we have the wrong one. Because Port Rowing was supposed to be in the girls' Novice 4 final.
Maybe we're double.
This is just what we had.
Boat class.
This is just the bow number we had.
But I do believe that is Friends of Port.
And that'll finish off the girls' junior U17 quad flight. Really nice leg push together. As our first single.
Single. Really wanted to race against these girls' junior U17 quads. There he goes. So new boat class. This is the single. 1 athlete, 2 oars. You're all by yourself, for better or for worse. We do have
Anything can
quite a few
happen.
Here.
We do.
A lot will be Scholastic entries.
But
About a
almost
third
everybody
will be
is.
entries, and then I think everyone is
Yeah.
Youth Nationals eligible. So all of these athletes looking for number 1, a place in that final this afternoon, and number 2, to be fresh enough to race your heart out for a bid at Youth Nats later.
So here's Port Jefferson Rowing Club, bow 35, coming through the last 10 strokes. Again, pretty stiff headwind here on Fish Creek this morning. These athletes being challenged just a little bit extra. Staying tough, trying to sneak their way through it.
So I do think in the single you do tend to have a little bit more space in these time trials just to execute your race. I think probably a lot of these athletes on their teams spend time in big boats, in team boats.
Especially with the water being so cold in most of New York
Yes,
for so
yeah,
long.
yeah.
Here's
This is not the Florida State Rowing Championships where
No.
most of us have been rowing year-round. Some of these crews have been on the water for a month, 2 months, but this is bow 36, Cascadilla Boat Club.
Cascadilla is a scholastic entry, so they're looking for that SRA's nationals eligibility.
And you can race at both.
True.
They are different weekends, so if you are a speedy enough sculler and earn a bid to Scholastics and to Youth Nationals.
We have our first pass here of the boys varsity single. Fordham prep here on our screen.
Charging.
Looking really smooth, really long and connected. Those quick catches. Taking a peek, looking for that finish line. A lot of crews warming up on the side. Could be a pleasant distraction
It gets
in a
busy
time
down
trial.
here. Yeah, yeah. In a time trial, you're thinking of all sorts of ways to
Especially in the single.
keep yourself motivated, keep yourself pushing.
Here's Pittsford crew coming through. Hanging tough.
Very nice.
A little bit of a gap back here.
And who knows what's happened in the first 1250. In a time trial event, you hope that every 15 to 20 seconds we send a boat down. But as we know and as we've seen over the course of this spring season, this is an outdoor sport. We do have conditions. We do have lots of variables. So while we hope all of these athletes were sent off 15 to 20 seconds, it's totally possible that those margins could be different. And so here at the finish line, all we can judge is that effort, finish order a little bit, and just get excited. There's bow 39, Albany Rowing Center.
Bow 40, Shaker Rowing Association. You can see pushing it out here. Nice and strong.
Really quick blade drop there. That's fun, especially into the sprint, sharpening up. For those of you who have never rowed a sprint, it's like you just ran a mile as fast as you can, and then you got to do another lap around on the track.
Double time.
Double time. There's bow 41, Manhasset. And I feel like you'd add in some juggling or something.
Right.
Like sharpen up, but still maintain some good technique. Still go as hard as you can. It's a pretty cool phenomenon.
Here comes Niskayuna. Different Niskayuna uni, dare I say?
Ooh, are we fresh, Niskayuna? Give us
I see
the
that.
update.
The leg, the
We got that leg
guard
stripe.
band, whatever that's called. It's the trendy thing these days.
And we've got some crews here from ACA, and I believe this is an unaffiliated Gordon,
Gordon
chasing
Gruber.
down. But there's ACA. Go Hippos.
With the beanie.
It's chilly out here.
But
You lose
a
most of your
uni.
heat through your head.
A uni and a beanie. What a style choice. Okay. coming
Served him
up
well.
next.
He walked up.
He did, it's true. Walked away from bow 43, bow 45. But here comes that bow 45. The Knox School A entry. Long straight arms, allowing the body weight to suspend off the blades. Very important in a headwind to
Yeah,
not
yeah.
overwork it.
Yeah.
As weird as that sounds.
In a headwind, the rowing feels a lot heavier. Can feel like you're deadlifting
I feel like you're running
Into
through molasses.
molasses.
If you're honest.
So these athletes in the first race of the day giving it their all, but trying not to totally wreck their bodies because likely they've got a few more races. Hopefully we've got a few more races. I believe that is bow 46, St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute. Potentially past bow 45. He's nice and long. Blades are going right in. We have our first flip of the day. We've got officials right near him. It is chilly out there, but we've got safety launches on shore.
So here's bow 47, McQuaid Jesuit Scholastic entry. So he was just going side by side with that entry that flipped into the water. Undoubtedly a little bit shaken up. Watching that happen next to you.
There's bow 50. That'll be Port Jefferson. You can see him really kick those legs down and swing the body. We do have safety launches headed to that single. And we do have boats approaching. We can see these guys approaching the flipped single, so definitely some traffic out there in our time trial this morning, but it looks like our flipped athlete has moved himself safely out of the way to the help of launches.
Here's Cascadilla, bow 52, who's passed a few boats here. Northwood School there on the left of your screen, bow 49. Again, you can see athletes kind of using different strategies here. It looks like Cascadilla is not practicing their sprint.
He is long and strong. He's letting it run.
Know that final is coming up in just a short while. Northwood coming across the line there. And here comes quite the little pack of scullers. Leading it is bow 51, Niskayuna B.
It's a Niskayuna boat if I've ever seen one. That red and white.
Love red.
The flipped single is out of the water. He is safe. He will get warm. Niskayuna boat trying to stay ahead of. We've got a pack of 3 racing, which is fun.
Some athletes
we got a
that
sprint. Who are you? Who are you? We'll flip to you as soon as Niskayuna comes to the line.
But this, then we'll pan over real
inside
quick
sculler is going to try to walk through.
Good sprint practice here. 53, 54, 56.
Manhasset, Shaker, Port Jefferson. Timing squad's going to have a day with that one. Well done. That was quite a sprint, I believe, from Shaker. Felt the finish line, felt the athletes on his port shoulder, and just kind of went for it.
I love it.
There's bow 55, Albany Rowing Center B.
So as that single that flipped gets rescued, a little bit of wake actually probably coming off of that launch.
Yeah.
You know, in the interest of their safety, they're going to gun it out of there. But might produce a little bit of disruption on the surface of the water.
Safety first, speed, a very close second, but speed second. So
there's Albany.
Very nice through the line there. And we've got a pair from our next event walking through some of these singles. It looks like they've passed a few singles. This is
Port Jefferson D.
Very nice through the line there. To have D singles in your men's varsity is pretty cool. 4 athletes. Very excited to race.
So that should be bow 63, Canisius High School.
That's a fun race to be a pair, getting to walk through the previous event.
So they're Scholastic,
very nice.
A Scholastic entry, but they're not SRAs eligible. So these guys are gunning for that Youth Nationals bid. Here's the last of these singles, 57.
Some tight racing from, it looks like, Shaker and
Long Island.
Long Island there.
Golly, that pair must have been moving pretty well.
Been moving.
If we still have all these singles and not a pair to be seen. A good sign for Canisius High School, or maybe they just are, I don't know, rogue, and said, we're ready
I'm
to
going to
go
say
right
good
now.
sign. Here's bow 59, Manhasset High School. Sometimes it is a little dejecting to get past, but I think it does offer like a little spark of competition in a time trial format. So obviously you don't want to get past, but if you are seeing that boat approach you, maybe there's something that happens in your head that says, time to kick it up a notch, I get to go a little harder. And even just that side-by-side as someone is passing alongside you or you're passing, creates some competition. I do have a pair on the horizon. I've got a pair of pairs on the horizon, perhaps.
Just saw Manhasset finish their race here at the finish line. We've got some crews launching from Saratoga. These are those junior U17 girls' eights.
So. Our next pair is in their last 250 here. They've just reached those red buoys.
Here comes bow 64, Friends of Port. Bucket hats and all. Again, it's a pretty stiff headwind. You can see our finish line flag blowing in the breeze.
Really good send from this boat. So rowing, we want a big leg push, a good swing, and then an arm draw. And you can see, watch that bow ball just surge forward. They're moving well. Our Friends of Port rowing, bow 64 here.
The great Bob Tarrant would say, rowing is very simple. You want to accelerate the boat as much as possible on the drive and decelerate the boat as little as possible on the recovery. Friends of Port putting on a show here of just that through their last 5 strokes. Port is a club entry, looking to qualify for that final later.
A couple of qualification steps today. You got to qualify for the New York State final this afternoon, and then you got to do well enough in that final to give yourselves a chance at Youth Nats or SRAAs. So a little bit of strategy here perhaps, or just a lot of endurance training, a good fitness base. Here's our entry from Augustine Classical Academy, the Hippos from just to our south in that beautiful purple and lime green. We know ya, we see ya.
Different headwear choices here. We've got the visors. I think we've seen it all.
You're a
so
visor
far.
fan. You wear a visor.
I'll wear it all. Maybe even a backwards cap. I see no wrong.
So this is a 1,500 meter course that we're on today. So just 100 meters short of a mile. It's taking these athletes. Let's see if we can see some results about how long we've been taking this morning as we have our next pair come into view.
This is bow 66, St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute. Looking strong. Just like I said, Megan, the backwards cap, it's like I knew.
You knew it was coming.
I could feel it in my bones. Backwards cap coming through the line. Good job, St. Joe's. Here comes next. Should have a clump of Warwick crew. Let's see. So we can get this into focus. No, 68. So that's going to be our Friends of Shenandoah crew.
Should have guessed by that neon green boat.
I know. I felt it immediately. I said it could be Warwick, and I was like, it's not Warwick.
We got to double check there.
That's
all right.
You
can see that stroke seat laying down a rhythm. Bow seat backing him up. The pair is a tricky boat to row. You are exactly one half of the boat. You are one side of the boat. You got to work really well together here to make a pair go fast.
It may be one of the most important crews to get your timing right.
Yeah.
More than anything. Some people are like, oh, the power, you might like pull the other person around. No.
I can pull you around if I catch a little bit early.
Exactly.
Or catch a little bit late. You pull me around. So no matter how well you row together, sometimes that steering can be tricky. And we did see a little bit that.
A lot of pairs have toe steering.
Yeah.
Out of necessity because.
What? Steering with a toe, Hannah?
Oh, pardon me.
Tell me about it.
I just dropped it on you without any warning. Toe steering is basically there's a rudder at the bottom of a boat, pretty standard steering practice in nautical terms. But in rowing, when you don't have a coxswain, that rudder is attached to wires that are directly fed into the shoe of one of the rowers, and so that shoe kind of swivels or pivots in the boat. So if you point your toe to the left, you'll start going to the left. If you point your toe to the right, you'll start going to the right. So an extra challenge for these athletes to not only think about the full body movement of rowing, but also what angle is my foot pointed right now.
Here's Warwick through the line. And some boats won't have the steering, but some will. And that's all a coach's decision. Sometimes the athlete gets to have their input. Here's Westside Rowing Club. I believe hailing from the Buffalo area.
I believe you're right.
Saratoga coach Tessa Yurko hails from
She does
there.
hail from there.
Here's Bow 70, Oyster Bay Community Rowing. I like that blue boat. Very nice. That pair working really together off the catch. Some nice body rock in there from ACA warming up. Loved that.
71 is Friends of Port B entry, half bucket hat, half knot. You have to maintain your individuality, Megan.
Even in the pair, even when you want to be exactly like
you
your
are
partner.
still you.
If you're just joining us, this is day 1, session 1 of our 2024 New York State Rowing Championships. These are time trials, so the reason you're seeing one boat typically at a time is they are coming off the start line staggered about every 15 to 20 seconds. And they will race this race in that staggered. Here is Bow 74. This is Canisius High School.
Got a bit of it's about 52 degrees here in Saratoga, but we've got a bit of a headwind, making it feel a little bit colder. So if you see these athletes looking more tired than normal, it's because this race may
just raced against the wind.
Taken a little bit out of us.
There's an Augustine Classical Academy B boat through the line. Got a few more pairs on the course before we move into our next boat class. So this pair, you can see this is a sweep boat. Sweeping means the athlete has one oar. They've got one oar in both hands, outside hand and inside hand, one on port, one on starboard.
They sweep out to one side.
Sweeping.
Bow 73 is Warwick B entry. Little crab there, recovering, building back up.
You're close. We're close to the line. One deep breath. And we get reset here. There we go, Warwick. Pair is a hard boat to stay straight, stay connected.
Especially when you're trying to empty the tank at the end.
Yeah.
All that finesse and trickiness really exposes a lot there in the pair.
This crew did a nice job of coming back together in that line. Very nice. And I believe we will move on to our next boat class.
Boys U17 single. So we've got quite a few entries here. We'll try to help you identify them with us here from the finish line.
All of them are Youth National eligible. They are not SRAs eligible because
I don't think they have
there is no
U17
event.
category.
So all of these athletes will be gunning for a spot in today's final, which will then give them a shot at earning a bid to Youth Nationals.
Like we had a pass here in our first couple of bow numbers. That looks to be 79, bow 79, Port Jefferson Rowing Club A. Taking a peek, finding that finish line. Again, we're only seeing these last 200 meters, not 200 strokes, sorry, 200 meters. So hard to tell exactly what's happened to lead to this point. We're just getting that little snapshot here of the race.
It'd be like if we turned on the TV with 2 minutes left of a basketball game.
You're like, I see
and
the margin.
You could gather some information.
No idea what.
But maybe there's some detective work for these athletes and their coaches and their
nice
teammates.
Nice little sprint here from Port Jefferson.
This is nice. Well done. Nice
Fluid.
and smooth. Stroke rate coming up in our next two crews. They're in that last 10 strokes.
Here comes Romer Karai, bow 78.
And that was a charging Mohawk homeschool that just finished there, about 80.
Here comes bow 81. Albany Rowing Center.
Hannah, if you are in the last 100 meters of your singles time trial, what is going through your head?
It's almost over. It's almost over. It's almost over. Oftentimes athletes will start counting in that last 250 because your whole body is just telling you to stop and your brain's trying to convince the body to keep going. And so sometimes you got to chunk it into a little bit more manageable
even like
pieces.
3 or 4 strokes, like
whatever
2,
number
3,
feels
up,
best.
1, 2, 3 up. This is Albany Rowing Center. Perhaps counting some strokes to get to that line.
He looked pretty zenned out. I don't know. He looked very in control. Maybe he's
very nice. Maybe he knows something we don't.
Yeah. That looked like an Oak Neck Rowing Academy.
I believe so.
Here comes, looks like about 83 Long Island Rowing Club. Really nice fluid leg drive there. Legs are some of the strongest muscles we have.
Yeah.
So oftentimes you'll hear in rowing that we want to push with the legs, then open the body, and then add the arms. Kind of a cascade, if you will, of muscle groups.
Any rower will tell you that they've had someone come up to them and say, "Oh my gosh, do you row?" And then like do some arm paddling motion, or "Oh my gosh, wow, you have big biceps." And all the athletes out there can be like, no, look at my quads.
If I could send a worldwide where the money's PSA. Made. Here's 84 West Side Rowing Club, bucket hat and all. Really leveraging leg drive. Again, we're just catching these sprint strokes.
Sitting up tall, coming to the finish line, making that end of the race worth every stroke. Here's about 85 Cortland Community Rowing Association. Big send. You can see that boat just run at the finish, that bow surge ahead. These singles are a tricky beast. You got to be just technical enough to row it well, just strong enough to keep it moving. That was FD Roosevelt. Their A boat through the line. A little bit of a margin here again in the time trials. If all the boats are the exact same speed, then they come through the line at every 15 to 20 seconds. But obviously we know all these boats are not the exact same speed. And so sometimes there's a little bit more variance of margins. For those watching at home, it's kind of cool. It's just a long, steady trickle of racing all morning.
Megan, this is the most beautiful shot I think we've had all morning. The water is officially glittering.
We're glittering. We've
Chargers are charging.
Up in the background. The Chargers are charging.
Come on. Beautiful. It looks like a Philippi rowing shell.
Those green and the trees and the willows on the Lees Park shore have come in.
So if you're wondering just how strong of a headwind we have,
tell me about it.
The varsity singles, so same boat class, different age group. Here comes 89 though. Pause my commentary. Ave Maris Stella rowing. Crushing it.
Beautiful.
But these races are taking anywhere from just under 6 minutes to 8 minutes.
Nice.
So a bit of a range, but definitely a headwind.
Yes.
So these athletes
we got a sprint coming out of this athlete,
91.
bow number 91, Long Island Rowing Club. I see you. I see that high rate push.
Megan, I think I'm going to do a tally for every type of hat we've seen.
Start it.
I think there's
enough you might have tallied everything.
There's enough consistent variation. We've got bucket hats. We've got backwards hats. This one's a sneaky backwards hat.
Bow 90, Oak Neck Rowing Academy. A lot of Oak Neck. This is Oak Neck B in this event.
Huge sculling program coached by Amadeus.
I can see some blue sky peeking through the clouds. It's going to be a beautiful day
Cold
here.
Spring Harbor High School coming
Cold Spring
through.
Harbor High School, welcome.
Oh my gosh.
Live,
this
love,
is perfect.
rowing.
Screenshot this live stream. Put it on your
Cold
wall.
Spring Harbor, this is your new Welcome to Rowing pamphlet GIF. Put it together. I'd challenge it. Beautiful rowing by this athlete. Big, strong leg push. Searching for that finish line. I'm ready to be done. That was a Scholastic entry from Cold Spring Harbor.
Here comes 93, bow number, Port Jefferson Rowing Club B entry. Beautiful strokes through the line.
Make sure you check out our merch tent, our vendor tent, our food tents. Lots going on the Saratoga shore today.
I hope that. Do you think the pizza's open?
I think pizza.
It's
can
never
beat the
too early for
breakfast.
pizza. Maybe. Well, we're not
Let
on
us
the
know.
ground over there. Comment on the live stream.
I believe this is
96 and
96.
95. So just had a little bit of a pass going on from Port Jefferson C ahead of Long Island Rowing Club C. Battle of the Seas here in the last 200 meters.
It's always like a little feather in your cap when you get to pass someone in a time trial.
It's
you
true.
know, it's fun to walk on someone. A little less fun to get walked on, but
It's giving head racing
oh,
energy.
is this
Yeah.
Head of the Fish?
I know.
Raise your hand if you've been to Head of the Fish. Same spot. Next October. See you then.
Here comes Long Island Rowing Club C through the line as we see Burnt Hills getting ready to launch one of their 8s. 94, Albany Rowing Center B. Finishing strong.
Look how wide his hands are. Good reach there.
Yeah, really nice
Even in
front
that
end
sprint,
length.
maintaining that length, hugely important in boat speed. You don't want to get short when you get tired. You want your blades to be in the water for the longest, most powerful amount of time.
Here comes Albany Rowing Center C. Really nice acceleration coming through. Those last 3 strokes, nice.
So fun thing about today is that we do our boys' smaller boats and our girls' bigger boats. And then we swap it for tomorrow. As we see these young ladies' 8s and quads warm up, and our boys' singles and pairs, we do it so that athletes can kind of do it all.
Do I see our first triple digit? Bow number 100, Port Jefferson Rowing Club E. Is he wearing a visor or does he have
Are we
a sweatband on?
New head style
I think
type?
it might be a visor,
Oh.
but in
Which
my
is the
heart,
smart move with the sun out, these glitters.
It's true. Protect the eyes. Almost tunnel vision, like when a horse wears those blinders. I feel like the visor and
Right.
a hat brim can give the
Yep.
same effect.
Yep.
Focus, tunnel vision.
Which in a time trial, you do want to have a little bit of tunnel vision. You just want to execute.
Here we come. Port Jefferson through the line. Oh, you see that last little burst?
I
oh
see
my
it.
gosh. I'm getting goosebumps. He saw
Yeah,
the finish
Port
line
Jefferson.
and said, I'm going to get there as fast as I can.
He's ready.
What is he at? A 42?
43, at least.
You clocked
I'm
it.
clocking. I'm not clocking. That was just guess.
You're just that good. You can spot it with your eye.
Either way, Port Jefferson, you are currently our sprint highlight of the day. Bow number 98 goes to Port Jefferson D. Some teamwork happening here. These athletes likely know each other, know how each other race, know what some strengths and weaknesses are. Can you take advantage of that on race day, even to your own teammates?
Singles definitely a challenging boat class. You've got no one with you, kind of no partner in crime,
Yeah.
no peer pressure, I think, maybe. Like sometimes I think the beauty of
Yeah.
rowing is that there's actually quite a lot of peer pressure involved. When you get tired, you say, oh no, I've got to keep going because my teammate is still going.
Yeah. High
know?
standards. Lift each other up.
Yeah.
We got 8s on the course. Girls novice 8s. This is race number 7, flight 1. This is the 8:44 race. If you're looking for an athlete in a novice 8, tune in here.
Looks like 104 Baldwinsville Crew coming through first. Classic red with the stripe across the blade.
This Baldwinsville Crew is a Scholastic entry. We've got about, I'm going to say 50-50 almost in this novice 8.
Yeah, half Scholastic, half club.
Yeah, kind of fun. Some teams will be club schools. I know at least this is the way Saratoga operates occasionally, that we are a club team. So Saratoga Rowing is not associated with any sort of school, but a lot of the athletes come from Saratoga Springs High School, so they can make scholastic entries if it happens to line up that way. So kind of fun, play around, makes youth coaching in New York a little bit exciting. But here is your Bow 104 Baldwinsville crew. They jumped off the start line in that first entry for your girls Novice 8, and they will be first across the line.
Really nice to see these athletes stepping together.
They are. We're back to some sweep rowing here. So you can see one big oar, half port, half starboard. Generally, they will alternate down the boat, port, starboard, port, starboard, port, starboard.
Oh, Megan, do you remember being a novice and trying to figure out which was port and starboard? Because it's confusing.
Do you know what I did? Let me tell you a hack out here.
How did you figure it out?
Port is red.
Yep, and there's 2 R's.
And starboard is green.
There's no
The R's I don't think helped me.
I went with the R.
I think I went with the colors. Here's Bow 105, Pittsford crew. Welcome, Novice 8s. The oars in most teams will be wrapped with a little bit of tape that's colored purple, red or green.
And I had to. She's colorblind.
And I had to really lean into I am red today.
But
so I am on
port right red is how I remembered it.
But
that is incorrect in every other nautical sense.
Correct, but not in this sport.
But in rowing, because we face backwards, it is the right direction.
And we got a race here. This is the fun of novice time trial rowing. Looks like we have 106 and 107. Closest to the camera will be Saratoga Rowing. Further from the camera will be City Island. So it does look like City Island has made quite a bit of move on Saratoga. But look at them, Hannah. They are going for it. These novice girls realizing they have a race, pushing through the finish line. We have a buzzer beater bow to bow in a time trial. Oh, what a treat.
Great grittiness from Saratoga to kind of hold them as they try to move through.
That is going to make for some mature, experienced rowing this afternoon down the line. Oh, good job, ladies.
Here comes Bow 109, Fayetteville Manlius High School. That classic FM on the back of the shirt. Novice girls coming through.
Look at that. Big send in the boat. Watch that bow ball surge ahead.
Lovely rhythm out of bow. They just have this fluidity.
Yeah.
And you can see the bow of the boat, not the person, but the actual bow of the boat surging across the water as those athletes get their bodies over together.
They're doing a very nice job, Fayetteville Manlius. And this is their A boat. They have a B boat later in this race. They got 18 novices out on the course. Big novice program. Fayetteville Manlius bodes well for the next couple of years in creating a strong varsity program.
I believe this is going to be City Island. Or maybe is it? No, it's Liverpool High School.
They are out of Liverpool, New York. They are a scholastic entry because all of these athletes go to that Liverpool High School.
And here's 110 Pelham Community Rowing Association out of Pelham, New York. Really nice straight arm hang there from that stroke seat and 7 seat all the way to the left of this boat as we come through, setting that up for the whole boat to follow.
Laying down a rhythm. Super cool. These athletes might not go to the same school, might not be acquaintances outside of rowing, but they've developed this unity to get down the line together, even though they only see each other in the afternoons. Very cool.
Looks like 112 Mount St. Mary Academy.
They are a scholastic entry, so all go to the same school. This Novice 8, you just have athletes of any age, any year in school, but it is their first year of rowing. So If you're a junior or a senior in high school and you want to pick up rowing, there's a boat class for you. There's an 8 you can lay it down in.
Representing Kenmore, New York, this Mount St. Mary Academy crew. Really strong push. I can hear that coxswain from here.
Oh, gives me
That's
the chills.
epic.
8 athletes rowing, 1 athlete coxing. It's called an 8. There's really 9 people. 8 oars.
I know, we don't give the coxswains enough
credit.
We should call every boat with a coxswain just the one more number. A coxed quad is actually...
You're a 5 now.
What's the quad
a
5X?
A quint.
Quint? We can call it a quint.
Coxswains, we see you. We value you.
Couldn't do it without you. 113. That's West Side Rowing Club out of Buffalo, New York. Coming through their last 15 strokes or so. It's a tough challenge to empty the tank in unison.
Yep.
You don't want anybody to go too hard too soon.
If I'm too empty too early and you've left a little bit too late.
You just got to pull me around.
Also keeping in mind that you might have a race later today.
It's true.
How do you manage going as fast as you possibly can to earn a bid to race this afternoon? But knowing that if you do get that bid, you have another race. It's a unique spot, and it's a fun place to be in rowing.
Looks like a bow 114, Row New York. Row New York's a pretty special program. They really try to cultivate a community not only around the sport, but also in terms of like you as a whole person, like as a student with your schoolwork, and then as a community at large. They have a mission of developing confidence and cultivating a strong work ethic, regardless of your background or ability.
Little work ethic taking these athletes far. They're in their last 6 strokes or so here in race number 7, the girls novice 8.
Yeah, nice sprint sequence here. Doing
still
it together.
dropping those blades together. I love it. Novice 8s, Hannah. Brand new.
Future is bright. We've got just a few more of these girls novice 8s coming through this time trial. Welcome to the Saratoga Springs home base of the New York State Championship. Lots of schools coming out of New York ready to show everything they've got. Here comes bow 115, St. Anthony's High School. Ribbons and all. Megan, how does one sprint in a rowing boat? Like, what do you think about? Because obviously when you're running, you just kind of like start going faster, right? I don't know. But in rowing, it feels like you kind of have to like think about it more.
Yep. So there's 2 things that I think a lot of these coxswains will be relaying to their crews, and that is split and rate. So split will be the pace. In rowing, we use a per 500 meters. So we'll say 2 minutes every 500 meters. And then rate will be how many strokes per minute they are taking. A lot of these athletes will race. I see a move. Did you see that?
I saw that move.
Move. We'll race probably in the 30 to 35 range, 30 to 35 strokes a minute. And so in the sprint, not only are you going to bring up that rate, but you want that split to go down too.
Right.
So it's a lot of pushing the legs harder, maybe shortening the layback a little bit so you can get back around to the front of the stroke a little faster. Just sharpening up everything, intensifying everything.
It's definitely not a sustainable pace, though.
No.
There's a reason we don't race the whole thing at a 40. Takes a
Not yet.
lot out of the body to do so. That's 116 Chargers Rowing Club. Coxswain giving some very ferocious calls.
Chargers, built out of a former Syracuse men's rowing coach. So welcome, Chargers. We are happy to have you.
It is glitter hour, so pardon us as we squint into our broadcast screen.
There's
117 Fayetteville Manlius High School B entry coming through. Beautiful rowing ollie of this girls novice 8. Trying to stay together, so as we try to bring the rate up, we do it all at once. It's hard to do.
It is hard.
Especially when you've got this huge long oar to worry about. I remember being a novice and just thinking all I have to do is thinking about this oar, and then I'd look in front of me and I'd be totally off the time of the person in front of me because I was just so concerned about what is this huge oar doing.
Yep. There's a picture from my first fall of novice racing, and it wasn't me, thank goodness, but there's a girl on my team who's at the catch when everyone else is at the finish, and we gave her. She ended up being a very skilled, very talented rower, but
gave her
a lot of slack for it.
Here comes 118 Row New York B.
Out of Manhattan, welcome to the shining waters of Fish Creek in Saratoga Springs. Hopefully continues to be a sunshiny day here.
4 core values of Row New York: respect, teamwork, drive, and growth.
Is drive a pun?
Quote, we push ahead. We are courageous, persistent, and solution-oriented. So I would say it's a pun.
Be. The drive is the part of the stroke where your blade's in the water, where you're pushing down your legs. So drive could mean a couple of things.
It's a courageous thing to do, to drive your legs.
It is. For 200 times down the course.
And you have to persist.
You do.
200 times. And solution-oriented, yeah, there's a goal. We're trying to go
achieve
as fast
something
as
really
we can.
Cool. We will have our next event on the course. I believe we've got another 8 or 2, but your next event will be some coxed quads, so totally new boat class after this last 8.
So rowing uses something like 80% of the muscles in the human body. So it's truly a full body sport. Oftentimes the muscles it doesn't use are the muscles we find ourselves using, like clenching our jaws or tightening our necks in some way because we're just trying so hard. But 80% of the muscles in the body are being used here in rowing. And so it's one thing to coordinate all of those muscles yourself. It's a whole nother task to coordinate all those muscles with everyone else in your boat and do it in unison. So these novice 8s here, really cool to see like that first stage of learning how to do that, learning how to coordinate it, learning how to find confidence and power and speed from it. I just remember the first time I ever took like a somewhat good stroke. It felt magical because it's just like there's so much that goes into it. And so when you do it well, it's that much more gratifying or satisfying because it just takes a lot.
It does. It does.
This could be a 111.
That's going to be the best pun of the day.
Best one.
There's Sierra Crew.
Welcome, Sierra
I love
Crew.
that name. Well done. A+ from me. Charging down the course here. Looks like they're moving well, so potentially this larger margin that we see is not necessarily representative of the speed of the boat, and that's all right. Part of the fun of time trials is completing your race best you can and then kind of getting to the finish and saying, oh, how did we do? Here comes Sierra Crew. I can hear the coxswain, so the person in the back of the boat who is steering, she's mic'd up. All the athletes can hear her. She's unifying that crew towards the finish line, and there are your girls novice 8s.
Next event is going to be the girls U16 coxed quad. We have 5 boats thrown down here this morning. 3 of them are scholastic entries, so crews made up of athletes from one school. 2 of them are club entries, so we might have a bit of a composite situation going on. Students
unified under a flag of a club rather than a flag of a school.
So we've got Row America Rye, Port, Manhasset High School, Shaker Rowing Association, and Brighton Rowing Club. All 5 are Youth Nationals eligible.
which is kind of exciting.
And it's interesting, too, because sometimes a program will have different goals. Like, is Youth Nationals the goal, or is the New York State Championship the goal?
Right.
Right? We all gear up for something, and we strategize, we make decisions in the best interest of the athletes, their experience, and what just makes the most sense.
Right. What do we want out of today? What do we want out of our championship season?
The fine art of goal setting.
Oh, it's crazy. Good work out there, all coaches who probably spent the last 2 weeks doing some rowing math, trying to figure out, do we have an older program that we want to race at some youth nationals events? Do we have a younger program that we want to develop?
And it looks like it could be a 1-2-3 or a 1-2-2. It is officially glitter hour, so
And we do have a second boat
1-2-2
closer to shore here.
So I think this is Row America Rye with a slight advantage in this time trial. Coxon looking around, also trying to see what's going on, because Port rowing.
Maybe still out of our line of sight here. We've got some crews crossing that sometimes look like they're part of our race. So as you can see here, 4 rowers, and then a coxswain who, instead of in those 8s, was at the stern of the boat, is now tucked in the bow in a little shell. They have a rudder there, they have a microphone, but they are at the bow of the boat looking towards that finish line. They cannot see their athletes, so they have to rely a lot more on feel and rhythm and just knowledge of their crew.
Really nice suspension there from Row America Rye. So
That
all
is
these boats will go to a final, Megan. So we're just
So
kind of experimenting.
Right,
maybe?
so
what do you
can
how do
approach it
you-
a little differently.
You obviously want to practice going as fast as you can.
But maybe knowing I got a little another level I can hit this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
And these are U16 athletes, so maybe they're just trying to get some race experience under their belt. All of these athletes are under 16 in this calendar year. So some of these coxswains are driving tens of thousands of dollars boat, but don't drive a car yet.
True. Oh my gosh, Megan, I've never thought of it that way. Let's see. It looks like a 1-2-4 of
Manhasset High School.
You can see them starting to pick it up in their stroke rate, just cycling the hands a little bit faster.
You want to send the boat towards the finish line on that drive when your blade's in the water. And then on the recovery, when your blade's out, you want to get to the next drive, but smoothly, together, without kind of upsetting the boat as much as you can. And that's a very tricky thing to do. We do have a coxed quad slightly closer to this Saratoga shore, so
Looks
maybe
like stroke
some
seat is
steering,
sitting out. Something's happened.
some equipment concerns. But hey, it's a time trial. You never know what's going to happen to anybody else. You are still in the race. You are still in those last 10 strokes, even with only 3 athletes pulling more than their weight this time.
Megan, it doesn't look like that oar has a blade on it.
Oh, did we snap an oar? Huge kudos to this crew for keeping it together despite clearly some equipment concerns.
Oh, golly.
Believe that was 123 Friends of Port.
It was.
Yep.
It did have a blade, but maybe just caught a crab
Something
and couldn't
tricky.
recover it.
But you know, this is early in the rowing career. You learn a little bit, you figure some things out. High potential, you have another race today or tomorrow where you can have some redemption on Fish Creek.
Here comes the next boat out of this girls' U16 coxed quad. Looks like a 125 Shaker Rowing Association.
Shaker from just to the south of us here in Saratoga Springs.
So here you can see this boat has a coxswain in the stern of the boat, or the back.
Just different boat manufacturers. In the newer boats, they do load them into that bow. It is slightly more aerodynamic, more efficient. But a lot of these programs are using what they have. It's the horses, not the chariot. So if you can get athletes in there that will move that boat, regardless of the age of the boat, the condition of the boat, where your coxswain is, it is worth coming down the course. Here is 125. That's Shaker Rowing Association. They are a scholastic entry. So all of these athletes go to school together, as well as the crew team. I can hear the coxswain, Hannah. I'm getting chills.
Which is impressive because I don't see a microphone.
So we are just hearing her.
Sound traveling right across the water.
Just hyping our crew up. The water is flattening out, I would say, a little bit.
It's beautiful.
So not a ton of conditions here for these crews, just
You're not fighting
just
external
work.
demons,
Yeah.
just internal ones.
You just get to execute. There's 125 Shaker High School through the line, Shaker Rowing Association,
And I
which
think
is
this
a
must
scholastic
be-
entry.
Let's see, 126 is in fact Brighton Rowing Club. Really nice fluid together there from Brighton. Nicely done.
All right, Hannah.
All right.
I'm going to interest you in the same number of athletes in a boat, but
But-
half the oars. Can I interest you in the girls' varsity Cox 4?
I want to say it's like a 2-for-1, but it's just the same for BOGO? No. I don't know. I don't know if there's an equivalent deal.
Like buy one, you don't get a second oar, but you get the same amount of athletes. Someone come up with a fun acronym in there. We'll do some brainstorming here while we wait for these varsity 4s.
And they're already coming down the course, so we've got quite a few entries here. The first bound number on our list is Nardin Academy. Too soon to tell if that's who we have on our screen.
I believe Nardin is from Buffalo, New York.
Trying to see if that's a 131 or a 130. Looks like a 131 to me, so that's going to be Pittsford, which I think is that yellow and red color combo. Maroon, you might say.
Maroon, if you will. A deep red.
You can see this crew warming up, trying to cross there. They're not going to hit each other. Don't worry. But Pittsford laying down quite the strong rhythm here in the girls of varsity Cox 4. So the Cox 4, like Megan was saying, is similar to the Cox Quad in that there are 4 athletes in a coxswain. But as you can see, each of these athletes just has the one oar, and they're sweeping out to port or to starboard side.
And if you're used to nautical terms, you'll notice that from the athlete's perspective, your right and lefts are swapped. So to rowers, our ports and starboards feel very different when we get on a traditional boat, because then we flip around and face forward.
Really nice rowing here from Pittsford. See a really strong straight arm hang, which basically allows the arms to act like ropes, or just like a middleman between the handle and the legs, so that the legs can push hard and the arms just kind of funnel that power
Yep.
to the oar itself.
I see a sprint coming here out of, that's our Pittsford crew, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Sprinting from Pittsford. Bow 131 in this girls varsity 4, Cox 4. For a lot of these athletes who are maybe seniors or juniors looking on to move towards college, this is, for the women, an NCAA event. This is the third boat in Division 1.
Good to get experience in it. Here's 132, Row America Rye. Again, both those crews, Pittsford and Row America Rye, are club teams looking potentially for a youth nationals championship bid. So trying to put down a good time here as we have, let's see,
a lot,
35 Cox 4s in this event, and so only the top 6 will go on to that final and vie for those top 3 positions for youth Nats. Here's 133, Oyster Bay Community Rowing. Really nice rhythm here from Oyster Bay. You can hear that coxswain from here.
So you are correct in saying that top 6 will be vying for that bid. In some of these events, we do have a petite and a third final.
It's true.
So obviously the bid is the primary goal. So you can't win the race if you're not in the race.
Here's Baldwinsville coming through your screen, but you're right.
But if potentially it's not your year for the bid, you still can have some good racing. I believe in this event, we even have a third final. This girls varsity Cox 4. So goal is top 6, primary goal top 6, potentially some other goals for later racing.
135 bow is Cortland Community Rowing Association. Cortland is a club team.
Looking for that youth Nats bid. You can see Emma Willard's bow, I believe.
Gosh, so beautiful.
Trying to make a move
everybody's
here.
Silhouetted.
Emma Willard is a Scholastic entry, so they could be vying for potentially that SRAs, but are also Youth Nats eligible. So some playing around here for some of those coaches. A move definitely by that following Emma Willard crew on Cortland Community Rowing Association.
Really great racing here so far from all these crews. Pushing through this headwind.
It has been a good morning.
Here comes bow 140.
Wappingers Crew Club.
Really nice rhythm here from Wappingers.
They are smooth.
Yeah, accelerating through. Nice. Pushing through that line here, knowing that the finals portion of the day is still to come, but laying it down, nice.
I love the slight audio from our coxswains here, those athletes who can only move the boat faster with their voice, trying to just gather everything out of their crew.
Sierra Crew, the best
Sierra Crew
team name potentially ever.
If I start a rowing club, it's for sure going to be punny.
Here comes 142 and 137 battling it out.
Suffern High School crew at 137 and 142 is our Nichols School boat. Looks like Nichols School has had a good race so far, at least this
really
morning.
Accelerating, really explosive through this sprint. Good.
Yeah. Get themselves into a final.
We've got quite a few more boats coming through here. 144 is Port rowing entry.
Friends of Port has made some good moves in 1,500 meters. They've got to feel good about that race.
Yeah, they've passed a good number of boats, made up some margin. Here comes bow 141, FD Roosevelt. That's a Scholastic team. Emptying the tank pushing together. Nicely done. Megan, it's getting sunnier and sunnier.
It's turning out to be quite the
Wear
day
your
for a rowing
sunscreen, everybody.
championship.
Don't get a sunburn. It's a long regatta day.
About
best way to drain yourself.
143, Rhinebeck High School here in our girls Coxed 4. And we have a race developing here, even in the time trial.
And the glittering. Who are you? 147 and 146.
147 on that far side will be
Oh my
Brighton
gosh.
Rowing Club. 146 on the inside, Mount St. Mary Academy. Oh, I love
What
this.
awesome practice.
That was
Like,
another
how many
bow ball to
times-
bow ball.
How many times can you finish a race side by side with someone
In
separated
a
by
time
inches?
trial.
So awesome to
So
have that
good
racing
racing for
experience.
both. Somebody got to practice doing a little bit of walking. Somebody got to practice doing a little bit of holding off.
148 is West Side Rowing Club out of Buffalo, New York. They've risen above the fray. They don't have anybody next to them, so maybe a little bit more internally focused.
Which sometimes is good for the first race of the day. Just execute what you know you can do. Save some of the spice, some of the excitement for later.
This crew really looks matched up. You can tell they've been working together, trying to come together as much as they can, showing off here on the time trial. Okay, 149, Newburgh Free Academy.
Looks like they had a nice race, maybe passed a few crews here. Trying to make out some bow numbers here for you. That was Riverdale Country School, I believe. As well as Fairport Crew Club through the line there. We love this glittering sun for the racing. It does make making out some bow numbers a little tricky.
A little zoomed out. I can't tell who this is.
That was Row New York out of Manhattan.
Well done, Megan. I was like, your eyes are amazing.
We're trying, we're trying.
Looks like a 54.
Buffalo Seminary. Very nice, very nice. And that was, I believe, Kellenberg Memorial High School. Welcome to the New York State Championships, all these ladies Coxed 4s.
157 is Row America Rye B. Looking
They've
strong.
made up some nice time there in the time trial here. Long and strong. You can see they're just connected for a lot of the stroke. Their body weight is hanging on the face of that oar for a lot of the stroke. Row America Rye B there, which means they did have an A entry earlier in this time trial with 15 bow numbers ahead there,
Here
give or
comes
take.
St. John the Baptist, DHS, coming through their last few strokes. If I was counting the different number of hat styles of the boys' singles, I'm now counting different number of hairstyles of the girls. Coxed 4s. We've got braids. We've got buns. We've got ponytails. Here comes Port. Or sorry, Row New York.
Out of Manhattan, welcome to upstate New York.
Here's 159. port.
It's got to be a nice thing to row port at Friends of Port.
I was saying we need
I
to
row
start
port on port.
we need to start a rowing club called Friends of Starboard.
And then you just bucket everything.
Yeah. We could have a Friends of Bucket.
We
if
could
you
have a
really
Friends
wanted.
of bucket.
Buckets allowed everywhere all the time.
You can see in most of these boats we have a standard rig, so port starboard, port starboard. When Hannah and I talk
It's
about
so standard
buckets
that in
Yep.
the UK they call
in
it
Australia,
in Australia
Yeah.
they call it bow side and stroke side.
because so
Because-
often
So often the stroke of the boat is a port.
And the bow of the boat is a starboard.
But here in the United States, we do things.
We do
all
not
over
play
the
by the
place.
rules.
So most of these boats will be port starboard, port starboard. You'll get some that will be starboard port if you have a really strong starboard rhythm. And then some, when we talk about buckets, will have a starboard port starboard, or a port starboard port. So 2 athletes on the same side in a row.
Here's Baldwinsville Crew B, bow 161. They're a scholastic entry, so they all go to school together. We've got a little bit of a gap here to our next crew. So obviously we'll see the results as they come in, but only a good thing to move away from another crew.
Yeah, yeah. We talk about margins a lot, and in a time trial especially, where you can't really tell, are you 2 seats up from the 3 boat lengths that you started with? It's the athlete's job to just keep pushing 1 more inch, 1 more inch, 1 more inch every stroke, a little bit further away from the crews behind them. Hard to
might
tell
be
who
the
you are
Nichols.
out there.
This might be the Nichols School. I think I see the block N. I think I see a 162. Gosh, I
Some
need to eat more
deduction
carrots.
happening here
I need to eat more
over
carrots.
from your finish line tent. I think you
really
were right.
strong sprint here. Go Nichols. Emptying it out.
Nichols Coxon called 1 as they crossed the line.
They've got
That's
a good
pretty spot
sense.
on.
It's a good sense. Here comes 163 Sierra Crew B through their last 3 strokes.
And we've got a hunting boat. Who are you? I'm going to guess you're 164,
I thought you meant a real hunting boat.
Oh.
I was like,
which
oh
we
my
do have
gosh.
here on Fish Creek.
How do you?
That
So
was
that's actually a
167.
girls
Yeah.
U17 Coxed 4 Pittsford Crew.
Moving into the
So we've got some overlap
The
of events
previous.
here. 168 coming through Row America Rye A.
it is possible that some of the leading crews in this girls junior U17 Coxed 4 will be faster than some of the crews at the back of the pack in the previous event, which makes a little bit of racing fun for everyone.
And check out Row America Rye. They passed Baldwinsville Crew, that crew there on the left-hand side of our screen. What is that like to pass and to be passed, Megan?
It feels so good to pass, to just, we call it walking and rowing, to just take 1 seat at a time. It can be a little sad to get past. You're doing everything you can to move through the line, and perhaps that other crew just has a little bit more fitness, a little bit more technical skill. You hope it's not a little bit more effort or attitude.
Right.
And
sometimes it's kind of fun to be a slower crew and just see like how difficult can you make it.
right,
for that
how much
faster
can I
crew,
hold them
like,
off?
How long can I make this passing take? How
Yeah.
long can I, or how hard can I make you work for it?
There's about 170, Manhasset High School, that orange, we know you. This is a girls junior U17 Coxed 4. We've got kind of,
This is a bit of a clumping here.
I
We've
would
got
say-
one crew on the move,
Yeah.
one crew trying to hold them off. 164 is actually going to be one of those previous events from the girls varsity 4 of Newburgh Free Academy. This is 171 Nichols School A.
looks like Newburgh's having some trouble with the steering. Hopefully we can pick it up and get through the line here. We got 3 strokes to the finish line.
some troubleshooting, making sure everybody's got a clear path.
That was Friends of Port A through the line, and then Newbrook Free Academy making their way through.
The time trial is tricky because we've seen a little bit of passing, but we use enough lanes where everyone can kind of
Hopefully do a little bit of their own thing.
do their own thing, have
So-
their own space,
yeah.
stay in your lane, so to speak, and literally.
That's Our Lady of
And-
Mercy High School crew.
It's tough because sometimes a crew you're passing is in the same lane as the
Yeah.
one you're in, and
Yep.
so a crew has to do something called yield
That was
just like you do
Narden through
in,
the line.
in a car,
Yeah.
where you move out of the way or yield to another crew.
So I am seeing this is the third coxswain we've had with their hand up through the line.
I heard some talk, some
A
rumor
hand up
mill
means
of
that, yep,
some collision.
maybe there was a collision. This is Buffalo Seminary here. You don't want to be the boat at fault, obviously,
But we
but you
also
want to make
have
sure that it's
to-
fair.
Here's a PSA. You have to move out of the way of the finish line. In the time trial, crews are coming up
We got a
behind
lot
you.
of boats at this finish
So
line.
this could be a little bit unsafe if these boats don't get out of the way. Here comes 176 FDR coming through strong. So that's Cascadilla Boat Club. Just finished.
I see those unis. That's going to be Augustine Classical Academy, about 177. Hippos through the
Buns
line
in
here.
the stern, braids in the bow. Unity.
We do
of
have a
our
lot
pair
of
partner.
waiting at the finish line here because likely that collision. They are sitting. So let's make sure that you can leave your hands up, but move out of that direct finish line way so that everyone can safely complete their time trial.
Yeah, I just heard one of the officials communicating to the crews with the protests that they're coming over, but they want the finish line to be cleared.
This is Niskayuna rowing here in that red and black. That girls junior U17 coxed 4. Stroke seat laying down a rhythm. Bow seat setting up the boat, hanging through.
So Megan, about maybe just about half, maybe a little bit more of these crews are scholastic entries.
Yep.
And so a lot of these crews are athletes that are coming from the same school. They live in the same town.
Here's Spack
Potentially.
and Kill Rowing Club in that stern loaded coxed 4.
That's one of the
They
club
are a
entries.
club entry, yeah. So potentially don't know each other outside of crew, but have created enough of a relationship to charge down the course here.
We've got a battle going on here between the next two boats. They're really close. Looks like 82 Rhinebeck High School. And orange, so
That
yeah,
was Albany
8-5.
Rowing Center. We saw that orange.
telltale sign. Here comes 183 Buffalo Scholastic Rowing Association.
Traveled a little bit east to join us today.
Just a little.
Did you
Just
bring
a
buffalo
short
wings?
3,
Ranch or blue
4
cheese?
hours? It's far. Do you think they travel with
Do you
wings?
travel with wings and dipping sauce, Buffalo Scholastic? Very
It's
nice
like
time
a-
trial there.
This is a deep cut reference, so bear with me. But you know that interview between the two characters from The Hobbit, from oh my gosh, Lord of
Yep.
the Rings.
Okay,
Pardon my
I'm
morning brain.
following.
He asks him, "Do you wear wigs?" But instead, it's, "Do
Do
you bring wings?"
wings? This is City Honors High School, about 184.
Thank you for indulging me.
I'll indulge in buffalo wings any time of day.
City Honors High School, really strong rhythm coming through the line of this time
They
trial.
do some good length in that front end. Good job, boat.
Looks like a 187. That's going to be Arlington High School. So you got a stern coxswain here. So the benefit of having a stern loaded 4 is that your coxswain can see the oars
Yeah,
and can see the rowers.
it's
And
just like a
so
little mini 8.
Yeah, and so you have some extra feedback, some extra coaching. So if something starts to feel wonky, your coxswain might actually be able to like diagnose what's going on.
Yeah.
Time trial done there for Arlington. Here comes about 189.
That's going to
Emma
be Emma
Willard.
Willard in that red program that's brought a lot this spring season.
Yeah,
They've
they've
showed
done a
up.
really nice job program wide. So again, in these time trials, you might see different strategies going on. Some crews, like Emma Willard, seems to be practicing at least a portion of their sprint sequence, where you bring the rate up, bring the power up, and try to do each of those incremental steps together. And you see other crews maybe just getting through the finish line. Maybe you had an intention to learn something about the start sequence, to experiment with a move around the middle.
Yeah, now's the time.
Maybe I've had some crews. This is 188.
St. Anthony's High School through the line.
Some crews might go into a time trial and the goal might be, okay, we're going to get riskier and experiment with just how hard we can go. And
In that first half.
have a starting 500 that feels unsustainably fast, just to see if we can hold on. If you know that other crews have really strong starts and you want to be able to hang with them for like that psychological advantage, the time
Because
trial is
there's
a great
no-
place to just
There's
try it
no
out.
loss in a time trial
Of the
to
psychological
positive
effect.
splitting, right? Like
Like the whole reason
you're not up on someone and then down on someone in a
Right.
in a side by side race. Like
that can be a little
if
discouraging.
you get dropped off to the start, maybe it's harder to claw your way back. If you're up at the start, maybe it's easier to hold everybody off. But in a time trial, if you're up on yourselves at the start, like see what you can do. There's nothing to lose. It's all just about average split over that 1,500 meters. So if your normal race is 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes per 500, and you go 1:56, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, nobody's
that's
going to
fast,
know.
and that's faster
Yeah.
than it would have
Yeah.
been. Here comes 192. That's going to be Oyster Bay Community Rowing. Finishing
Beautiful
strong.
bodies over.
Yeah, really nice
Smooth
rhythm around
hands.
the back.
I bet this is a 194 Baldwinsville Crew B here. I hear you, coxswain. I hear you. Using your voice, using your brains to get that boat faster across the line. This is about 190. That is going to be Newburgh Free Academy. Can see them trying to push their legs down together there into the next through the line. Have a few hours to rest. Lots of excitement here on the docks on the Saratoga shore. Probably a lot of excitement over there on the Lees Park docks. We are here at the 2024 Saratoga Springs, New York State Rowing Championships.
Looks like we have a couple more of these girls junior U17 Cox 4s finishing out their racing before we will start transitioning to the girls junior U17 8 category.
So interesting lineups here because you have your 4s and your 8s in the same age boat category right in
so
a row.
these athletes can't be doubling.
No, you can't double up. So as a coach, part of the job over the last couple of months is determining, do I have 8 athletes in a coxswain that will make a really fast 8, really competitive 8? Do I have 4 athletes in a coxswain that will make maybe a more competitive 4? What are the priorities of our program? Do we want everyone to get a racing experience? You think coaches just tell us how to get to the perfect stroke. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes.
And oftentimes those decisions are made based off of practice situations. And so the thing about rowing is it's not like you can just play with a sub
and
No.
get a good sense of how things are going. Like in a sport like soccer or lacrosse, in rowing, everyone's got to show up because everyone brings a slightly different rhythm, a slightly different strength, a slightly different
weakness.
energy, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And so awesome to see these athletes kind of showing up all season and then being able to show off kind of the culmination of their efforts here.
Here's Horace Mann School, bow 193, showing off the culmination of the season with a moving. We'll see whose bow number that is. I believe it might be
in red.
Manhasset High School B.
I see the
But
orange.
we will double check for you.
I think you're right.
There's Horace Mann School A through the line.
Yeah,
And
you're
that
right.
was Manhasset.
Let's see. I see at
I
least
see
two
some
more
eights.
4s, and then 8s are barreling down the course. Let's see. This is going to be 195. No,
I think that might be a 6, Fairport
that was
Crew
a 6.
Club.
You're right. And we'll see. We've got one more 4 on the course here in their time trial. And this 8 is coming right for them. Might
gonna
have
make
an
a race.
exciting,
It's gonna
exciting
make a
finish
race.
line. So that's 191. Suffern High School crew. Beautiful shade of blue.
Out of Suffern, New York.
And Megan, if I'm a betting woman, I bet this 8 is going to catch
I
up.
think it's going to happen.
Here they come.
This
into the
8 is
screen.
moving.
I would
Watch
guess
out
it's
for that
Row
bow.
America Rye.
Coming into view here. This 4's got about 10 strokes. We're going to have some overlap. Excitement for both crews.
Time trials can be lonely.
Yeah,
Like
it can be
obviously you have your
quiet.
teammate, but
Hannah, I think the 4 is going to hold him off.
oh my
Just
gosh.
barely.
A photo finish.
That was Row America Rye A from the girls junior U17 Cox to 8. Just a seat behind Suffern High School from our previous event, the girls junior U17 Cox to 4.
Here
We are in
comes-
the 200s, Hannah.
I know. Here comes about 200 Row America Rye B through their last 20 strokes.
So Row America Rye putting together 2 junior U17 8s from their girls program. Both looking very strong. This is their B boat coming through the line. So just the depth of that program, very impressive out of Rye, New York.
So both those are club entries, so not all of those athletes go to the same school, but they do come together every day for practice.
Nardin Academy from Buffalo, New York, I believe will be our next one through.
So all these athletes are juniors or younger, or they have to be 16 or younger in this calendar year. So awesome event. You can kind of get a glimpse into the future of these programs
Yeah.
through these events. Obviously, we have strong seniors and strong 17 and 18-year-olds on our teams, and so this event of the Junior U17 8 kind of gives us a glimpse into what the future might look like for the next year.
I think this is going to be Niskayuna in that red and black.
Yep.
Bow 202 here. So those 4 8s coming in line in bow number order, sometimes in the 8s. And the bigger boats, I would say, you get a little bit less craziness in a time trial just because they start them a little further apart. They are a little bit more consistent in speed. They are
Here's
quicker.
About 203 City Island rowing. Iconic pink unis.
City Island Rowing is an all-girls competitive rowing program serving athletes from all near New York City. Their mission is to provide uncompromising opportunities for youth and U23 athletes to achieve their full competitive potential in the sport of rowing. There is their junior U17 8 through the line, upwards and onwards to achieve your full potential. City Island Rowing.
Here comes Saratoga Rowing Association, bow 205.
Saratoga said, we we see everybody coming in bow number order. We're going to mix it up a little bit. Looks like they have passed the bow in front of them.
Yep.
Cheers from the Saratoga Shore for this girls junior U17-8. Very exciting.
The classic Lucy pink visor.
We know you anywhere.
We know you anywhere. Here comes bow 204, that Warwick crew. Hanging tough.
Oh, I'm so excited about these coxswains just pouring their hearts out. I love it.
It takes a lot to unify 8 individual people.
Yeah.
You got to make sure each of them is getting tired or having different thoughts at different times, and you have to really bring everyone to one mindset.
That was 206, Kellenberg Memorial High School, and especially as a 16-year-old looking to your peers and having to be like, hey, crew, let's do this. I'm a little bit in charge here. It's a big move. So well done, U17 junior coxswains here. Driving the charge.
Looks like 208.
Could be a West Side Rowing Club.
Really nice acceleration here. Everybody going together, especially that middle 4 really accelerating through.
I got some bow to stern racing in our next 2 crews.
Some contact.
They're charging.
Looks like Saratoga is moving on that 207 Baldwinsville crew. We'll see how much contact or how much overlap they can get here through the line.
Baldwinsville stroke seat pushing away that Saratoga bow seat. They will finish bow seat to stroke seat. So fun for these athletes to get to experience that in this time of the season. Saturday morning time trials here at the 2024 New York State Championships.
And so in this event, there are 11 crews, and so these athletes will at least get sorted into an A final, if not a petite final as well. And so we're looking for that top 6 time.
Yeah. I've got new boat class moving through. We do have, I believe, another 8 potentially. Could be 2 4s side by side. Girls freshman coxed 4. So this is back to sweeping. Half of that 8, you still have a coxswain. Could be in the bow, could be in the stern. These are our girls freshman coxed 4. So 4 freshman athletes and their coxswain. Just 7 boats here. So pretty small event. I believe this is bow 212, Our Lady of Mercy High School crew out of Rochester. Thanks for coming to Fish Creek. Happy to have you here, Our Lady of Mercy High School crew. And our girls freshman coxed 4. The 4 is a tricky boat to row. It's just big enough to feel the power and kind of the big team feel of an 8, but it's just small enough to have to do all of the small technical things that you have to do in a pair or a double. So tricky boat class. Props to all these freshmen for putting something together. And Hannah, when I saw an 8 coming down, it was not an 8. It was just 3 4s in a row. Some racing here we've got in our freshman cox 4s. We'll get you our bow numbers as soon as we can, but these boats are hauling through. They are doing a great job.
The time trial is so interesting because it's truly the luck of the draw.
Right.
Yes, there's some seeding with an A entries being clumped together and then the B entries,
right.
But you really have no idea what kind of race is about to unfold until it starts to unfold.
There's bow 214. That's going to be Rhinebeck High School, looking like they're having a nice race, maybe past Wappingers Crew Club. And then behind them,
216.
Maybe also 216, passing 2 boats, Wappingers Crew and Spackenkill will be FDR here. Just bow to stern back from Rhinebeck High School, I believe.
Yeah, 214.
That's Rhinebeck through the line. That's FDR there. And that is going to be Wappingers Crew Club. We ease on back to 2:17. Nardin Academy pushing hard here. 2 strokes to the line.
Here comes Bow 215, Spack and Kill Rowing Club through their last 200 meters of this race. Oftentimes that first 1,000 takes a lot out of you, and so it can be a bit of a persuasive essay, you could say.
Write yourself something to get you through that last 500.
How do we respond when we're tired?
Spack and Kill Rowing Club responding, even though they might be tired, even though they know they've got more to do today out of Poughkeepsie, New York. They're a college prep high school. They will be a scholastic team, so all of these athletes do go to the same school and are all freshmen there together, which is exciting. Excuse me, they are a club entry. My bad, Spack and Kill. Club entry, looking for that Youth Nats bid. Excuse me. And we've got 8s rolling through. I think this is Row America Rye A. Strolling to the finish line in our second varsity 8s. Just smooth. Looking smooth is something to write home about, I'll tell you that. We're America Rye, known for being a very deep program, having a lot of very fast athletes that can develop each other, a very exciting thing for a program to have. Is this our hometown heroes? That chevroned bow deck, can't miss it. Crazy. Laying down that sprint rhythm. They know these red buoys. They know this course better than anybody else in the field. Yeah.
And sometimes it just takes a few repetitions to make it more automatic and a little bit sharper. Really nice to see in Saratoga.
That girls 2v8 for Saratoga and Row America Rye is a club entry. Youth Nationals eligible, but our next 2 boats, at least in starting order, Fayetteville, Manlius, and St. Anthony's, are scholastic entries, gunning for not only the Youth Nats bid, but the SRAA's bid.
Check your emails. All of that information should be there. There might even be a QR code somewhere around.
I think there might be. That was St. Anthony's High School. And I believe that was a Row America Rye boat.
In the second varsity 8.
That Row America Rye B boat must have had a nice race. They did pass
227 Liverpool High School.
Coxon's telling them to push all the way to the end, do it together. Right? How do you unify a bunch of bodies that are at all different levels of fatigue, all different levels of hype, all different levels of gas in the tank? I believe this is Pittsford Crew.
Hot pink visor and 3-seat.
Nice. Pittsford runs a really fun regatta next weekend.
Dual style, yeah.
Yeah, dual style in their little canal. That's been a fun one for us to attend. I'm sure many of you have as well. But here on Fish Creek, we've got lots of boats, lots of lanes. 10 lanes across of 1,500, 6 lanes across of 2,000 meters.
Here comes 232 is another Fayetteville Manlius High School entry. This is their B boat.
Scholastic entry from there as well. So these athletes not only train together, but go to school together.
Really nice timing here from FM High School. Yeah, here from the finish line, you can actually hear that one catch, one finish.
I can.
The oarlocks.
It's fun. The sounds of rowing. We've got a race developing here. 2 crews, potentially a Wappingers Crew Club and a Liverpool.
Yeah, that's at 2:29. Confirmed.
What a fun race for these athletes. Looks like Liverpool High School made up some good ground. Wappingers trying to hold them off. Little bit of open water back to our next cruise. Sometimes that just happens in terms of how they send off athletes. It may be a final 8 from our girls 2v8 race, number 13, but could also be a leading boat in our race number 14, the girls varsity. So these will be the top 8 athletes from each club or scholastic entry.
Looks like
Could that be a 236 row America
I think
Rye?
it's 236.
They're rowing like they're a high seed in an event, gunning for that
Really
A final race and a youth nationals bid.
Look at that acceleration, Megan, just exploding through the finish, letting the stroke build through.
They look like they still got another notch. I won't tell any of their competitors, but Row America Rye through the line there in their time trial, knowing they might have to do it again later today. Here comes your Saratoga Rowing Association Varsity 8, coached by Abby Albright. We've got the 2V and the coaching staff on the dock, cheering this crew into their home stretch of last 100 meters or so.
Yeah, we've got a few people going on to row in college out of this first Varsity 8. Rebecca Schmidt and Forsey going to Princeton. Sarah Kinlock going to Embry-Riddle.
This boat is a club entry, youth nationals eligible. As well as that Row America Rye boat. And I believe this next City Island boat as well.
See, it's definitely heating up, Megan.
Woo! Not only in air temperature, but in
Spice.
Rowing.
General vibe.
Rowing excitement.
Yep, City Island.
City Island at
here.
2:38, and then I'm not sure who it is yet, but we'll watch City Island in that beautiful pink come through the line, and then we've got a race on our hands, which is the best thing in a time trial.
Way
a
more
bummer because
exciting.
it does mean that one crew's been caught, but how fun to just get some extra side-by-side experience, a little bonus race, if you will.
But I might venture a guess and say if you get run down
I
a
hear
little
you.
bit, you
I
might
hear you.
actually go faster
Yep.
because you have that side-by-side competition. You're not in this vacuum.
And you've
That's a time
practiced
trial.
some of this for later today. Fayetteville Manlius High School and St. Anthony's High School. Good fight there, ladies. Really exciting. Bodes for some fun racing later today.
Here comes bow 243, Pelham Community Rowing Association.
Looking smooth. We see a bucket in 2-3. That's fun. See
mean,
those two blades on the same side of the boat here? That's called a
Blades
bucket
are just really
in
close
rowing
together.
lingo.
It kind of requires precision
It does.
in the following
It does.
of
You got
the
to be a
person
little
behind.
smart about it.
Here comes 244 Burnt Hills.
Our neighbors to the south.
Really strong finish out of Burnt Hills there. Gosh, so beautiful. The stream or the wake behind each of these 8s is just like a little glitter stream.
Oh.
Come on.
They're moving so fast. They're creating some water turbulence.
Creating some magic here on the water. .245 is Baldwinsville Crew.
Baldwinsville Crew, a public high school crew team from Baldwinsville, New York.
Pardon me, this is 246 Pittsford.
We'll talk
Crew.
about you later, Baldwinsville. Pittsford, from Pittsford, New York. There's that yellow and red. We know them. Some navy blue adding to it. Pittsford Crew probably feeling wild out in the open here with our 10 lanes across in Saratoga compared to their home dual races later this month. There's Pittsford through the line. This is 242, which is Bayshore High School. Out of Bayshore, New York. Welcome to Saratoga.
Here's 241. That's going to be our Wappingers Crew Club. And here comes 248, Liverpool High School. And with this bright green shell, got about 249 is going to be Nardin Academy.
There you are from Buffalo. I love a good fun-colored shell.
Makes it way more fun.
I'm a big fan. Or like a fun deck or a fun name. Like we know you're going to be serious and competitive and very focused when you're in the boat, but like when you're
just a
carrying
little
it
bit
around,
of program pride.
Just give me some excitement.
Yeah. ACA has that lilac colored
They do.
double, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Here comes 250, Our Lady of Lourdes Rowing Association. Really nice layback together.
You can see really clearly in this boat those 4 port oars on the far side, 4 starboard on our side, just moving together through that water. There's the checkered finish line buoys. Well done there. That was bow 250, Our Lady of Lourdes. Here's 251. This is Emma Willard in that red, very bright red, Emma Willard. Next, coming down the course on our time trial of the girls' varsity 8s. 247 is going to be Rhinebeck High School. Rhinebeck High School is a scholastic crew, so they will have a shot at the SRAA bid and the Youth Nationals bid. 254. This is Our Lady of Mercy High School crew out of Rochester. They are also a scholastic crew, all going to the same school. You take math, you take English together, and then you also get to row an 8 together. What a treat. These 8s are about 60, 62 feet long, weigh thousands of pounds if you include the boat and the athletes. It's
maybe just 1,000.
I think-
Thousands? 2,000?
If you have
All right, I'll do some
if you
quick
have
math.
8 athletes and they weigh 100 to 150 pounds, if they weigh 100, there's 1,000 pounds right there.
That's true.
Crazy. It's a big, heavy boat.
Because the boat weighs how much? 200-ish? GoPro spotted.
I believe that's going to be 253 Suffern High School crew trying to get some nice hype video footage for maybe an end of season video. Can I anticipate? Moving well together. Quick blade drops. Legs going down. We do have some really nice water here on Fish Creek today. Maybe a little bit of a puff of wind here
Yeah,
and
it's
there.
definitely died down a
But
bit this
man,
morning.
I got some flat water here at the finish line. Move right up to our next crew, approaching that last 15 strokes.
This is Clarkstown crew. Clarkstown, let me just pull up our little sheet. Clarkstown is a scholastic entry, so all of these athletes go to school together.
I can hear that coxswain urging every last bit of energy out of these athletes. Very exciting stuff.
Clarkstown is right outside of New York City and Nyack. So they're right along Tappan Zee, coming all the way up to Saratoga here for a strong finish.
Looks like we've got a little bit of a break here. I'm not sure if we just have some crews making their way down the course.
Here's a shot of Coach Abby and Coach Skyler launching the Saratoga Girls Straight 4, one of the last events of the morning. Coming up next, we'll have the girls' freshman novice quad. There will be 9 boats in this race: Niskayuna, Poughkeepsie, Shaker, Augustin Classical Academy, Port Jefferson. Oh, we did have a scratch from Saratoga, so maybe only 8, because the next one is Manhasset, Roe, New York, and Northwood School. That's the girls' freshman novice quad starting order.
Should be coming down the course any minute now.
Here's a view of the finish line here from the Saratoga Boathouse side. Fun fact for you, the timing team here from the Saratoga race or regatta staff, they actually go off of the finish line that's almost in line with these checkered buoys. So the big red buoys are about a stroke, maybe a stroke and a half, just depending on your stroke rate, past the finish line. So always good practice to row through the line and to have your peak speed while you're on the course, while you're on the clock. But the finish is actually at that checkered buoy. Looks like these girls' freshman novice quads are just about halfway, if not coming through the last 500. You can see that red buoy on your screen. That signifies 500 meters to go. Looks like Niskayuna here taking a peek, looking at where they are in the course. On the right side of your screen, that's Niskayuna. It looks like Poughkeepsie High School there with the striped blades. Poughkeepsie moving super well. You can see the shell just kind of gliding through the water. A little bit of a crab there from our crew on the left side of our screen. We catch a crab, the blade just gets stuck in the water. So you got to make sure you get it out of the water before you start building back up. Pro tip. And there in green and purple is ACA. Having a little bit of a better time keeping those blades clean. Again, the time trial is so tough because you just start about a length or two down on the next crew. And so, especially in this event where you don't have a coxswain, you don't really know where your competitors are. You don't know if you're moving faster, if you're moving slower.
if the margins are changing in your favor or in the other team's favor. So honestly relies a lot on internal motivation. How well can we make this move? Do we have a scripted race plan that we're following and executing? Here comes Niskayuna. They were the first bow number in this girls' freshman novice quad. And so they do have the benefit of seeing the whole field behind them. So if they have the cognitive brain space, they can actually tell how far away the rest of the crews are when they start and see if they're further away or closer to kind of get a sense of, do I need to go harder? Am I going hard enough? Just joining, welcome to the New York State Championship 2024 here in Saratoga Springs, New York. We've got Niskayuna rowing coming through their last 20 strokes here.
What do those red buoys mean? Why are they different?
So pretty standard practice here on a rowing race course is to have the last 250 meters kind of marked off with a different colored buoy, typically red.
It's like the red flags of a bull.
Yeah, exactly.
Time to go.
And so they'll change the color of the buoys as just a visual indicator to the rowers that the end is in fact near.
Niskayuna crew coming through the line here. Probably pretty happy with that race. Started ahead, stayed ahead, maybe made up some ground.
Here comes Poughkeepsie. Those striped blades, very similar to the host team of Saratoga, but you'll notice these blades have just a solid flat stripe. Saratoga has a bit of a chevron stripe.
They do. They do. Poughkeepsie finishing with just a little bit of open water. ACA charging. That was bow 262. Augustine Classical Academy, the Hippos.
So we saw Shaker having a little bit of trouble with a couple of back-to-back diggers or crabs. But here they come. Built back up. 261 bow. Shaker Rowing Association.
It's all about that momentum, right? You want to keep a charging, a powerful, we're strong, we're confident momentum. And sometimes a crab can kind of throw you out of that. So one of the
sometimes
skills.
it can give you an adrenaline rush.
Yep.
Like, oh
one
my
of the
gosh.
skills of being a rower is, okay, how do I recover? Focus right in on the next stroke. Shaker doing a good job here through the last 15 strokes of finding some smooth momentum.
Comes Port Jefferson Rowing Club through the line. And still to come, we have Manhasset, Row New York, and Northwood.
Row New York out of Queens. I can see all three of them. Manhasset in that orange with still a little bit of lead on our final two boats in this event. But those final two boats, Row New York Queens and Northwood School, maybe duking it out a little bit or getting real close to it.
Yeah, Manhasset definitely has that psychological advantage being up, seeing these other crews make their moves. Trying to make it into that final this afternoon.
That's the dream.
Red buoys may indicate that the end is near, but 250 meters takes at
It's
least a
longer
full,
than you think.
almost a full minute, sometimes more. And so a minute can feel super long when you're
Yeah.
charging through the finish.
Yeah. Beautiful water here. Not enough chop to interrupt any sort of blade work, but there's Manhasset through the line. Bow seat calling her crew all the way.
And here comes that tight battle here. That's going to be Row New York, finishing about a length up over Northwood School.
And that will complete our freshman novice quads. next up, we have U15 coxed quads. So same number of athletes rowing, same number of oars rowing as that previous event, but we get to add in a little bit of coxswain, and we throw in an age restriction. So all of these athletes in this next race, race number 16, will be under the age of 15 in this calendar year. 4X plus means it is a sculling boat. It's got that X. There are 4 athletes with 8 sculling blades, and then a coxswain, someone doing a little bit of that directing, that steering. I see them coming into the last 500 here. You can see them on your screen. I'm guessing that bright red maybe is some Niskayuna for us. Looks like we are running a little bit behind schedule, but stay tuned. Hopefully we will catch right up in our lunch break. Nice efficient work from our dock masters and our starting line officials and all of the volunteers here at the New York State Rowing Championships, many of them parents, friends, and family of athletes rowing today. You can see our safety launch driver right there, ready, assisting with crossings here from the Saratoga shore. So boats that are launching on this side need to get over to that warm-up area. I am going to say that is a Niskayuna, about 272, with a stern-loaded coxed 4. You can see these athletes from Niskayuna here trying to work together. Press those legs down, swing that body, bring the arms in. They're doing very nicely. These are 14-year-old athletes at the oldest. We can see some searching for the finish line. We know we have maybe 15 strokes left. The coxswain sitting in the stern of that boat on your left-hand side can see the finish line. These rowers are facing backwards, so they rely on that coxswain to tell them where they are. Oh no, did we lose a hat?
The hat fell off.
Did we lose a hat?
But
well,
she recovered it beautifully.
Great race here. Girls U15, coxed quads. There's your Niskayuna entry.
They say the expression is hold on to your socks, hold on to your hats, whatever.
We did not hold on to our hat.
Well, kind of.
Well, we didn't have the choice. We had 2 oars in our hands.
Takes a lot of finesse to catch a falling hat.
I believe this is going to be 273.
Yep.
ACA.
Nice finish.
We've got some contact here between our next 2 entries. Maybe a Port Jefferson and a Saratoga. We will see. We will see. That's going to be 274. Port Jefferson Rowing Club sprinting to the line, sitting up nice and tall. Look at those athletes. Oh, I love rowing.
You're right, Megan. Here comes Saratoga, about 271 through the last 5 strokes.
They know those red buoys. They've been rowing through them all week at practice.
Here comes 276, bow number,
Burnt Hills. Coming up a little bit north to race here on Fish Creek at the New York State Championships. Coxswain's counting down those last strokes, hoping that they've estimated distance correctly and they count to 10 right when their crew crosses the line. This is, I believe, 275, Friends of Shenendehowa. Also a neighbor. And I've got 2 boats together for a race again.
Here comes 278 and 279.
Long
Next to each
Island
other.
Rowing Club. Just ahead of,
Saratoga.
I believe that is going to be a Saratoga. Good eye, Hannah. Good eye.
I know my chevrons.
We are sitting over here in this sunlight. Sunglasses on, sunglasses off, bow numbers on, bow numbers off.
You know, it's beautiful.
It's a perfect day for rowing.
It's quite difficult to see.
Here comes Manhasset.
Yep. Lots of joy here over on the shore. Parents, volunteers, friends, and families
I mean, you couldn't ask for a better
watching
day.
these athletes. I know. If you were a spectator, we say rowing isn't a great spectator sport because often you can't see much other than the last 10 strokes to the
And
finish line.
Rowers pride themselves on competing in any weather condition ever.
Yep. But
Despite
Man,
the
oh
comfort
man.
of our friends and family trying to
I'll
watch.
take a day like today if I'm a spectator. I'll grab an ice cream, maybe a slice of pizza. It's 10:30, lunchtime.
Sounds about right.
Here comes Manhasset through their last 10 strokes. Practicing those sprint strokes. Takes a lot to convince the body to empty the tank.
Right, because your body's taught
Your body
like
has
protect
evolved
itself.
to survive.
And we are
rowing,
here.
We're kind of pushing the boundaries here. Nice finish here, Manhasset.
Not to say that pushing ourselves isn't the most fun thing in the entire world, because it is. But it's a
It's a
learned
risky
skill.
move.
Yeah.
It's a risky move.
Yeah. Something that these athletes have practiced with their home crews over the last months during the winter season when often there's not much to do other than practice some grittiness, some mental toughness. I've got a 4.
I was going to say we were back to sweeping. Girls Novice 4. Should have Oyster Bay coming first based on our starting order. Looking for bow 284. I think that's it.
These are novice 4s, so athletes in their first season of rowing. I think that's one of the most fun things about rowing is that no matter when you start, there is a category for you. So for these high school athletes, if you start when you're a senior, you can race a novice 4. If you go to college
True.
and start rowing, you can race a novice 4. Just really cool to create a space where everyone can feel successful, everyone can have a competitive experience. And this is 284 Oyster Bay Community Rowing Girls Novice Coxed 4.
So the sweep boards are a bit longer, and it can feel like you're just kind of like pole vaulting down the
It's
course.
a lot. It's a lot.
Here comes 288 coming through the line, just trying to hold off contact there. So that's Cascadilla with the slight advantage through the line of this time trial. You can see they pushed each other to quite a big margin over the rest of the field. Niskuna or Emma Willard and Cascadilla.
Which is, I think, a lot of coaches' goal for these early morning races is just to execute a plan. We've gone through our strategy. What can we do when it's just us in the boat and we're not trying to make a move or not get moved on by another crew? Time trial, as you can see by this boat, is often a little bit of a lonely place. So it's a good place to stay internal, work on what you've worked on without the pressure of necessarily a lot of noise around you, whether it be coxswains' voices, the oars, other rowers yelling. This is our girls novice coxed 4. So as you can see, we have 4 athletes, 4 blades. We're sweeping out to each side, 2 port, 2 starboard, and then a coxswain who in this boat is tucked in. Oh, she stood up. She heard me. And there she goes back in. So you saw her. That was pretty cool. Saw her pop up, check the location of other crews, and then back down into that really aerodynamic position. Believe this is
287.
287 Buffalo Seminary.
Classic uni design with the stripe across the middle.
It is. It's like a vintage oldie but a goodie,
Mhm.
right? Like, hey, if it works and
Don't change it.
let's stick with it. I see a little bit of sprint coming. You see we've upped that rate. Short stroke might get a little shorter. Buffalo Seminary with maybe 15 strokes to the line. They're putting it together for a big sprint here. As you watch these last few time trial finals of the morning, check out our vendors. We've got food, we've got shirts, we've got everything in between.
Don't want to buy something? You could always give the gift of gratitude, thanks, and help to our volunteers.
Very true. They do a
They
lot.
make this regatta possible. Here comes 290. That's going to be Wappingers Crew Club. Coming through the line. Look at this water, Megan. Couldn't ask for a better morning.
It's a dream. It's a dream. Saratoga Springs, New York, everyone.
And
There's
289.
Yep, that's going to be Kellenberg Memorial High School through the line right there.
Holding
Well
strong.
done. So these crews are probably able, that's 291, Pelham Community Rowing Association, probably able to feel a little bit of the crews around them, the noise, the wake from the boats, but as you can see here, it's mostly just quiet. So taking advantage, this is Our Lady of Mercy High School crew out of Rochester, taking advantage of some solo strokes, so then when we get to go head-to-head this afternoon, we're ready. This is kind of a practice run. Obviously, you need to go quick enough to get yourself into the final. But often a little practice run for maybe a new strategy. Very exciting.
.293 Rhinebeck High School coming through their final strokes of this morning time trial. Very tough to go down the course, maybe without a single boat.
They probably
ever
have
around
been
them.
solo all 1,500, I would guess. So that's a good practice for not only the coxswain to kind of learn like what works to get my rowers up and out, moving together, but for the rowers to test some limits. How hard can I go when nobody notices my split differentials, nobody notices my pacing? It's all just about total time, start to finish. 293, this is Rhinebeck High School.
The 4 is a super challenging boat class as well because similar to an 8, everybody's got one oar, you've got the coxswain, but it's just moving a little bit slower, and so it's a little bit more unstable from the athlete perspective.
Yep.
And when a boat is unstable, it can actually be like super frustrating if you can't quite figure out that set. Oftentimes that's like the main focus of a novice crew is how in the world do
I
we get
just
our oars off
this
the water?
Tippy little boat.
It's so hard to balance. It requires the activation of so many muscles at once.
Here's 294 Warwick Crew.
Doing a pretty good job of getting those blades off the water. And then once you can do that, it almost feels like, oh, now I can
Then
focus
you
on
can
everything
haul
else.
on it, yeah.
When
Stage
oftentimes
one.
the reason a boat is offset is because of all those other reasons.
Yep.
Can be a little bit mystifying, the set of a 4.
You could write a whole thesis on the set of a 4. You could probably write many a thesis on the set of a 4.
I'll start a
Get writing.
weekly journal where I just write about how to set a boat. Ribbons and all coming through here. Let's see if we can get their bow number. 97 is going to be Bayshore High School. Still definitely a puff of a headwind here on Fish Creek this morning. Adding a little bit of extra challenge. Just more opportunities to take good strokes.
Yep.
The race is 30 seconds longer than normal. Just think of all those good strokes you can take.
You just get an extra, 20 good strokes.
You're welcome.
Bayshore
From
High
Fish
School
Creek.
here. Pushing through. It's really just a puff, but it is. It's there.
I see those ribbons. It
Um,
looks like more than a puff.
Well, they're moving so fast.
It's true. It's
So
exacerbated by the
headwind,
speed.
tricky. In a rowing boat, the headwind's going to slow things down a little bit, make it easier to find that connection.
True.
A tailwind's going to speed things up, but it's going to make it a little
Can feel
trickier. And
slippery.
Hannah, I see a double blazing their way into our
Good Lord.
novice coxed 4s.
Junior U17 double. Who was
It
that?
Was, I believe, Friends
Port
of Shen.
Jefferson?
I think it was Friends of Shen. I
Shen?
think it was 302.
They snuck up on us.
Well done, boys.
301.
It's going to be a Manhasset High School. I think it's kind of fun to be a leading crew in the next event and pass some boats.
Oh, yeah.
A little
I'm
cap
having
in your feather.
some major head racing flashbacks here.
There
It's
are
been
some
months,
head
but-
races here on Fish Creek where we start like the
Reverse order.
boys 5V quad right in front of our women's elite singles, who are probably going similar speeds. And 295 across the line here. There's Clarkston crew. And it's kind of fun to like go side by side with a boys 8 when you're in the single.
Right,
Like, what
because
a party.
different boat classes can kind of have similar standard times, and so sometimes we'll do practices where instead of duking it out between the 1V and the 2V girls 8s,
Yeah.
you'll have the 1V girls 8 duking it out with the boys, I don't know,
4 or something, right? Yeah.
right, straight 4 or something.
And we've got a race duking it out right now on Fish
303,
Creek.
304.
Port Jefferson, further away from the camera. Niskayuna
Oh my gosh.
walking.
This is so fun.
Ugh.
Each bow ball surging.
A little
good.
taste of what afternoon rowing's going to look
Good
like.
practice.
Niskayuna rowing, nice race. Caught up to Port Jefferson there. Port Jefferson probably felt a little fire under their butt. Had a good sprint here. These are our men's junior U17 doubles. That'll show up as 2X on your start list.
Here's bow 306. Fordham Prep coming through their last 250. Sitting up strong. Really nice acceleration here from both these athletes. You can see they cycle those hands around together. In the double, it's super important to match up because those little differences between you and your doubles partner really can impact the speed of the boat. So really
Yeah.
trying to become one here in the double.
These doubles, we've got probably half and half, pretty split between a club entry and a scholastic entry. So an entry.
We're all just rowing.
Some will be eligible for youth nationals. Some will be eligible for SRAAs.
Look out. We got another close finish coming through the line here. 305
305's Mohawk Homeschool.
and 308 of
And
ACA.
ACA. Those guys duel all the time. Capital District. And that is going to be Long Island Rowing Club. That looked like a fun race for all those guys.
We've said it a little bit this morning, but the time trial can be so tough if you've got
Yeah.
no one around you.
Yeah.
It can almost feel boredom is the wrong word.
Quiet.
Quiet.
Yeah.
It's obviously a high stakes situation.
We're here because we want to race, right? We're here
but
because
we need to
love
get
to go
seated,
side
so
by
we got to
side.
do the time
Yeah,
trial,
yeah.
and thus
Happens to all of us.
we got to figure out how to find the hype and the energy without having a
another
competitor
crew.
side by side.
Yeah. And especially if you get someone side by side, take advantage of that because you
Use
know
'em.
that everyone in your race is not going to have that.
Here comes Romare Rise double.
About
Looking
309
super smooth.
out of Ryan, New York. That's a club entry. And we've talked about this a little bit, but if you are just joining us, all of our events today will have club entries, scholastic entries, youth nationals eligible entries, and scholastic nationals eligible entries. And that'll depend on number one, where these crews are from. This is BOW 310, Pelham Community Rowing Association. Will depend on if all of the athletes in the crew are from the same school, if they are a composite crew of different schools but same club, and then kind of the goal of the coaches and of the programs. Do we want to go to Scholastic Nationals? Are we aiming to put out some really top, high-quality crews? Are we looking, is this more of a development year for us? Are we focused in on our novice programs, on our U16, U17 programs? So this is BOW 312, Friends of Port Rowing, grinding to the line, sitting up tall. We will see a lot of rowing math, as they say, happening this afternoon.
Look at that acceleration.
Well, a lot of rowing math happening this afternoon as coaches try to figure out what place their crews need to get to earn a bid to either youth nationals or SRAAs. This is about 314, Pittsford crew.
I was going to say, can you
Pittsford.
guess who that is based on the cheering?
You've
on
got a
shore?
human on this Saratoga shore. with a bold voice, and we love it. Well done, Pittsford.
I hope you heard him, because we did.
I did. All of your results will be found on a link that was mailed out, along with the live stream, the time trial start list and results, the streamlined schedule for the afternoon finals, and the results for this afternoon's finals. So the time trial start list and results will be on that email, a little bit different, not on Streamline, but we are a few events from our lunch break, and that means a few events from our afternoon finals racing.
Here comes McQuaid Jesuit through their last 20 strokes. Bow seat taking a peek over to see just how close that finish line is. Each of these athletes racing against the clock here, trying to empty the tank by the time you cross the finish line.
Right, so what's it's like racing against a clock versus racing against other crews, right? In the final, if we all take 10 minutes, you're just the first one to keep your bow ball ahead. Doesn't matter how slow we're all going. But in this, you have to put down the fastest time you can because you have no idea how fast anybody else raced. It's crazy.
Yeah, oftentimes we think of those as internal motivators when you don't have the distraction of another crew next to you pushing you. Here's 316, Northwood School. Here comes 315, Shaker Rowing Association, bucket hat for speed. Everybody knows it. Universal truth.
Hat of choice, Hannah.
For me?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think I would
Today.
Today?
This weather condition.
I think with a headwind, I prefer to have a hat
You'd go standard hat.
because it makes me feel like I'm more aerodynamic than
It
my
might
hair.
be. 318 Cascadilla Boat Club here, and then we've got a bow ball to bow ball. Woo!
I see bright green.
I believe that might be 319 ACAB.
And 317 Brighton Rowing Club's confusing me with the bright green visor.
Just for
We're
joy.
sharing
Bright
accent
green visor
colors.
for joy.
High vis always. Here comes 320, Row America Ride B's entry.
Really fun in these men's doubles because you're not totally sure like what combinations are being put out. These are junior U17 doubles. So all these athletes are either juniors or under the age of 17. Are these your top athletes? Are these your development athletes? Are these some athletes that you just want some more race time? We don't know over here. Your coaches know. You know. Parents,
We're just left
maybe
to
you
wonder.
know. I don't know how much you're clued into some lineups, but kind of fun to just see where everybody lands. The cool thing is that you're categorized by that age, not by any sort of experience. So
You could have gone to every youth nationals from
since you were
since you were 12. We don't know.
Or this could be your first race in a double.
Here comes 322, Long Island Rowing Club's C entry. Staying nice and horizontal here, shoving the hips, long arms.
Long Island Rowing Club is going to be mostly club entries. Looking for that youth nationals bid here on day one of the New York State Rowing Championships. This is the men's junior U17 doubles. Show up as 2X, two people. The X means they're sculling. They each have 2 oars.
Pushing it right through. Here comes the next boat right behind them.
Boat 323, Friends of Shenendehowa.
I was going to say, if I know that green boat, it's a
She's
classic
31.
calling card. Here comes 321, McQuaid Jesuit B entry. They got passed by a couple crews. Hanging tough regardless.
Over this beautiful flat water. Look at that clearance of the blades. Well done.
Here comes 326, Niskayuna B entry. Really nice, strong acceleration and body rock forward.
In those bright red unis, we know the red and black. Niskayuna. You can see here a little bit of water movement from the crews, from the safety launches, but really
Beautiful.
It's a nice
Come
day
on.
here. If you are on site or if you are joining us from afar and
It's
only have
basking
access to
weather.
this live stream, we're sending you some like cat curled up in the sunshine vibes.
Oh, yeah.
It's a beautiful day here.
That is quite the vibe.
Light blue, I think, was Port Jefferson. Here comes 325, Albany Rowing Center B.
That could have
Nice,
been a Pelham
strong.
community as well. We're watching for you.
No bow number. Who knows
Who
who
are
you
you?
are? Backwards cap. Looking around for the finish. We're looking around for your bow number.
I think that could be our Port Jeffersons. All results will be from that email link that your coaches were sent. The seeding into finals will be available on Streamline, so that's really the important part, is where you end up seated. That'll be on streamlinerowing.com. Go ahead and pick New York State.
Here comes
Rowing
Shen
championships.
C entry. Barreling through their last 10 strokes.
Shen
but
putting together.
watch
lots
out,
of
ACA is not
doubles
giving
here.
up without a fight here. These two crews using one another to kind of get that external motivation through the line. That was ACA's C entry just behind Shen. Holding strong. Panning back up. We'll look for our last couple of crews. Here comes ACA's D entry, bow number 330. Looks like that bow number may have lost its bottom attachment, so looking like it's gotten caught by the headwind as well. Could be a different hat as well. I can't tell from here.
We will see. We will see as they get close. I've got a couple doubles still out there, maybe 3 or 4. That was a very competitive boys junior U17 doubles. They also could be our next event is the boys varsity doubles, which will, from our view right now, show up looking like the same kind of boat, but capacity for any age athletes, any experience, often your fastest athletes in these varsity boats. And I do see a boat moving on this ACA crew. We will see if ACA can hold them off or if likely one of our early leaders from our boys varsity double will hunt down these final boats in the previous
looks
event.
like Oak Neck varsity double is barreling through. They're closing the gap every stroke. We'll see. Honestly, could be good motivation for ACA to try to hold him off.
Yeah. I've been walked through many a time, and if you can just make them take an extra second, make them take an extra stroke to get through you, it's good for both parties, right? But that is 3:30 and our leading Oak Neck boat. Excuse me, that's, I believe, our Oak Neck B boat. That might be a 3:35.
I think you're right. Wow,
Oak
what
Neck
a,
B
what
with
a race.
a very commanding time trial. There's ACA through the line there, finishing off our boys U17 junior doubles. I believe
so
this is
my guess
another
would be Oak Neck A.
Mm-hmm.
Really nice straight arm hang there, allowing the hips to shove.
Because your body weight is sitting in that boat, the more that you can hang on that handle, the more that you can press on the feet, the more body weight that you can kind of alleviate from your seat in the boat, the more
It's just physics.
push you
Yeah.
can get on that oar,
It's
and the
true.
faster you go.
Use what you've got.
Tracking down some bow numbers for you here. Maybe 337.
I think so. And 336.
Long Island Rowing Club leading Port Jefferson through the line there. We go back up, getting a clue on our next squad, which I believe will be Manhasset High School. I think I might know that orange. Your live stream commentators love a good distinct uni, a good distinct blade.
Yes, it's true. If your colors are navy blue,
It's chic. It's classy.
it's classy.
It's a little tricky.
but it's very difficult to tell who you are.
Here's Manhasset High School, about 339.
Really nice rhythm there from Manhasset, cycling the hands around.
They've got a school with great pride and a rich tradition, bringing that to the rowing sphere today.
These crews really trying to push for one of those top 6 times to get into the finals.
So what is getting top 6 do for me?
So here at the New York State Championships, we are kind of vying. This is the beginning of the postseason. We're vying for bids to a couple different national championships. If you're a Scholastic crew, you're eligible for the SRAA's national championship, which is for just Scholastic crews. And then there's the Youth Nationals Championship, which is a bit of a larger event because it includes club crews.
There's 340, Row America Rye,
So
and Hannah. I think
crews
it might
just
be
like
more
Row
than top
America Rye.
6. We've got 9, 10 lanes.
You're right.
We could go 9 or 10.
I'll
So
pull up
potentially some
We do have
bigger
9 lanes
finals
listed.
here. There's
me see.
3, I believe 43, maybe Oyster Bay. Can't see a great there.
I think you're right. 43.
I think some of these finals, we've got 9 lanes across, 10 lanes across. So get excited, crews. We are rowing 1500s here at the New York State Rowing Championships, so just under a mile distance for those of you new to the rowing world.
Oh no, this is 343.
I missed you, whoever you were there early. I apologize. I'll catch you at the final.
Really great back end rebound here from 343. That's our Oyster Bay community rowing. You can tell we've been doing our core circuits, and if not, you're
Really?
just blessed with naturally strong core. I don't know.
They're up in that rate. I love that. Go, boats, go. This is 342. That's going to be Canisius High School here in the boys varsity doubles. Often your top crews from a program here in our varsity events.
Good finish from Canisius there. Wow, look at this boat surging through a bit lower stroke rate. I can't tell who you are. Could have been an oak neck, but I don't know.
That was 345, Friends of Shen.
Here goes 346.
Friends of Port, I believe that. Bucket Hat and Bow.
Storyline for the ages.
It is.
A memoir
Title
title.
of my memoir.
Bucket Hat
Not
and
me.
Bow.
Title of Bowsuit's memoir.
Do you think bucket hats are more common in bow seat or stroke seat?
Oh, Bowseat vibe.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I feel like stroke seat gives a backwards hat.
Stroke Seat's got to bring a little bit,
It's a different kind of
a
swagger.
little bit different.
Here comes ACA over here on the right.
348 ACA. Yep.
Who is this over here on the right? 49, I think. So McQuaid Jesuit and ACA duking it out here. ACA is a little bit higher in rate.
You're right. That was McQuaid Jesuit just ahead of ACA from behind.
351 coming through next.
Row New York, Manhattan. I believe that was either 346 or 347, Friends of Port or Spackenkill. We're doing our best over here to give you some accurate bow numbers. It is such a beautiful day that
We're seeing
often
what
that
you're
bow
seeing.
number lighting is not in our best perspective.
Here
But
comes
I've got a sprint
353.
out of 353. Shaker Rowing Association with a heck of a sprint and an early one. I
Yeah,
saw them
really nice
10
back-end
strokes ago.
acceleration. Risking it for the biscuit.
Which
trying to
they
get
don't
into
know.
those
They've
top
probably been
finals.
alone so much of this race or passing people so much of this race. They don't know how fast the boats at the beginning of this event went.
Oftentimes, I'm going to make a claim. I'm going to say athletes with the most trust issues have the best time trials.
Because you don't trust that you're going fast enough.
You don't trust your competitors. You think
Yeah.
they could be going
Yeah.
so fast.
In a very positive way. You're distrustful.
yeah. In a way that makes you a better competitor.
Yeah.
Like if you're
I
too
think
trusting
that's not a
and,
bad
like,
point.
happy going, the
Too
time trial can be really
content.
hard.
Yeah.
You're like, we're doing enough. But what if
Are
we're not?
you? You don't know yet.
Here comes Oak Neck.
Yep, Oak Neck C. And that was Albany Rowing Center.
Got a little bit of a shift up in the order of some of these
Shaking it up.
crews.
Possible they started in unique orders. Possible that our men's double just has such a wide variety of speed, and these early time trials weren't totally seeded, that we're just, everybody's getting to play. You can see here that bow seat doing his job, looking for that finish line, following his stroke seat on the drive and on the recovery. The drive when those blades are in the water, when you're pushing really hard, and on the recovery when you're just trying to let the boat do the work, trying to just breathe. That's Newburgh Free Academy. We've got a race here. Coming to the finish line in 3 strokes. We'll try and get some bow numbers for you. Cascadilla just over Port Jefferson. That was Port Jefferson through the line there.
And thank you for the green. Here comes Shen. I don't need to squint into the sunlight today.
Friends of Shen B making their way here to the finish line.
Finishing out this boys varsity double. Got a few more crews. Here's 354 Clarkstown crew.
Pushing those legs together. Beautiful water here. Sun is out. Guns
Looks like
are out.
We've got maybe 3 more doubles on the course here to finish out this race before we switch back to the girls' events. Let's see if we can get those identified for you.
I think that's 360 perhaps, Long
Yep.
Island Rowing Club. Long Island Rowing Club here, making their way towards that black and white checkered finish line. And that was
Port
Port Jefferson.
That D entry. Here comes 352 Albany Rowing Center finishing strong. Barreling through this headwind.
Yeah,
Nice
orange.
acceleration. Heck yeah.
Excuse me. I think that was
Manhasset High School.
That orange and the bow number ending with a 2. Albany and Manhasset.
It's like it was destined to trip me up. Here comes the girls freshman U16 eights. This is a pretty small event, just 6 boats. Row America Rye coming through here. First bow number.
We do have half scholastic entries and half club entries. So half of these boats are made up with athletes from one school. Half of them are made up of club teams, which could be athletes from different schools. And Royal America Rye, Saratoga, City Honors, and Saratoga B will all be eligible for a Youth Nationals bid. But right here on your screen is that Royal America Rye A boat, bow 366, cruising along. Doing a really nice job of swinging back together, pushing those legs down. Just moving as one. That coxswain, who is also a freshman or a U16, having to have a little bit of authority over her boat, a little bit of the brains of the operation. I see that stroke rate come up. You guys can see they're working a little sharper, a little harder. Here comes Royal America Rye.
Really strong finishes here, accelerating through even as we get tired. Holding off the charging Saratoga Rowing Association behind them.
And charging they are.
But that's Rye New York across the line in this time trial of the New York State Championships. Here comes Saratoga now through your screen here. This is the girls' freshman U16-8. Stroked by Sophie, backed up by Caroline here. Stern pair leading this crew, and it'll be Kat across the line first.
That Saratoga crew knows those red buoys, knows this course.
We've got Rhinebeck High School following them up next. They're a good length back, so we can only
we don't
know
know
so much.
We don't know.
We're starting
hopping
margin.
in. 2 minutes left of the basketball game here. We know the score, but we really don't even know the score. All of these boats in the time trial will start 15 to 20 seconds apart. It's possible that like Royal America Rye and Saratoga started ahead of the field, and it took a little bit for Rhinebeck and St. Anthony's to hop into the course. So only our results will show us kind of what happened out there, and then really we'll get the full play-by-play when all these boats go side by side.
And we've got quite a lot of overlap here between Rhinebeck High School and St. Anthony's High School, two scholastic crews. Each coxswain trying to use that external motivation to their advantage. If you're a little bit slower, trying to hold that crew as long as you can. If you're a little bit faster, really trying to move through them. It's a game of inches, the sport of rowing, and inches very quickly mount to seats, and seats mount to lengths of open. So these coxswains trying to use that momentum of the crews beside them to motivate the athletes to go just a little bit harder, push a little bit harder on the legs, open the hips a little bit more on the second half of the drive. But it's 368 and 370, excuse me.
That's going to be Rhinebeck High School and City Honors. City Honors making a big move here, trying to get that top 3 spot.
But it looks like Rhinebeck is pretty stubborn here. They're not letting another inch
Get stubborn, Rhinebeck.
to City Honors High School.
And just like that, it's a fight to the finish line, even in a time trial. That's good stuff for a time trial.
That's pretty nice
Excited
racing.
to see what happens this afternoon.
And here comes Saratoga B. Once again, Lucy with that pink visor. Hometown hero coming through, leading this boat. A lot of this boat actually raced already in the U17-8, that B entry.
I believe it.
So they've already got 1 race under their belts. Now we've got 2. More and more racing experience, just trying to figure out what we can do. Here comes...
I think we're searching into our 4s now.
So we may have lost our St. Anthony's entry there in the girls' freshman U16-8, as in a scratch. We didn't actually lose them. Don't be.
And if they're out there,
worried.
we'll find them.
But we've got Rye, Port, Warwick, Buffalo Seminary, City Island, Saratoga, Royal America Rye B, and Port B, all of which are eligible for Youth Nationals should they come with a qualifying finish in this afternoon's finals.
I think this could be Row America Rye leading the charge down the course in this women's straight four. No coxswain, just the athletes.
Yeah, it looks like a 375 bound number, so I think you're right.
So 4 athletes. We are sweeping. You'll notice 4 oars.
How does this work?
Woo!
Isn't the coxswain important?
You know what? It is tricky, but it does work. Your athletes are totally responsible for all of the steering, all of the race strategy, all of the internal motivation, all of the external motivation. Often each seat is delineated role, so stroke seat's going to set that rhythm. She often has a little GPS computer that tells her how fast they're going, their stroke rates. Bow seat's going to often be in charge of steering or of calling. Sometimes you give some of that calling brain power to 2 seat, 3 seat. We often call a princess seat because you just get to sit there and pull hard.
And follow. Ideally, you're really matching with that stroke
backing
seat.
your stroke seat up.
Like
but really great
hype
job
man.
from that Row America Rye 4. We can tell you're all upholding those roles in those boats really well.
And here comes Friends of Port rowing. Really nice back end acceleration here as they bring that stroke rate up. Trying to increase the dynamic accelerating drive here. While doing it together, right? We want to empty the tank, but we don't want to empty it differently from our teammates. We want to empty it in the same way at the same time.
And especially in a boat where you don't have a coxswain automatically making those moves, sometimes you got to rely on trusting your teammates, on knowing that we've talked about this race plan. We're going to execute it together.
Yeah, it takes a lot of buy-in, a lot of trust.
Yeah. Straight 4 is one of my favorite boats, though.
It's so fun.
When you row it well. Perhaps a little bit of a race developing back here.
That's 378. That's going to be Buffalo Seminary, our only scholastic entry here in this girls' straight 4 mix. And 377 is Warwick Crew. Holding tough, searching for that finish line here as they go through these red buoys. Sometimes we just have to resort to counting in these last few strokes.
1, 2,
we know it's only going to be 30 strokes total.
Again.
Maybe we just count to 3 10 times. Maybe we count to 7 4.5 times. Whatever the number is, getting through it, knowing it will in fact end at some point.
It's going to happen.
And there's Warwick across the line. So we've got a few boats left. We have City Island, Saratoga, Rye B, and Port B still to come. Here comes City Island in the routine pink uni. It's a girls-only program serving the girls of the New York City area. Club team really empowering young women and girls. Laying down a really strong rhythm here, but watch out for Saratoga surging. They're about to come into your frame here because they have contact. Saratoga Rowing Association straight 4.
I think they're going to bite
Bowed
out
by
just
Olivia
a smidge
Lill.
of contact.
Olivia Lill wants contact. And they got it.
And that was fun. We've got at
Still
least
have-
one more crew still on the course, perhaps 2.
Should have Port B and Rye B. Because I don't think we've seen them.
I don't think so either.
But scratches are possible.
We keep things as updated as we can for you over here on the Saratoga Shore at the live stream commentary tent. As we head very closely into our lunch break, our next races, let's take a look. I believe we will see you after lunch here on Saturday at the New York State Rowing Championships at 11:57 for our girls varsity quads final. So a ton of fun afternoon racing, some side-by-side, why we're all here, some bids to Scholastic Nationals, some bids to Youth Nationals, some great development racing. We got it all.
We got medals too here.
We do? Not right
hard-
here.
Not
They're over there.
The commentators do not have your medals.
Do
Please
not come looking
do not
for the
come
medals
looking for
at the
them.
commentators. But you can grab them at the registration tent. Those will start to be awarded right around noon this afternoon.
So I only see one more floor here on the course, Megan. May have had a scratch.
Lots of reasons for it. Potential.
And if you're looking for results, check your emails. You should have been either emailed from Christy Wagner directly or forwarded from your program. The link, it's a Google Sheet spreadsheet. It's called New York State's or NYS High School Champs 2024 Time Trials Start List and Results. And there you can find the results of all the time trials from this morning under the tab called SAT AM Time Trials Results.
Got our final boat of the morning crossing the line. I believe that was Friends of Port there. And I'm going to say, with the launches that are coming in, that I do believe that concludes our morning. We will all see you back here for some afternoon's finals racing. Enjoy lunch.
Welcome back to the New York State Rowing Championships 2024 here in Saratoga Springs, New York. I'm Hannah, and I'm here with my co-commentator Megan, and we're going to bring you live coverage of each of these finals throughout the afternoon. Thank you for all joining us here. We have the girls' varsity quad final 1 underway. We've got 10 boats across here in Saratoga for this 1500. Oak Neck Rowing Academy over there on the left-hand side. Then Row New York in lane 8, Albany Rowing Center in lane 7, Friends of Shenandoah in lane 6, Niskayuna in lane 5, Mohawk Homeschool in lane 4, Cascadilla Boat Club in lane 3, and Row America Rye in lane 2 with Fayetteville Manlius in lane 0. Look at this race.
We're back. And so, Hannah, these athletes are seated in lanes based on their performance from the morning time trial, with the fastest seated crew being closest to the camera here out of lane 9. And then your descending crews in order of their speed from this morning's time trial. So our early leader there out of lane 9, like we would, I would say, expect to see, but expect the unexpected today at the Saratoga Springs, New York State Championships. But that is Oak Neck out of lane 9 with an early lead. This is the girls' varsity quad. So 4 athletes, 4 oars. That's what the X means on your screen. The X says that it is a sculling boat. So we've got those 2 little oars. We see out of lane 8, Row New York out of Queens there. And then it looks like Albany Rowing Center, Friends of Shen, and Niskayuna slightly off those top 2 pack, but Mohawk Homeschool and Cascadilla Boat Club there trying to hang in the fight there, I believe, is that first 1,000.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be a really competitive race. So this will serve as a qualifier for just the Youth Nationals Championship. That's going to be down in Sarasota in about just under a month's time. It's the weekend of June 9th. So these athletes trying to gear for that spot, but it's only top 1 go on. Oh, to Scholastics. Let's see if top 3 probably for top 2. Top 2 in the Youth Nats.
We will gather some clarity on our qualifying positions here, but for these athletes, it's really just get to the line as quick as they can. Perform the best they can. We see those red buoys. The change from the yellow and white to the red buoys means you're in that last 250. That, I think, is Row America Rye on the right-hand side of your screen. We've got Mohawk Homeschool in the blue, Cascadilla Boat Club in that back black with the white stripe.
Mohawk Homeschool, first homeschool rowing program in the entire country, not just New York, but the whole country. Laying it down here. Super competitive race for Mohawk. Start to this point. They've got about 15 strokes left, and everybody's got contact, Megan. What a race.
This is a really cool. We're looking at a little bit of a skewed perspective from this camera here, but Row America Rye out of lane 9 looking to have the lead here.
Oak Neck.
Sorry, yes, excuse me. Oak Neck with the lead. Row New York Queens in second. Albany Rowing Center trying to hold off a charging Mohawk. Row New York holding off Albany Rowing Center. Yep.
Wow, that was so close.
Looks like we had Oak Neck, Row New York Queens, Albany, Mohawk, Friends of Shen, Niskayuna. I believe that's going to be Fayetteville Manlius and Row America Rye. But hey, that's a final one.
Yep.
There's
Spicy.
Fayetteville Manlius coming through the line here.
Hard-fought race across that entire 10-boat field. We'll get ready to bring it back up to the start line shortly for the girls' second varsity quad final 1. So we'll start with kind of how the bids work for the Scholastic side of things. So the SRA Championship, it depends on the different events. Unfortunately, there's no second varsity quad at SRAs. So these athletes here just racing for the state championship glory. We've got Oak Neck here in front of us, Oak Neck A that is. Then Row New York is just behind, because watch out, we've got Oak Neck B in lane 7. These two Oak Neck crews, very familiar foes, you could say. And then just trailing behind them is Niskayuna A's girls 2v quad. But as these athletes get underway, just looking at the whole program and the kind of status of the afternoon racing, it depends on the event. For SRAs, there's different quotas for each boat. And so for the girls varsity quad that we just saw, it's just the top scholastic program that will get that bid to SRAs, which was Niskayuna in that race, as the rest of the crews were behind. Actually, we'll have to look at the Shen versus Niskayuna, but most of those crews in the first final were club programs, which brings us to the Youth Nats qualification. Again, it depends on the boat class, so we're trying to get that up for you so we can get the best kind of what does this mean interpretation. Obviously, we'll bring you the race as it unfolds. But again, the story continues to be Oak Neck, both first and second place positions here. You can see Oak Neck A on the left-hand side of your screen, Oak Neck B right there in the middle in that red boat. Trailing is Row New York, program founded in 2002, empowering athletes from the New York City area, regardless of background. And then following in this field of second varsity girls quads is Niskayuna. Still definitely have a bit of a headwind here. You can see these athletes slicing right through it. Can make the rowing feel just a little bit heavier from the athlete perspective. So it's like if you're
the water's just a little bit thicker.
Water feels just a little bit thicker. It's like running through molasses, whatever you want to call it. But these athletes definitely can feel the weather condition interacting with them as they're racing. It might actually change their technical focus or just the way they go about their race plan. And so sometimes when it's heavy, we want to emphasize, maybe we want to use the strongest muscles we have. So that'll involve, as you can see, Oak Neck here, using the legs, then the body swing. Kind of a sequence of events as opposed to using every muscle all at once.
Yep.
You want to use the strongest muscles we have and have those smaller muscles be more acting like stabilizers in that sense.
Let
so
the
that
big
the
ones
legs
do the money work and the little ones
shine.
add in that change.
Yeah. And look at Oak Neck A really separating here through that last 500. We're now 500 to go. That middle 500 really a strength here for Oak Neck A as they were able to push away from this field of second girls varsity quads.
Really cool shot from our drone footage here. We're lucky to have some awesome video programming in addition to our commentating, our referees, our results page, all of our officials. We've got quite a team here that it takes to run New York States, and we are very grateful for it. But there we have in this 4-boat race, commanding lead Oak Neck B sitting there in the silver medal position. Row New York Queens with Niskayuna off the pack in this 2V quad. That'll show up as 2V4X on your start list. That means that this is the second boat in the quad category for each of these teams.
Gosh, Megan, what a beautiful day here for some good racing, especially here in the girls' quad. No coxswain, these athletes just unifying together. A bit of mind melding here through the last 5 strokes as they pick it up together. Maybe bow seat or two-seat making the calls.
Very nice. There's Oak Neck A through the line. First place at New York States in the girls' 2V quad.
Here comes Row New York through the line. And rounding out this second varsity girls quad is Niskiuna. Iconic 3-seat back at it again with the bright red hair.
We're searching for that finish line. We know it's close. All of our athletes this afternoon are racing 1,500 meters, so just under a mile for those of you track stars. 1,500 meters here on Fish Creek. Those black and white checkered buoys will be your finish line. There is a set of giant red buoys just after the finish line. But athletes, your race is timed at that black and white checkered.
So according to our sheet, it looks like the girls' second varsity quad is in fact an event at Youth Nationals down in Sarasota next month. And so those top 3 finishers of Oak Neck A, Oak Neck B, and Row New York putting out potential bids there. Obviously can accept or deny, but putting it in the work to get that top 3 finish.
On the course now, there's the view from our start line. This is the boys varsity single petite final. So this will be athletes in the second final. Starting from lane 9, which will be closest to the camera once we get our media launch, will be Augustine Classical, Albany Rowing Center, Long Island, Burnt Hills, Friends of Shen, Brighton Rowing, Row America Rye, Cascadilla, and Friends of Port.
Great shot of overhead of the top end of Fish Creek. So if you are a year-round rower, you may have been here before for the Head of the Fish Regatta.
And Hannah, I'm just going to interrupt you. I just introduced the boys varsity singles.
Oh no,
These
we're
are
on
still our girls junior
junior
quads. I was too excited.
That's all right.
So pardon me, those were the teams for our girls junior U17 quads we've got on the course.
And we've got a pretty surprising amount of separation already here, just about to cross that first 500. Here's a look at lane 8 Albany Rowing Center duking it out with lane 7 Long Island Rowing Club.
So because these finals are seeded from the morning, you often are next to someone who pulled a very comparable time in the morning. Now we know that endurance and recovery and fitness and skills has a lot to do with how you race in the morning versus the afternoon. But hypothetically, we've given all of these crews a really nice chance to shine, and shine does ACA. The Hippos from just south of Saratoga Springs out there with an early lead, looking really long, looking very composed, this quad. I know they're shoving those legs, giving it all they've got, but they look very, very long. This U17 quad, so the designation, not the junior quad, but the girls U17 quad is a Youth Nationals event. I believe we only have 2 Youth Nationals eligible boats, and that's Row America Rye and Albany Rowing Center. So we'll see how this all plays out. But your early leaders, ACA, Albany Rowing Center with almost bow to stern on Long Island Rowing Club. Long Island hugging that buoy line right next to Albany Rowing. That beautiful orange of Albany Rowing Center. This is the girls' junior U17 quads. So all of these athletes are juniors or under the age of 17 in this calendar year. They've each got 2 oars, and they are doing all of the coxing themselves. So you'll notice there's no little small steering brain in the boat. These athletes are doing it all on their own.
Takes a lot of training to get that self-sufficient, Megan.
It does.
ACA really pushing here, nice and long.
Love the fun braids, fun buns, fun visors. We often say that, you know, you've done the work's going to put out your best race, but I think you look good, you feel good too.
Oh, absolutely. In some programs, you're not allowed to wear your team like uni or race gear
Until
on any day other than race day,
Yeah.
so that it feels special when you
so
put
that
it
you
on.
earn it a little bit. But there's ACA through that last 500. We can see them at the finish line. They're going to try and continue to open up this margin. Back to Albany Rowing Center, who has extended a bit of a lead on that Long Island Rowing Club boat.
So ACA is a scholastic entry here. Everybody goes to ACA and comes here to row after school every day.
Every
Pretty cool.
day. So currently we have ACA sitting in that lead spot. So there is one available scholastic bid here in this event. And we only have 2 Youth Nationals eligible crews. So likely they will fill those spots. Those would be Albany Rowing Center and Row America Rye. But your scholastic leaders holding strong here. They are about to cross into those red buoys, which means time to go. Turn it up. Albany taking a push here. I saw that
love
rate
this.
pop.
I love this angle so much. You can just really appreciate the timing of each blade. You can see how fast the boats are surging across the water. They're coming into the last 20 strokes. What are they thinking?
Woo, I am thinking up, go, simple, clean. Just trying to increase speed as much as we can here. ACA is going to hold not quite open water, maybe. Looks like they are. They're going to hold on to that open water.
They're
ACA.
extending.
ACA is going to be your New York State champions in the girls junior U17 quad, and they are going to earn that scholastic bid. And it does look like Albany Rowing Center will earn your Youth Nationals bid.
And here comes Long Island through the line for 3rd, with Burnt Hills for 4th, holding those seedings from the time trial of this morning.
And those 4 crews seem to have pushed each other pretty aggressively, as well as these final 5 crews. Looks like,
Yeah, watch out for the upset.
I think Brighton Rowing Club's going to try and sneak past their seed, as well as maybe Cascadilla.
I think you're right. And then here comes Shen. Over there is going to be Port, Friends of Port Rowing. And Row America Rye will finish out the field.
That was your girls U17 quads. Final one. We'll try and keep you updated on some results here on screen, but everything will be available on streamlinerowing.com. Results under New York State High School Championships 2024. We already have the girls varsity quads and the girls 2V quads. The girls varsity quad is a scholastic and a youth nationals event. So those results will be very exciting for those qualifying teams. But next up on the course, here we go.
This is, in fact, the boys' varsity single petite final. So we've got 10 boats across Manhasset over there on the far right at the moment. It'll be the shore closest to the Saratoga Boathouse. Cascadilla B in lane 8, Shaker Rowing Associations in lane 7, Niskayuna Rowing lane 6, Augustin Classical Academy in lane 5, Pittsford Crew in lane 4, Shaker Rowing B in lane 3, St. Joseph's Collegiate in lane 2, and McQuaid Jesuit in lane 1.
So these are your athletes 10 through 18 from that time trial earlier this morning. Now, in the single, because it's just you, race strategies I think probably will vary a little bit differently than in a big team boat. The boat's speed can also change more drastically, so your positioning can be jockeyed a little bit quicker. Obviously, in an 8, it takes a few strokes to move on somebody. In a single, you could move in just 1 or 2. And that, I believe, is going to be lane 7 out to an early lead. At least on the field we can see. That's Shaker. It looks like we've got Manhasset here on the inside. We can see their wake.
I was going to say, you can see those puddles. So in the single, and maybe honestly the single alone, is I think where the wake can be the most disruptive.
Yeah, you've got the tiniest little boat.
So if this athlete out of Manhasset can get a big enough lead, that crew over there from Shaker might actually be able to feel it, and it might shake his rhythm a little bit.
Shaker trying not to be shooked.
Shaken, not stirred. But ideally in rowing, neither.
Ideally, we stay nice and calm.
But look at this powwow. So much contact. Everybody's got someone pushing on them.
2 Shaker boats, an ACA boat, a McQuaid Jesuit out there on the outside, but Manhasset trying to control the field. He can see everyone.
Yeah, watch out for that crew over there in the blue. Shaker B.
Really nice rowing here. You can see he grasps the water, pushes the legs, and swings the body.
And I think these finals are going to be the most interesting, Megan.
Yeah.
The singles this weekend, because the time trial in the single is especially
such a different
lonely.
game. Such a different
it's
game.
Such a head game and a mind game, whatever it is. And so it's interesting to see which of these single scullers thrives off of the side-by-side a little bit more.
There are some people that do really well internally motivating, and there are some people that thrive a little bit more on that external motivation. So up to these afternoon finals, can I hold my time trial position? Can I build on my time trial position? Manhasset he knows he threw down the fastest time of the morning, right?
Right.
So he
might have inferred from his placement in lane 9, but he might not have been told. We don't know.
Out of lane 9, he can see the whole field. He's got a little bit more control in rowing. We go backwards, obviously, as you're watching this live stream. And so those who are out in front actually get to see the people they're beating, which is so unusual in sport, right? Running, swimming, cycling, all of these endurance sports. You don't get to watch the competitors that you're beating. And
if
so
anything, it's scary to have a target on your back in most other sports because you don't
know how far back they are.
Like anyone coming at you.
Whereas this Manhasset backwards cap can watch this Shaker athlete on the outside and the rest of the field and know, okay,
pretty far over there.
If he makes a move, I gotta respond.
True. And also worth noting, this Manhasset athlete was 0.7 seconds away from being in that final one, that grand final. So if someone did tell him the times, probably has a bit of a chip on his shoulder
ready
here
to go
prove,
in.
Maybe even try to throw down a similar time. Obviously, conditions can change slightly from race to race, but with the Petite and the grand final back-to-back, Manhasset and honestly the Shaker B putting down some really impressive times here. And Megan, I don't know who's going to get this third place. We have Manhasset with the clear lead. You have Shaker B close second. And then I would say it's going to be Shaker A, who's currently sitting in third, but only by about half a length on the next competitors.
And Hannah,
from
the sprint and a
Cascadilla.
Single can vary.
Oh my gosh.
Like, I want to see what these guys have.
It's not even about execution. Sometimes it's literally just about belief. If an athlete in the single can believe that they're going to come out on top, oftentimes it's that athlete who can truly just turn it around, change the speed, change the momentum. And watch out that athlete from Shaker A, lane 7.
He's
trying to hold off Cascadilla.
That whole race.
Manhasset holding that lead.
Manhasset, Shaker B on the outside. Moving. And then
look at that stroke rate. Oh my gosh.
We're up.
But he's still down half a length.
I can see all the boats right now. One field of vision. This is awesome. We love singles rowing. I think Shaker is moving on that outside.
Race.
Manhasset's got to stay in control, stay calm, know that you put together a lot through the first half of this race.
But Shaker B is moving. Lane 3, Shaker wants it. We'll see who has the better last kick.
I would say even Shaker A and ACA.
But watch out for Cascadilla as well. And these athletes for first and second are so many lanes apart. 6 lanes apart.
Yeah.
They have to fully turn, might lose their rhythm, but it's going to be Manhasset for gold.
Led the whole way.
Here comes Shaker B for the silver. And it's bow ball to bow ball. Shaker A just over Cascadilla for the bronze. There's ACA. Here comes Niski Yuna for 6th.
It's going to be our Pittsford crew athlete here.
And on the outside, looks like McQuaid Jesuit.
Rounding
And
out that petite final, St. Joseph's. That was some
a
fun
great
rowing,
race.
some gutsy rowing by those early leaders.
We'll head back up to the start for the next race, which is the boys varsity single grand final.
Grand final. So forgive us while we gather all of our information. This is a SRAA and a Youth Nats event. So we will be looking to qualify in the...
So Albany Rowing Center over on the far right of our screen is Youth Nats eligible. If they come in top 3, that will earn them a bid. They are not eligible for SRAs. But then we have Oak Neck Rowing Academy, similar story. Fordham Prep
is a Scholastic boat.
Thank you. And then Port Jefferson is going to be a club boat. The unaffiliated Gordon Gruber is going to be a Youth Nats eligible. Same Port Jefferson across the program is going to just be club eligible. Cascadilla is eligible for both SRAs and Youth Nationals. They're off with their starting sequence here. So starting sequence in the single, the boat can change speed very quickly. It's got the least mass, and so you can kind of change that momentum on a dime. And so you'll often see the singles hitting their peak speed, sometimes on like the 5th, 6th, or 7th stroke, whereas in the bigger boats, it might take a full 10 strokes to hit that slowest speed, the fastest split. And so sometimes you might even see singles doing a different starting sequence.
Yeah.
So Megan, if you talk to anyone who's ever rowed in like an 8, even a 4, their starting sequence is something like 3/4 slide, half slide.
No, Hannah. Say it how your coxswain would say it. 3/4.
Well, now they
half,
say something
half,
different.
3/4.
I know, but now they say things like pry. And
some more
hit
helpful
and
terms.
emotional
But
cues.
anyway, yes, we're using some real
But
short
in the
strokes.
single, you can honestly take a 3/4 slide stroke, maybe a half slide stroke, and then just build
And
at
then
full,
get right to
full
it.
slide. Because the idea of those shorter strokes is just to take more strokes in the short amount of time.
Yeah.
Get the boat moving with the strongest muscles.
So this is our final. We will have 2 qualifiers, your top 2 Scholastic entries for SRAAs, and you will have your top, I believe, top 3. Yes, top 3 will go to Youth Nationals. So big event, a lot of money on the line, a lot of excitement on the line for these athletes to go to one of these national championships in the single is a huge notch on the resume. Some of these athletes might be going to college. They might be looking forward to another season with their high school or their club team. But either way, 9 boats on the course, 2 top Scholastic to qualify to SRAs, and top 3 to go to Youth Nats. We see our early leader out of lane 8, it looks like, Oakneck Rowing Academy A. That's lane 6 right there. That's going to be Port Jefferson. Lane 7, Fordham Prep. They're just deciding kind of what this middle base pace is going to look like throughout the center of the race.
It's a
What's
Port
my
Jefferson
floor?
party over there.
It's a Port Jefferson party.
A lot of blue.
Love it.
And Megan, looking at the results from the time trial, and again, some athletes are better at the side-by-side racing. Some athletes may have held a few tricks up their sleeve. We don't know. But we do know that Albany Rowing Center had the fastest time by almost 10 seconds.
Wow.
This morning.
Wow. And they're looking to hold that. Look at them over there. Knowing that this, I believe that's a Port Jefferson. Oakneck is currently in the lead. Albany Rowing Center maybe put together a huge race this morning, gave themselves a really solid lane. But it's all still open here. So much can change in the second half of a race in the single. There are physical elements, mental elements. We see really nice, clean rowing out of the finish here from this. I believe this is going to be our Gordon Gruber boat.
I think so. Lane 5. Looks about right.
There's your Fordham Prep and your Port Jefferson. Looking to vie for those medals to go to Youth Nats. Your only Scholastic boats in this event are Fordham Prep and Cascadilla, I believe.
And I think Cascadilla is eligible
Also
for both.
eligible for Youth Nats. Yep. I believe all boats here will be eligible for Youth Nats as well.
These athletes trying to pick up the pace here as we come into the last 400 meters of the race. Some athletes, this is where you, quote, go early.
Yeah.
And start sprinting a little bit
A little bit like a shock factor, right?
Right.
I can hold my sprint
everybody
longer than
starts going at 2:50 to go. Those red buoys, not the most original place to start your sprint. But it'll be interesting to see who has the better set of kicks here as they kick up the stroke rate,
It does
push
look
the
like
legs.
for Port Jefferson and Gordon might be edging a little bit ahead of that Fordham boat.
Oh, a little digger there from the middle.
Our
Port
middle guy is going to
Jefferson.
be Port Jefferson, yeah.
A little issue with the buoy line here.
Adrenaline's a big thing. Ride on it. Use it.
Stay away from those buoys unless that focuses you in some way.
It does look like our Oakneck boat is going to be our leader here into our last 15 strokes. That yellow boat, Oakneck Uni.
Really nice straight arm hang from Oakneck. You can see they're just suspending their body weight with the shove of the hips and then accelerating
Look
the
at
boat with the
him go.
legs. Bringing up the stroke rate here. Pretty decisive lead
5 strokes
here.
to your New York State champion, Oakneck. Decisive
And
win.
look at this move, Megan. Fordham Prep.
Fordham
and
heard us and said,
Gordon
I'm going to go
Gruber.
now.
Fordham Prep made a huge push in the last 15 strokes of this race to secure the silver.
Wow.
Bronze going to Gordon Gruber, unaffiliated, and finishing in 4th is the
Port Jefferson.
Port Jefferson A entry. Here is a tight finish.
Woo! I
Wow.
believe that's going to be Cascadilla just over the Port
D.
Jefferson's D and B.
And there's the last Port Jefferson C. And here comes Albany Rowing Center to finish strong.
So with
What a
all
race.
boats eligible for Youth Nationals there, 1, 2, 3 is 1, 2, 3. That's who gets to go. With Oakneck, most commanding win of this afternoon so far. Very nice job. Next up, we'll have our boys pairs. So this is a 2-oared race, just like the previous one, but now you get 2 athletes. Each athlete gets 1 oar.
A friend.
This is back to sweeping. You've got a pair partner. You've got a buddy. Let's take a look at Everyone in this will be Youth Nationals eligible. And our club entries will be Friends of Port, West Side, Oyster Bay, and Friends of Port B, with everyone else a Scholastic entry. The Scholastic allotment here, I don't believe there is the pair at Scholastics. So there you go. We are fighting for some Youth Nationals bids in this final one. You can see that headwind's getting a little bit tricky up at the start. The pair is one of the tougher boats to steer.
It looks like we got a little bit of a crosswind.
Yeah,
Blowing
pushing us
athletes
over.
to the port side. For anyone who was here at the invite, we had a little bit of a crosswind 2 weeks ago. Very important to anticipate the wind pushing you around and just keep on tapping. Otherwise you get caught in a little bit of an embarrassing
So there we go. We've
situation.
started. We're going to hope we can adjust. There we go.
Nice.
As we make our way down, we'll go closest to the camera as soon as we hop on our media launch. Will be Canisius B, then Canisius A, then Friends of Port, Friends of Shen, Oyster Bay, West Side Rowing, Friends of Port B, St. Joe's, and ACA B. Full 9 lanes, men's varsity pairs.
Megan, a little bit of a Heartbreak City storyline here.
Tell me about it.
ACA's B entry
Yep.
eked out the A entry in the time trial by 1.8 seconds.
Crazy.
So if you're wondering, where's ACA?
They're 1.8 seconds back. It's tricky stuff. Rowing
tricky
is
stuff.
hard. Rowing is there's a lot of unknowns until you get those results, and it's not always easy. But hopefully, you know, if you've been upset today, whether it's by your B boat or by someone else, you come back with a little vengeance.
There's nothing like losing by
Just
tiny
that
margin
much.
to
Yeah.
get you motivated for the next thing
Yep.
to come.
Yep.
We've got quite a bit of separation already from those outside lanes. They had pretty impressive times in the time trial, these Canisius pairs. Canisius B in lane 9 and Canisius A in lane 8. And then a pretty tight pack here for the next group. Those two Canisius pairs have broken open water, if not approaching a length of open water on the field. But then Port, Shen, Oyster Bay, West Side, Port B, St. Joseph's, and ACAB all pretty tight, trying to kind of test each other's hand as we go into the last 1,000 of this 1,500 meter race.
And this is a Youth Nationals qualifier, so top 3. So while we do have 2 early leaders, the fight for third is so important right here. So important. We see some steering over here on the right side of our screen. Obviously, best if you don't race in someone else's wake.
But it does look like that's Shen in their appropriate lane. So Oyster Bay trying to get back into their lane.
They're doing it. They're doing it.
And if anything, sometimes when when the stakes are high, sometimes having a crazy distraction, like another crew coming into your lane or a
shakes
slight
just
digger,
enough of the stress off.
you're
right?
like, oh, I just have to be in the moment right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. Here's Canisius A. Looking strong. Check out that catch. The hip drive together. Very nice.
Part of the Whoop gang. You see the white Whoop gang?
There's lane
know?
7, Friends of Port. We can see Friends of Shen, Oyster Bay. There's our other Friends of Port with just a singular bucket hat in that boat. We got doubles here in this Port boat.
Maintain your individuality, stroke seat of lane 3.
Can see that bow ball surging here in this lane 7 Port. You want that.
Shen seems to be on the move here. They've
Yeah,
taken
you think?
inches every one of those strokes.
Oh,
that
look
we
at that
just
fight
saw.
for third, Hannah. Look at that fight for third.
I mean, look at this. I mean, the lead for second is still open water, but
it's very true.
the pair, similar to the single, the speed can change very quickly.
On a dime.
And they're also super finicky. If one of these crews has just like 1 or 2 strokes of steering issues, you can snag one of those buoys. It can be disaster.
It's not over till it's over. You stay every stroke in the fight, and looks like this play for, I'm going to say even second. I think second is not totally door closed yet.
Look at this race over here on the right side of our screen. Again, everybody dealing with these conditions, everybody having some steering issues. We've got blades almost hitting the bow. Ooh, between ACA and St. Joe's.
Pairs are tricky. I see you.
So the steering is, some people think more about power. Oftentimes it's actually most about the timing of the blade entry. So
yeah.
you can see the stroke seat of this ACA crew maybe just like a millisecond earlier than the bow seat. And I think that's why they're maybe having that steering issue. But each of these boats, I would hope maybe has the steering attached to the foot so they have some more control.
Know.
Maybe
I feel
not.
like a lot of them wouldn't have steering, but you come tell us.
Really awesome racing here.
This is fun.
So in this little pack, we've got Oyster Bay,
St. Joe's
leading the this pack of 5. ACA pushing strong, still having some steering issues, trying to give them a fair race. Those referees are trailing right behind them, communicating.
But we are in the last 10 strokes. I've got Canisius B, open water, maybe a full boat length here. Really solid, really strong. I see bow seat taking just a look here. Am I about to be a New York State champion?
Megan, they look so strong.
Sir,
even here in these last 10 strokes, it takes a lot of training, a lot of strength to maintain that power.
Look at this lead they've extended in the last 200 strokes.
Congratulations,
We're joyous.
Canisius.
Gold and silver going home with it.
And bucket hats, here comes Port in lane 7 for 3rd. Those are your top 3 finishers, Youth Nats. Shen finishing, followed by
ACA
Oyster
over
Bay.
there.
Congratulations,
St.
all crews
Joe's,
here.
And I believe West Side Rowing Club through the line. There's your state champion, Oak Neck.
We're back up at the start for the boys U17 single petite final. So these are places 11 through 20
at your New York State Championships. And we have a start here for the petite final. Shout out to all of our stake boat holder volunteers visible here in this shot. They lay out there for hours, holding on to the sterns, listening to the aligners to help make sure it's a fair start off the line. And these athletes starting to shift to their base pace rhythms as they come up to the 250-meter mark into the race. Worth noting, Megan, this race.
Note for me.
This race is a 1500.
Yep.
And the Youth Nats down in Sarasota will be a 2,000-meter race.
Woo!
So
A little bit different strategy.
maybe a different strategy.
Maybe a little bit of change in fitness over the next.
So we hope that these
couple of
athletes that end up qualifying here at New York State's have a lot of training that will help them prepare not only for this race, but also a race that lasts almost
just
2 minutes
a little bit
longer.
There's our Oak Neck. You can see his wake out to that early lead out of lane 8. There's lane 6, West Side Rowing Club.
Looks like lane 2 also battling. That's going to be our Albany Rowing Center C entry. Early on in this race, the single is an awesome boat class because it's just a full display of the one athlete's ability to race a full race.
And so we'll see. Some of these athletes might have a strong start and a less strong middle, but a really strong finish.
Right.
I call those people my fast twitch people that really have the adrenaline, explosive power at the ends of the race.
Yeah.
And then you'll find others that maybe just redline it the whole way down.
Bold. It's bold, but you can do it. You don't know till you try.
Here's that look at lane 9, Albany Rowing Center A. Really tight race here.
These are all 16-year-olds or younger, Hannah.
And they're crushing it.
They're driving these boats. Might not even be able to drive a car.
And then lane 6 is West Side over there with the bucket hat. Really tight pack there between lanes 4, 3, and 2. Slight advantage to that lane 2 Albany Rowing Center C, but closely challenged by Long Island Rowing Club C and Chargers Rowing Club A. Here's a shot of our leader out of lane 8, Oak Neck Rowing Academy B. You can see just a puff of headwind here moving the water, creating just a little bit of ripple. As these athletes come into the last 500, you can see that big white buoy up there on the top right of your screen. So we're just about over the halfway point for all of these athletes. We'll see who's got the fitness to really descend or go faster in the second half of the race. Oftentimes, in terms of like psychological execution, you want to kind of feel like you're crushing it the entire race.
Yeah.
And so while physiologically your body might want to slow down in the second half because you're starting to fatigue, things are starting to get a little bit messier, or maybe mentally you're starting to stray a little bit.
Yeah.
It's in a lot of these programs training to actually get faster in the second half,
The negative
because
split
the negative split
is
just
common.
makes you
Yeah.
feel invincible. If you can toe the line of something aggressive yet sustainable in the first 500, and then you're able to accelerate here into the last 500. Obviously, the sprint is adrenaline. It's a totally different system, but really awesome to see these athletes getting through that middle 500 and able to show it off.
And
everything
showing off he is.
Everything they've trained for. And the championship time is just like a performance time.
We've done all the work.
We've been showing up every day. I've done hard practices. I've done boring, steady state practices.
Yep.
I've done your tricks. I've done your games.
This is the fun stuff. Now
this is where you just get to show off.
This is lane 6, it looks like, out of West Side Rowing Club. I do believe we have a leader out of lane 8, but don't quote me on that too much yet.
Yeah, the Oak Neck B has been leading pretty much this whole race here.
He's in charge. He's looking back on his competitors saying, all right, I'm ready for you to make a move. Bring it. Bring it. Try me. So this is the petite final. So this will be racing for positions 10 through 18 in the whole state.
Or 11, right? If the first one is 10.
No, we just have 9.
We just have 9. You're right. 9.
No lane 0 today.
No lane 0.
There's lane 2.
Saratoga has the ability to do 10.
We could if we wanted. There's Albany Rowing Center C, cruising in that outside lane. But
you
it's
can see these athletes. Look at them. They're going up in rate. They're going up in the power. You can see the boat literally surging across the water a little bit faster. A little bobble there from Oak Neck, trying to empty the tank.
If you stay clean. He's done a lot of work in the first 90% of this race, trying to gain just a little bit of margins. This is the petite final, so maybe seeing how close he can get to the times that'll be running this next grand final. There's your Oak Neck B athlete with a 10th in the whole state.
Pretty cool. Congratulations,
well done.
Oak Neck.
Big slap to the water. We're excited.
Careful on the single when you do that. You might flip. Here comes lane 9, just eking out lane 6.
Albany over West Side Rowing.
Here's lane 7, Cortland Community.
I believe that was the Chargers over there.
And Long Island.
Over Long Island, there's Port Jefferson. Here comes Albany through the line. And our Port Jefferson E out there in lane 1. Sprinting, we got 10 strokes to the finish line here.
Look at that sprint.
We're up. What do you think, Hannah? Above a 40?
43.
44? 45? Can I interest you in a 46? He's interested. Well done. There's your boys U17 singles petite final.
Here are the results from the varsity single grand final. We had a pretty impressive display from those, or I think those are the pairs, no?
I believe that was the pair, yeah.
Mislabeled. Yeah. These are the pairs.
These are your pairs. But Canisius with a 1-2, followed by Friends of Port. Your next event will be your grand final of that same U17 singles that we just saw. This is a Youth Nats event. The boys U17 singles, so that means top 3 are go. Let me make sure everyone is eligible. Let's take a look. And everyone is. So 1, 2, 3 will have the opportunity to accept or deny a bid to Youth Nats. Very exciting. Closest to what we will see on the media launch will be Mohawk Homeschool, Port Jefferson, Long Island B, Ave Maris Stella Rowing A, Long Island, Romerica Rye, Oak Neck, Port Jefferson C, and FDR A. There's Fish Creek in all her glory with our 9 lanes today of side-by-side rowing. There are very few places in the country you can go 9 across. Very, very few. So we feel very grateful to be here. Excited to host New York States. If you're just joining us, welcome, welcome. My name is Megan. I've got my partner in crime, Hannah, here.
Woohoo.
We are hoping to give you play-by-play, stroke-by-stroke of your New York State Championships today.
Look at these early leaders, Megan.
I'm
we've got
looking.
Mohawk Homeschool.
Can't
over
take my
there on
eyes
the
off.
Far left. Port Jefferson there on second from left, here on the middle of our screen. And then quite the battle for the next places. Looks like Port Jefferson's starting to push away a little bit. There's lane 6, Ave Maris Stella. Lane 7 still trying to hold on to that contact from Long Island Rowing Club B. Lane 5, Long Island Rowing Club A. And different stroke rates here, Megan. What do you think is the reason for a high versus a low stroke rate in the single?
So if I am a very powerful athlete, I'm really good at the long and the low. I am very comfortable in my technique. I have a good power application, great fitness. I might run a little bit lower. If I am potentially an athlete with a little bit faster twitch muscles, maybe a little bit less power, but a little bit more fitness, and maybe slightly more technical to be able to row that higher rates, I'd aim a little higher. In the single, it's kind of fun because it does vary athlete to athlete. You can get 2 athletes, exact same backgrounds, and one wants to go a little bit higher, or you can get 2 athletes, exact same bodies, and they want to go a little bit different.
Right,
But look
the
at this
rhythm-
cascade.
The rhythm is different for everybody.
She's gorgeous. Great seating job here, athletes. Out there with a little bit of a lead over Port Jefferson. On top of your screen will be Mohawk Homeschool. Looks like Long Island dropped slightly behind, but that's all right.
Port Jefferson is moving back into that lead from Mohawk. Mohawk had quite the first 500, but it's not over till it's over. Definitely the psychological advantage going to Mohawk Homeschool. They can still see the back of their competitor.
Yeah.
But look at the shot of our medal contenders here.
We are
Long
going
Island
for
really
1, 2,
trying to
3.
claw back into it, but just unable to break back into that open water lead.
So some of these boats are club boats, some of these boats are scholastic boats. It does not matter today because There is no SRAs in the boys U17 single, so there's no scholastic competition there. These guys are strictly pushing for a youth nationals bid as a 16-year-old. Port Jefferson not letting Mohawk do much here. They have separated themselves from the field for sure, as well as Ave Maristella rowing. But it looks like these four in the back these 6 in the back for 4th place. Maybe going to try and eke into a medal position, but
We're in the last 500, Megan. It's my favorite
we're close.
500.
We're close.
It's where it becomes less of a mind game of like deciding to keep going and more of a, oh, I can taste the finish line.
Yeah.
Like I'm
And, like,
almost there. Like let's see how
Going
fast I
fast
can go.
is fun.
Yeah.
So this is hopefully one of the most exciting parts of the race. This Mohawk homeschool athlete knows he's got the field in his pocket. He's just got to do enough to keep Port Jefferson from walking right through.
And he had a little bit of a move there at the 500. That's an early place to start to sprint.
Ooh, there we go.
Little pan.
Yeah, 500 would be quick.
But here they come. Single scullers taking little peeks over. You don't have to worry about
Losing your matching with anyone else in the boat,
No,
but
you
it
don't
can
need to.
still disrupt you in the
Yeah.
single if you turn your head and kind of lose your
Yep.
own rhythm or lose your balance.
Less make the move together and more just make the move really confidently.
Yeah, here comes Mohawk Homeschool.
I think he's
Powering
done
down
a
the
really nice
course.
job.
Getting a little bit extra impulse with the shoulders here into the sprint.
He's sending.
He's sending it. Oh, yeah, here we go. He's been holding back on us. Look at these last 10 strokes from
He's-
Mohawk Homeschool.
He's 4 boat lengths up. 5. Every stroke he takes, he gathers a whole nother boat length.
Wow.
Very impressive Mohawk homeschool.
Just lengthened at least 5 boat lengths of
That
open
was
in the last
wildly
15
impressive.
strokes.
He's going to youth
Congratulations,
nats.
Mohawk.
Might
Here
have to
comes
save a
Port
little bit less next
Jefferson.
time.
Yeah, go
when
a
you
little
get outside
earlier.
the state, but just enough for today. And 3rd place, we will have Ave Maristella over Long Island Rowing B.
Yeah, held that margin all the way through. Congrats
Good
there,
fight, both
overcoming the
boats.
seed from the time trial. Looks like another Oak Neck entry.
Out of lane 3. I believe that's going to be Row America Rye, followed by Long Island. And then coming through the finish line, we do have FD Roosevelt and Port Jefferson. Those will be your top 9 U17 boys singles in the country. All right. May I interest you in the exact opposite? You had 1 boy with 2 oars. Can I give you 8 girls with 1 oar?
I was like, what's
Can
the
I-
opposite of that?
60 times the amount of athletes.
Please. You could. I'm interested.
This will be the girls novice 8. They do have a coxswain. So 8 athletes rowing, 1 athlete coxing. There, I believe, is no novice event at Youth Nats. And I don't think there's a novice event at SRAs either. So this is
for all the marbles.
this is for all the marbles in New York State.
Maybe we'll go to the Pittsford duels from here, but
State champions about to be made in this girls novice 8. If you are just joining us, this is the 146 race, so we are right on time with our new schedule. The girls novice 8, final one and done, 9 boats. All of these athletes are in their first season of rowing.
going through those start line nerves.
Hannah, what was your first race? What was your novice race?
My first race. I think it was in high school. I rode in Connecticut, so we had this one early race in Mystic, because they usually had liquid water faster than we did on our lake in Old Lyme. But we didn't have stake boat holders. It wasn't that intense. We just kind of
Just made it happen.
made it happen. We were in 4s,
Yeah.
I think.
As a novice.
Yeah. Well, my team was only 9 people total. So
You didn't really have much space for anything other than 4s.
yeah. So we had I think I was in the B4.
Oh.
And we had a great time. I don't remember if we won or lost.
Which is
I don't.
the best part of all of it,
Yeah.
isn't it? You had a great time. Here you are so many years later. I
We
won't
rode
age you.
in white cotton T-shirts.
Oh, I had the
'cause we
light
had
blue
to-
cotton.
We had to earn the uni.
I had a baggy Nike shorts, which
Oh,
if anyone has rode, that's like maybe not the best thing. You slide on these sliding seats as you watch
And the
these athletes go
wheels.
down the course, and we had like triple XL Nike shorts.
and those probably got stuck
Yeah,
left and
yeah.
right.
But I don't remember if we won either. We had the best time.
we had the best
Our
time.
coxswain played music on our cool down.
Really?
It was so
Do you
fun.
remember what song?
No. Probably something Pitbull. We really liked Pitbull.
Really liked Pitbull. Pitbull's coming to Saratoga in September.
Oh, hey,
With
come back and
T-Pain.
visit us.
Come back to Saratoga, everybody. We may not offer you medals, hardware, or food tents, but we can offer you T-Pain.
This is our girls novice 8 final 1 getting into the blocks here. You see that there's lots of adjusting happening in these novice boats. It's also this coxswain's first year rowing. So they've got some things to figure out and how to get into the stake boats, out of the stake boats, safely into the start. Blades are ready. We can see out of this lane 5 we're a little crooked, hoping everyone will stay safe as we start. Here we go. Careen back towards your lane. There we go. I knew they would have it. Lots of belief. Closest to the camera when we get to our media launch will be Row New York, Manhattan, Fayetteville, Manlius, City Island, Pelham Community, Pittsford, Mount St. Mary, Saratoga, Baldwinsville, and Westside Rowing. This is your girls Novice 8 with coxswain. One final, one and done. So these are all of the boats in the final in this event.
So one of the elements of the novice 8s, Megan, is always the steering. To me.
Yes.
Steering in 8, especially with the novice 8s, usually it's one of the 8s that's maybe been in the program for a long time. The steering's been through a lot. And they can actually be one of the more challenging boats to steer
Yep.
just by that. And so I have to give credit where credit is due. These
Look,
coxswains,
we've made it 200 meters out, and
We've
everybody's
made
still
it.
safe.
Everyone's staying in their lane. Good practice for when we hit the roads and on the highway. Stay in your lane. But really awesome to see these coxswains not only nailing their calls, right? Like you can
Yeah.
only imagine. We're not
Right.
total
Talking
flies on the
through
wall.
it.
But also nailing the steering. We want
Yeah.
to go fastest A to B. Best way to
Straight
do it
line.
is a straight line.
And Hannah, I'm like so excited. Look at all of these novices in their first season of rowing get the prime racing experience of going side by side. Everyone has contact with somebody else.
They're crushing it.
You don't get to have this every day in practice. And I feel like, especially for a lot of these crews, maybe they only have one novice 8. So you're either going to try and hang with some varsity boats, you're maybe ahead of the middle school boats, whatever it may be. And now's the time.
Also just super special to have 8, 9 novices
Yeah.
in general.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these programs are huge programs, and so they're part of something much bigger than themselves, and
Yep.
the 8 is where they get to kind of show it off.
There's the big FM on their backs. Fayetteville Manlius here in the green. Crushing that leg drive.
Really awesome acceleration here.
Stern pair set in that rhythm. There's lane 7, City Island in the pink.
Look at this group behind the front two. Oh,
lane 9,
my
Row New York,
gosh.
Manhattan. And then we see, holy moly,
Lane
I have
2.
Baldwinsville, Saratoga, Mount St. Mary, Pittsford, Pelham. Everybody's still in it.
Really cool experience. It's worth noting we don't have the sound here of this race unfolding, but it is loud,
so cool.
Megan. Like,
You're in an amphitheater. You're surrounded by 9 voices. Well, I guess.
and they're each mic'd up
And they're all mic'd up. And
throughout the boat.
maybe there's some athletes that are given a yup or a yeah or a
There's always going to be
let's
somebody.
go girls.
It's often
Big
me.
fan. It is often you. And the boats aren't quiet. The oars clunk. The water
the slides,
whooshes.
the seats going up and down the slides
Like,
is pretty
there's
loud.
so many sounds. If you haven't been in a boat, ask your athlete what that sounds like in 9/8 across.
And then amplify it exactly 9
Yeah.
boats across.
But here's Row New York Manhattan cruising with City Island Rowing, who are just off the back of Fayetteville Manlius. And then I really do think, Hannah, it is a 6-boat race behind them.
So cool. Just a lot of power coming out of Fayetteville Manlius here. Coxon laying it down, letting them know 1 length lead is not enough for that Coxon. She wants more. She knows that lane 7 and lane 9 are charging and not relenting. If anything, they're getting pushed on each other to go even faster.
Even faster.
And then over there we've got Baldwinsville, West Side, Saratoga just about half a length down, Mount St. Mary, Academy, Pittsford, Pelham. But your top 3 medal contenders continues to be Fayetteville Manlius, then Row New York, and then City Island.
No qualifying for any further championships
This is
happening here. But to say I'm a New York State champion,
Look at
to
this.
say I'm a New York State medalist, to say I'm top 9, which all of these athletes can. Row New York making a move?
Yep.
Maybe both making a move? Row New York and City Island?
Coming into that last 500 here, this is where risks start being taken. Decisions are being made. And oftentimes this is when a coxswain can really call
Make
on
the difference.
those athletes
Yeah.
to just start emptying the tank.
How do you convince someone that they're not tired?
I think you have to make it fun, right? Like,
yeah.
I'm,
We got to enjoy being tired.
I can be tired, but if I'm having fun,
Yeah.
like, it doesn't really matter.
We got bow into Fayetteville Manlius from Row New York Manhattan. We can see that blue bow inching into that green. I think in a novice race, anything can happen in the last 250. It's not over yet for any of these boats.
And what I love, Megan, is that these 3 crews are using each other
Yeah, they are
to
to
push off the
separate.
rest of the field
They for
and to
sure
get
are.
more out of themselves, maybe than they've ever gone before. We're in
Yeah.
the novice event.
Are
Maybe
we?
this is the hardest we've
are
ever
we hitting
gone.
a new? Yeah.
So cool. Here comes Row New York with
Row New
quite a
York
last
Manhattan
surge.
making a move. They're hungry for that gold. Will Fayetteville Manlius
gosh, I
have
have
enough
goosebumps.
left in the tank? And then look at those 6 other boats. Fayetteville Manlius feeling the pressure here, trying to stay calm. Row New York's on a charging.
They're looking.
They're on a charge.
Stay together. Push hard.
They
Here
might
we
have
go.
just
I don't know, Megan.
left just enough. Fayetteville Manlius 3
may
seats
have
up.
gone too hard, too
3
early.
seats up. 2 seats up.
Row New York is
Row
on
New
the
York
charge.
closing. Oh my gosh.
And the novice girls 8. A photo
Fayetteville
finish.
Manlius with 1 seat. 1 seat on Row New York, who just ate up that
Here
lead.
comes City Island for 3rd.
Hannah, the fight between those two, look how much they put between themselves. And we got a race between lane 4, Mount St. Mary, lane 6, Pelham Community here.
Bow ball to bow ball once again. And then here comes in the middle. It's going to be Pittsford in red. And then here comes, I think that's Baldwinsville.
I think you're right. With just about a stern over our hometown heroes from Saratoga and West Side Rowing from all the way
Wow.
west in Buffalo. If I am a novice coach, that is what I want. All of those boats had a contact. All of those boats had a
Pretty
fight
cool.
to the finish.
Dang.
Row New York Manhattan's never going to leave anything to the last minute ever again.
We're already back up to the start. I don't know if I'm ready. Girls Varsity 4, Cox 4 Grand Final.
Let's pull up our stats here. I believe we just have
These are
a
quads.
little bit wishy-washy of an order here. This is the 3rd final, which will then be followed by the petite final, which will then be followed by
Or
our
is this
grand
the
final.
U16 Cox quad?
This is the U16 Cox
Okay,
squad.
great.
I believe we've got our 5 boats. Yep, here we are.
We're oriented. That was a
That
barn
was just a
burner.
lot of 8s. This
And
is
we're-
our girls U16 Coxed quad. It is a Youth Nationals event. U16 Cox Quad here. So top 3 will go have the opportunity to go to Youth Nats.
Leading the pack is Row America Rye. There's a quick shot of Manhasset High School in the orange, and there in lane 7 is Brighton Rowing Club. Trailing behind them is, I think that's Port back there, but let's see. Port might be up here on the right. Yeah, Port's right here. Currently sitting maybe in 3rd, with Shaker, the one that's trailing.
These are all 15-year-old athletes or younger. 4 athletes, 4 oars, and a coxswain. It does look like we have Manhasset High School and Friends of Port right there going stroke for stroke. All of these boats are Youth Nationals eligible, so top 3. I love the bright orange and the big M. Both of these boats are in a bow-loaded coxed 4, so you can see that coxswain in there, nice and tight, trying to be aerodynamic but still keep her head just enough above to be able to see where her crews are. It does look like lane 6, Friends of Port, may be making a little bit of a move.
Gosh, I think the Cox Quad, while it might be a little bit slower, it must be such a fun boat class.
It's a good boat class.
You get
all
the
fun.
friends,
yeah,
the sculling, the speed, but you don't have to think because you have the coxswain telling you exactly what to do, when to do it, and what's happening. Yeah, watch out. Port is on the move here, taking that 2nd place position away from Manhasset, but still a lot of racing left. I think we've got at least 500 more to go.
But there's Friends of Port extending, I'm going to say a 3 or 4 seat lead starting.
They've definitely got some momentum. Definitely on the move. And they're so sneaky with their dark blades. I always like to look at the blades because I am a rowing nerd and love rowing, but I can never see.
Port, at least we can see your riggers and your decks.
Maybe this is Port's way of saying we want to go on a training trip to like the Bahamas where the
we need
water
some bright
is
blue water
blue.
coach.
Yeah. And if that's the case, fair enough. Here we go, 500 to go. Those are those red buoys. This is where these athletes will start to really show off just how fast they can go. Because we're not searching for that sustainable speed. We're searching to empty the tank.
Yep. This is one and done. This is it for these athletes today. Likely. But this is for the state championship and the Youth Nationals bid.
We've seen a lot of this dueling here between Manhasset and Port. But I think earlier on in this race, Row America Rye was also in contention. But we haven't seen them for some time.
I think you're right, Hannah. I think Row America Rye here in the last 300 is so far ahead of our drone that they are just out of the picture.
I think you're right. Here they come right in front of us here on the finish line in our commentating broadcast tent. Row America Rye charging down this race course. Over here in lane 9 on the right side of your screen, you can see their trail actually up there in the top corner.
They've done such a good job. Row America
They're in control.
Rye.
But what a move, a second half from Port to get that silver medal position. Here's Rye coming through their last 15 strokes. Again, the coxswain and these bow loaders can't see the other competition,
nope, they
so
have no idea how
they're
much
just
they've
calling
put
on the athletes to push more for the sake of pushing more and just to see how fast they can go.
Here's 2 strokes to the line, your state champions and Youth Nationals qualifier in the girls U16 Cox Quad.
Congratulations, Rye.
There on your screen is Port, who has open water. They've set themselves up with some open water back to Manhasset.
Hearing some,
I can hear the
some screaming. They're excited. They don't want to give up this lead.
There's Port and Manhasset. Those will be your 1, 2, 3, your Youth Nationals qualifiers if they choose to accept the bid.
And here we go, lane 7, coming strong, Brighton Rowing Club. Love those blades. Unsinkable Sally Norton. Coming in strong. Last 15 strokes for Brighton. Nicely done, well rowed.
So, fun fact, Hannah, you can have, even if you're a girls novice 8 or a girls U16 coxed quad, you can have a boy coxed you.
It's true.
Yeah, they, within the last 5 years?
I had a male coxswain in high school
Really?
in 2013.
Maybe just,
Oh my gosh, I
World
aged myself real hard right there. Sorry. But yeah, it's definitely not as common
yeah.
because the women's weight classes for coxswains is a little bit lighter, I think. At least I don't think we have, I don't know what the coxswain weights are.
And I think
be
it's
honest.
changed in the last years. We'll do some research
do
and
some
get back to
research.
you.
But I think the reason men didn't cox women
Was because
previously was
you
because
often
the weight
couldn't be
class
small
was so
enough.
much lower,
Yeah.
so it made sense.
Really cool shot here. You see our crews going up the warm-up lanes on that right-hand side. And then you see all those tiny little dots up there? Those are all girls varsity coxed fours. Those are boats. You can see that
They're not ants.
picker
or
line
fish.
where the boats are getting into the stake boats. But man, oh man. What a gorgeous sport. What a gorgeous day. If you're watching from home, we are having a great time over here on Fish Creek. It is beautiful. We do have a bit of a head cross, I'd say. So a little bit of a headwind, a little bit of a crosswind, but nothing that's going to be damaging or detrimental to the real speed of these crews. We have our shaker rowing lane 5, girls U16 coxed 4, making their way down here. About 100
can't
meters
hear-
from the line.
I can't hear the phrase making their way without completing the
Downtown.
phrase downtown. If you're not familiar, that is the renowned, what is it, 1,000 miles
Mm-hmm.
by, oh my gosh, I say renowned
Vanessa
and then I can't.
Carlton?
I think so.
Is that who it is? Oh, this shaker coxswain is making my heart weep. I'm so happy.
Giving it everything.
You are making that boat move with your voice. The rowers are making that boat move with their legs. It's incredible. So next up, we've got a set of 3 finals for our girls varsity coxed 4. This is a Youth Nationals event, and it is an SRA's event, but we don't pay attention to that until we get to the grand final. We will start with our 3rd final. There are 27 girls varsity cocked 4s. We've got a
It's one
3rd
of the
final,
most
a petite final,
competitive
and a grand final.
Events in the country for sure.
And are they almost? They're all A boats. We do have 1, 2, 3 B boats.
Right, Rye, Port, and Row, New York.
But wow, 24 different teams entered in this event.
It's a great event that kind of develops the skills that these athletes might need to row in the collegiate scene, right? Because
Yep.
NCAA's has a first varsity, second
Especially
varsity,
these women.
and a 4.
Mhm.
And then if you think about just logistically, it's really hard to build a competitive 8
Right.
in this
You
country.
need a lot of
Like,
athletes.
We have a lot of rowing in this country and a lot of these huge programs, especially the club teams that can recruit from multiple schools. They'll prioritize the 8s because they have the depth to do
Mhm.
so. And so the Cox 4 kind of offers this cool opportunity for smaller programs to produce really competitive boats when they might not have the depth to
Mhm.
produce an 8.
Mm-hmm.
While
About
still
to make for
preparing.
some really fun
Yeah.
racing here as that 3rd final is off from left to right. We have Baldwinsville B, Westside Rowing, Rhinebeck, St. John the Baptist, Newburgh Free Academy, FD Roosevelt, Cortland Community Rowing, Fairport Crew Club, and Kellenberg Memorial. Looks like a clean start. Still have contact with everyone. Very cool. These are
you know
Cox.
what's also cool.
Yes.
Some cloud cover, Megan. It's been
What
so
do you mean?
sunny.
We can see some bow numbers
I
here.
can see.
Still wear your sunscreen. Still drink your water. But maybe you can relax those squinty eyeballs like we've been over here. Maybe a smidge of a lead to Rhinebeck here. out of
But
lane
look
7.
at this.
But
What
man, oh
tight
man,
racing.
300 in and it's anybody's race. Let's see who's who here. So this is, because it is both a Youth Nationals and an SRA's qualifier, all of the boats are eligible for Youth Nationals. So top 3 will go, or at least be
Except
offered
I
the
think
bid.
maybe this is a
I
mistake.
think we're missing one.
The Row America Ride B one may
You're
not
right.
be,
They
but
are not.
I'm not sure why.
Okay, so everyone except Row America Ride B, which we don't have to worry about yet. They're in that top final. And realistically, we don't even have to worry about any of this yet. These boats are just racing for places at New York States.
True. Look at that. Lane 7 does, in fact, have the lead here early on. Rhinebeck laying down quite a powerful start sequence here. The start is all about that, like, explosive, coordinated effort. So if you can get that boat moving all together, we kind of say feed the speed with the legs. Something that you want to just, like, feed into it. And then kind of ride that momentum as long as you can, like tapping it along.
Hannah, I'm really enjoying watching this Baldwinsville B crew coxswain looking over, talking to her crews right into her mic, looking over, talking to her crew. She knows she's on bow ball of lane 8,
And
West
lane
Side
6, it looks
Rowing.
like, too.
And she knows she's on stroke seat of that lead boat out of 7, Rhinebeck.
Yeah, they've definitely.
And we can
come
so
back in.
distinctly see her telling her crews where they are. Hopefully these girls don't need to look outside the boat for advice, don't need to look outside the boat for motivation. They're just trusting their coxswain.
Sometimes it's fun if you have a crew that you know trusts you as a
Mhm.
coxswain to do a little white lie. Sometimes if a crew is far enough over that the athletes can't feel them with their peripheral vision,
Yeah.
and you give a little white lie like we just took half a
Because you're
seat.
going to,
Because
your brain is going to know it
to
can
go
work harder
fast.
if it's closer,
And
right?
it's also nice when your efforts are validated.
Yes.
So if you're going as hard as you can and your coxswain tells you it's
You're
working,
moving,
like your
it's going to keep
like,
working.
then you're going to be like, okay, then I'll just keep
Yeah.
going hard.
Yeah.
If
And
it's
look,
if
it
it's
is
working.
Baldwinsville has definitely moved up a few seats. Still have Rhinebeck High School leading the way here in our 3rd final of the girls varsity coxed fours.
Yeah, but Baldwinsville is right in it with lane 8 of West Side from Buffalo, New York, currently
And
sitting in 3rd.
6
by
of St. John the Baptist.
inch
Not
on
given
St.
much.
John's. And then who is this over there?
Who are
lane
you?
3, maybe Cortland. Cortland with a neon hat and 2 seat.
Yeah.
I can't quite make out the boundary. It looks like a 3 to me. Oh my gosh! And while I say that, I turn and Baldwinsville takes 3 seats. They currently have the lead.
This is the video that you like show to the people that you want to be proud of you if you're that Baldwinsville coxswain.
Relentless here, battling between Rhinebeck and Baldwinsville.
Very cool.
And not to discount lane 8 West Side is
They're still in
staying
it.
stubborn. If anything, it's a joint effort
Yeah.
of Baldwinsville and
To
West
keep
Side
coming
to
ahead of
come
the
back
field.
on Rhinebeck here. And the 3 of them, as you said, are pushing away on the rest of the field. That's the 1500 buoy. So that actually, I think, signifies
last 500.
500 to
You're
go.
right.
Because we have it set up for the 2,000 meter course here as well in Saratoga. But look at this great rowing. The girls varsity 4 3rd final. Great shot here from the finish line, just showing you how far they have to go. It'll take them about a minute and a half, almost 2 minutes for this whole race to finish up. You see these coxswains looking over, trying to give the athletes all the information they need to go just a little bit harder.
Yep.
Great shot of that lane 3 out of Cortland, trying to stay in that mix. As
Lane 2 Fairport crew in the red, and then I believe Kellenberg Memorial over there on the far side in blue.
pushing right through this headwind, trying to get those blades in direct. The wind is actually crazy if you've never rowed before. and you're just watching, cheering on a loved one or a friend, the wind actually like pushes into the blade almost like a sail.
Yeah.
Like it's, if you've ever, this is silly, if you've ever sat in a car with the window
Yeah,
down and
and
put
done
your
the
hand
woo,
out,
woo, woo, woo.
and you've put your hand like slicing through the wind and then catching it like a sail. It's the same thing in rowing in a headwind. Those athletes really trying to not let the wind shorten their stroke. Here comes lane 7, Rhinebeck, early leader, really trying to hold on to that gold medal position, but
Westside and Baldwinsville.
oh my gosh, look at Westside.
Westside's done some
What
good
have they
work
done in
this
the last
third.
250 meters when we couldn't see them?
Are we
Sneak
bow ball
attack.
to bow ball? 3 boats across, 987. We
We're
might
coming
be.
into the angle where we're going to see them cross right in front of us. It looks like Rhinebeck has a better last kick,
I do think so. Followed by Westside.
but Westside, whoa.
Rhinebeck, excuse me, will be your winner here, followed by Westside and then Baldwinsville B.
Wow.
Great racing there. Beautiful water. It's flattened out really nicely at this finish line.
Those are your top 3 finishers in the third final. Here comes in red St. John the Baptist, followed by Cortland Community. And what a tight finish.
FDR, Fairport, and Newburgh Free Academy. Maybe Newburgh Free Academy got that one.
I think that was Kellenberg, FDR, and Newburgh Free, because here comes, or is this Kellenberg?
I believe this is Kellenberg.
Wow.
Boom, boom, boom. Fairport, FDR, and Newburgh. Check those results. That was some fun racing.
StreamlineRowing.com.
Well done,
We'll
ladies.
post them up here after the next race. So come back here in about 6 minutes' time, and we'll
They'll be ready.
have those results for you.
But everything will be posted on streamlinerowing.com/regattas. You can go ahead and click on New York State High School Championships 2024. We've got everything through the previous race. So they're coming in quick. Our timing volunteers are doing an awesome job. Regatta officials, we're right back at it. This is the petite final for places 10 through 18 in the state.
So in this race, if you're just tuning in, welcome to the New York State Championships. We have Bayshore High School, Wappingers Crew, Baldwinsville Crew, Nichols School, Mount St. Mary Academy, Riverdale Country School, Sierra Crew, Buffalo Seminary, and Emma Willard School. A little blurry coming to you here on our screen. It looks like in the green is going to be Nichols School. Definitely has just about half a seat of advantage over lane 3 Sierra Crew. Those pink visors, but Sierra Crew really nice rhythm coming into that shift to base. Lane 7 just in view. That's going to be your Baldwinsville A crew. No, that's a good racing program with the display of grit and fight from Baldwinsville B we just saw in the third final. And over there on the far side is going to be Buffalo Seminary. Here's another shot of Sierra Crew and Buffalo Seminary looking nice and strong. And then over there we can see potential leader is going to be in lane lane 7. So a move from Baldwinsville Crew.
I do think you're right. And Hannah, fun about this final, this petite final, is that in the grand final that we normally look at, we get top 3 to Youth Nats, top 3 Scholastics to SRAAs. There was only one Scholastic boat in that top final, so the top 2 Scholastic crews from this final are going to earn that bid.
That is
so
exciting.
everyone is racing. We hope as hard as you can regardless, but maybe there's a little extra sparkle.
Oh, look at the finishes of this stroke seat from Nichols. I love that finish. It's so crisp. It turns right up and out of the water. Oh, my gosh.
We love that.
Shout
love
out
that.
to you, stroke seat from Nichols.
Hoping to lead your crew to a victory here in the petite final of the girls varsity Cox 4.
So I believe that is Nichols that's currently in the lead, not
Yeah.
Baldwinsville. So Baldwinsville actually look at these crews over here in the low lanes.
There's a party happening over on the other side of the creek.
There's a party everywhere I look. Okay,
Let's see who
so
you are.
Buffalo Seminary and Sierra Crew are those 2 crews over there on now in the center of our screen. So maybe Buffalo Seminary with the advantage over Nichols, but Nichols also,
Hard to tell with the angles.
The angles are
They're
tough.
in this last 400.
And then
We'll gather
watch
data
out.
as you can. I
Oh my
think the high
gosh.
lanes
I think
might have
Nichols
some lead.
yeah. Nichols and Baldwinsville definitely do look like they have maybe a seat of advantage. This is fun. I'm a bird. I'm a bird watching a race. Wow, and great racing 2 out of, I think that's going to be Bayshore in lane 8? No, Wappingers in lane 8. Wow, look at this battle.
This is a good race.
Between
this is a good
Baldwinsville
race.
and Nichols. The 4 is so tough. It's such an exposing boat. You have to really be matched up and tap down and away together, committing to the handle heights to help everybody get the blades off the water.
So, Hannah, like I said, Baldwinsville and Nichols are both Scholastic
Baldwinsville.
crews. So
Oh my
very possible
gosh.
they are racing for championship bids right here. Baldwinsville
Wow.
may be a seat or 2 up now.
Let's see what kind of kick we have from the Nichols school. And look over there. Oh my gosh, Buffalo Seminary
Really
very much in the
kicking.
mix. And this is so tough for Buffalo Seminary to be in the mix with Cruz 5
All
lanes
the way
over.
over.
Because those athletes, look at Stroke Seats, has to turn fully just to see.
To the wrong side. She's trying to sweep to port.
She had to
She wants
balance
to
it
look
out.
to starboard. But here we are. We have, this is a barn burner, guys. I wish you could see right from our view at the finish line. We'll get it soon. We do have, I believe, Nichols and Baldwinsville. I think we've got a lead out of there.
Yeah, I think Baldwinsville has about 2 seats up.
Yep.
What a sprint here, because watch out for Wappingers, too.
They're coming in hot.
Oh, my gosh, look at
From
this
that
move
outside,
from
Wappingers
Baldwinsville.
trying to get Buffalo Seminary out on that far side.
Nichols School trying to hold off the charging Wappingers.
I do believe Baldwinsville is going to take this one by about 2.5 seats.
They take first in this petite final, followed by Nichols, followed by Wappingers.
Wappingers, heck of
And
a
then
sprint
bow
there.
ball to bow ball. Maybe 5 over Mount St. Mary's, over Buffalo Seminary by
Just
less
a heartbeat.
than half a second.
That was some
Wow.
really nice racing, Varsity Fours. Really fun championship season here. Those were fighting for places 10 through 18 in the whole state.
Basically, all in a row. We had Riverdale, Sierra Crew, and Emma Willard as well. Really tight racing there in the girls' Cox 4 Petite final.
Woo!
Wow. I love the Cox 4 too because it's just slow enough for the drama to play out.
And I would
Like,
say that
you
was
can you can
dramatic.
make a few, like a 1-2 punch, and it can like really change
Yeah.
the course of the race. Here's those results from the girls' Varsity 4 third final. So we had that tight finish. Rhinebeck just eking out Westside, who just eked out Baldwinsville B. And if you're looking for the results of the race that just happened in the petite final, come back after the grand final, which is the next race, and we'll have those posted once they've all been confirmed by our timing staff. We're up at the start with the grand final of the girls' Varsity 4.
This is for
There's
most of the
one-
money.
One Scholastic Crew. So as far as we know, Brighton has secured a spot to SRAs by making it into this grand final. And then it's all about who comes in the all-around top 3 for Youth Nats down in Sarasota, hosted by US Rowing, in 1 month's time. Which is so cool. Girls
It's so
Varsity
cool.
4 is a really competitive event nationwide. So it's really awesome to see kind of some major contenders coming out of New York
Out
State.
of New York State. There will be boats in the A final at Youth Nats from New York State in likely many of these events. Top 6 in the country would be super exciting. So here's the first step to it. Well, first step was this morning. All of these crews did that first step of advancing themselves into this grand final. And here's where they lay it on the line.
And we have a start here. So these athletes getting off the line, trying to hit that peak speed as quickly as they can. And holding that explosive, like fast twitch part of the start sequence as long as they can before shifting to base.
And in a race as short as 1,500 meters, we don't have a lot of time at base. We do a start 500, we do a base 500, and then sometimes you don't even have a full 500 for the sprint. Sometimes you started early. So a lot of movement here. These athletes are off on that first 300. Right here, closest to the camera, we have Port, Pittsford, Row America B, Row New York Manhattan, Friends of Port, Brighton, Row New York Manhattan, and Oyster Bay.
Do you think Oyster Bay has to like eating oysters?
Do we like oysters?
Like, is that a part of the team?
Come talk to us. Do they have, instead of like pasta feed, oyster
like
feeds?
Oyster Fest. Oh,
So
gosh.
we got a bucket here.
What
in
is
this
that?
Lane 9. So you
What
see
does
how
that
in this
mean?
Pittsford boat, we have a port, a starboard, a port, and a starboard.
Uh-huh.
Now, drift your eyes back to this port boat closest to us.
I see it.
Look at that middle pair.
What's
They got
going
oars
on?
coming towards us.
Wow.
That's called a bucket when you line up for technical reasons, power reasons. Coaches can have a
Vibe
lot of thoughts
reasons.
for it. But there is port out of lane 9 with a bucket.
And look at this
Seven,
stroke
eight, nine.
for stroke, 789. Just going for a paddle along with friends. This like
And that's
when you
what this
skip
is
down
about.
the lane holding
Yeah,
hands.
yeah.
It's basically what they're doing. Yeah, that's Port, Pittsford, and Row America Rye. 3 really competitive programs here, laying it down in the girls' varsity for grand final.
And you can see if you take a look at all these athletes, especially these 12 right here, we do have a little bit different rowing styles. You'll notice that maybe some push their hips a little bit quicker, some swing a little bit more. All part of what that program thinks is going to make a boat go fast. Obviously, there are some big general things that we all know make a boat go fast, but every program kind of has their little nuances, and there are not
Especially
many
in the
places that you
Cox
get to be this close to a boat
Yeah.
and watch it happen.
The Cox 4 is really exposing in terms of technique. So oftentimes, even if the like style
Yeah.
or whatever type of rhythm or stroke that your athletes are doing, the best way to go fast is often to do the same thing across
Yep.
all 4 athletes. And so especially in these leading crews, don't discount lane 5. We see you over there too. These athletes are all kind of rowing the same style.
Yes.
No one's really standing out from one another. They're all accelerating at the same speed, same athletic dynamic stroke. Wow, and look at this move from Rye here. They've really started to separate themselves through the middle of this race. Takes a lot of risk and guts to do that kind of an early move.
To say, hey, we're going to go now, and maybe you can't hang, but we're going to show you we're going to try. Very cool.
Lane 5 is that crew from Row New York, really reinserting themselves into this leading pack here. Again, top 3 qualify for Youth Nats. So Row New York is putting their stamp on it. They've walked back 3 seats in the last
Looking
300
really
meters.
Nice, Row New York.
Rye is making a different kind of a claim. They want gold and that color medal only. But they're really surging away from that pack. Remember,
And
they were just
over
bow
there
ball to
in-
bow ball.
Is that 5?
Yeah, so Row New York is
Oh, they're
firmly in the
coming
mix with 500 to go. It's all about the coxswain here, willing and orchestrating these
Yep.
athletes to do
Yep.
everything together, empty the tank together. Oh, check this out. So this is, again, if you're just tuning in, we've got Port on the right, Pittsford next to them, and then your leader, Row America Rye. And then if we can pan over to the left, you'd see other boat in contention for the medals is Row New York out of Manhattan. Such a cool program. Each of these programs putting together quite the performance here in the girls' varsity 4. As these athletes start to fatigue,
It starts to get tough. We're in the last 200.
we start to see just how much, 1, our fitness,
Yeah.
2, our willpower, and 3, just like the gutsiness.
This is for the New York State Championship right here. Who is going to be your girls varsity Cox 4 New York State champion?
And there you can see we've got Oyster Bay and Row New York B over there on the top of your screen. But here comes Row New York A, really making a push here for the medals.
Does Row America Rye A and B have enough in the tank? Row America Rye A, I believe, currently sitting in our leading spot, but it is a
Row New
hot,
York really right
hot
there.
race. Friends of Port Pittsford and Row New York Manhattan.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a lot of Row New York B here in this race, but they are
right
firmly
there.
in it. Pittsford's charging for second.
Pittsford
Row New
on
York
the move.
Row
Row New
America
York.
IB just out of it, but oh
Yep.
my gosh, Port takes third. Just over Row America Rye B and then
Pittsford,
Row New York.
Friends of Port, Row America Rye B, Row New York Manhattan.
Here comes Port B across the line.
Ooh.
And that's Brighton.
And then Row New York Manhattan with a half of a bow ball over Oyster Bay.
Sheesh.
Your Youth Nats qualifiers there will be Row America Rye, Pittsford, and Friends of Port, with Brighton Rowing Club, and then our top two from that previous petite
Wow.
final. Right there, Baldwinsville and Nichols.
That was
There's
exciting.
your SRA's qualifier. We told you that 4 was going to be a barn burner.
I love being right, but that was crazy. I wish it wasn't quite so stressful to watch. Back up to the start. We haven't had enough. Good. We've got the girls
Come back.
Junior U17 Cox 4 Petite Final. We've got Albany, Nichols, Baldwinsville B, Niskayuna, Oyster Bay, Augustin Classical Academy, Rhinebeck High School, Nardin Academy, and FG Roosevelt. Whew. We've got our staff up there, volunteers. Got lots of, so you've noticed, we've got a lot of big boats for the girls' teams. Today on Saturday, small boats for the boys. Tomorrow that will switch. So we'll have the boys' big boats, girls' small boats. And if you notice, the start line is almost entirely staffed right now by the boys of Saratoga. They're all suited up in their float suits and life jackets and having great tummy time on the stake boats, helping this regatta run smoothly. Got a pretty huge regatta volunteer community here in Saratoga, making this New York State Championship run smoothly. From the athletes themselves to the parents, community members, friends, and family. Couldn't do it without you. Thank a volunteer.
Give them an extra. Thank you for being here today.
And follow the traffic pattern of the parking drop-off. I feel like that's where we need your appreciation the most. Parking is hard. Being in a car is not fun. No one's happy. But if we smile and give each other a little
Everybody's
thank
just
you,
having a little bit better time. Water staying pretty calm today. We are very lucky. Who knows what the next day will bring, but let's take advantage of some beautiful water. These are our girls junior U17 Cox 4s in the petite final. So your juniors and your 16-year or youngers are racing for spots 10 through 18 in the country. In this state. This is New York State's. You can find all your results on streamlinerowing.com/results. We have been kept pretty up to date. We have all the way through that girls at varsity 4 final, which had some crazy racing. 0.7 apart, 3 seconds apart, 0.8 apart. Some really fun stuff going on there in those girls Cox 4s. And there's only more to come. So here's our regatta officials, our safety marshals that follow each race. They are waiting for the start marshal, who's up on a platform.
oh, how do you manage the nerves at the start, Megan?
Deep
Here's
breaths,
the times
deep
from that
breaths.
final. Oh my gosh, 0.7. That's so tight. And then 1.2 between Row America Rye B and Row New
It's some
York.
good stuff.
Row New York had such an exciting push.
Oh my gosh.
This is race scheduled for 2:26, so almost on time there. We can see some steering, sculling it around, adjusting your point. Makes the first half of the race a whole lot simpler if we start off going straight. So these
Nothing like the
coxswains-
adrenaline of careening into
Of
another boat,
a
though,
little bit
Megan.
of steering off
Nothing
the
like
start.
it.
Hannah, the first time I did a start in a quad this season, done it before. First time I did it this season, I did have the tow. I was in charge of the steering, and I went, holy moly, I'm not prepared for this. So, sending some good
It's tough.
vibes to these ladies, hoping they're prepared for it. And if not, I wish them a beautifully peaceful next 20 strokes after you figured your tow out.
Here we go. Off the line.
We're looking at lanes 4 and 5, which will be ACA and Oyster Bay here in the middle. These lanes are seated, so based on their time trials, we do have fastest in lane 9 and then working your way down to our 18th fastest in lane 1. But man, oh man, they said, nope, I'm not listening to you and your descending order out of time trial. This is fun. This is the good stuff.
My bets are on everyone and no one. I don't know. I don't know.
We'll see what develops here. This is just the early start. Maybe you're a mid race crew. Maybe you're a second half crew. Maybe you're a first half crew and you're being a little bit gutsy. But early edge will go to Nichols School and Baldwinsville. Out of lanes 8 and 7, second from left and third from left on your screen. There's our lane 8, Nichols School. That big N across their backs. This is our girls junior U17 Coxed 4 Petite Final. It is a Youth Nats event. There is a women's U16 U17, excuse me, Coxed 4. However, these athletes are in this petite final, so they are just racing for spots in New York States. These are all juniors or 16-year-old and under. There's lane 8. You see that bow ball surging, and lane 7 maybe surging a little bit more. Baldwinsville B. In that red uni with those red with a stripe blades. I think they've caught almost even. I'll give them another stroke to do it. There we go. We've got 2 even boats right here, and then a pack off the back. Oyster Bay, ACA, Rhinebeck, Narden, FDR. I'm trying to read your name on bow number 7.
I keep seeing Gwern, Megan. It's not.
Maybe
it is.
maybe in its initial from each of their
At
names.
first I thought it was Gwen.
Gween?
but It looks like Gwern. Gween? Is that an A? I think it's
Could be an R. Lane 7, Baldwinsville.
Come find
making
us
a
at
move.
the finish line. Tell us what your name is.
I like the artsiness of it. But here they are. They are making a move. We have bow seat of the Baldwinsville crew on bow ball of the Nichols School crew. And then lanes 4 and 5, that's going to be ACA and Oyster Bay. Oyster Bay in the blue, ACA in the green and purple. Fighting right here. They are inching up on that Nichols School boat. And FDR over there in the red. They came to play. These young athletes, juniors or 16-year-olds, a lot of development left, a lot of racing left. So cool to be this early in a rowing career and still be able to go side by side with a crew. ACA maybe making a little bit of move back on Nichols School there.
But oh my gosh, whatever we've got going on with this crew from Baldwinsville.
They got it going on.
They got it going on. They're moving. They've took that really gutsy move just before the halfway point in this race and have just not stopped.
I can see them. We're approaching that last 500 if we're not already there. So they've got about 2 minutes left.
And look at ACA. ACA has now pulled a level with the Nichols School.
Yeah.
No, they've taken a seat.
I
They're
think
up.
they've taken a seat. I think they are up.
And their stroke rate is pretty low. ACA just like powering through.
Sending that boat.
It's like a really dramatic contrast of a really powerful drive, really relaxed floating recovery.
Yeah. This is our petite final of the girls junior U17 Cox fours. In the petite final of the varsity fours, we had crews in the 630s, 640s range. So I would anticipate, just nature of varsity to junior U17, a little bit slower here, but not by much. So these crews have about a 6 minute and a 6.5 minute, 7 minute race here. They've got, let's take a look, maybe a minute and a half left. They're nearing that end for sure.
Getting a little bit of steering from Baldwinsville. You can see them going over those buoys just slightly, making sure that Coxon is trying to get back into their lane. You got this nice lead. You don't want to lose it by catching a digger on a buoy.
It's such a fine line of like obliterating your physical and mental capacities while still keeping things clean and sharp and
It's
fresh.
an impossible task, this sport.
It is.
It's impossible. But
Your
ACA making
athletes
it
are
look
out there doing
easy.
the impossible,
Megan,
coaches and parents.
ACA,
They're cruising.
If they started sprinting right now,
ACA, time to go.
they could make a run for this gold
Especially
medal
because
here.
they do have quite a bit more rate variance because they've raced a little bit lower.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're
I
currently
hear
sitting
Go
in
Augustin
second.
from the Saratoga Shores. Oh,
But
I'm hearing
Baldwinsville trying to hold them
such
off
great
here.
cheers from the ACA parents. I'm sure Baldwinsville has some on the other side.
Oh my gosh. I don't know.
I think if Baldwinsville does their last 5 strokes cleanly, they're going to keep it.
Really tight finish there for
Gorn
first and second
in the
in
Gorn.
this petite final.
Lane 7, Baldwinsville,
Wow.
10th in the country, ACA
What an
11th.
upset from ACA.
Well
Here comes
done
the
from that
Nichols School
outside.
for third in this petite final.
That's going to
comes-
be Oyster Bay, I think.
And what a tight finish. Albany just over Niskayuna.
Some
And
capital
then
district.
another photo finish between, oh my gosh, who was that?
I think that's going to be Rhinebeck just over Nardin, perhaps.
And then we have 2 more crews. How many crews are in this race?
That's going to be FDR. And then who are you right here?
Is that Rhinebeck?
That could be Rhinebeck.
Huh.
We're
then who
too
was in
excited.
red?
Is Nardin red?
I think
We're learning.
We
We're
had an
learning
extra-
here. It is potential that there might have been 10 boats in that race. Let me
I'm going to pull up
take a look at our
Streamline.
schedule.
We have a printed, schmeasly printed version.
But regardless of who was in that, that is some fun rowing. Good to look back at.
We'll head back up to the start. You can see these crews getting ready to go. If you're just tuning in, welcome to New York State Championship here in Saratoga Springs, New York. We've got the girls' junior U17 Cox 4 Grand Final. We have Friends of Port, Baldwinsville, Cascadilla, City Honors High School, Our Lady of Mercy High School, Emma Willard School, Westside Rowing, Manhasset High School, and Pittsford Crew.
So possible we have some swapped out
Lanes.
lane assignments for you. We will do some deductive reasoning as the race gets started on Streamline. Pittsford is labeled as in lane 9. We have them over in lane 1. Who do you think that is over there?
I'm seeing the orange blades. So actually that's confusing. Because that looks like... Okay. We're figuring it out.
So much of rowing so much of rowing land spectating and coaching and officiating is a lot of detective work.
So lane 6, I'm using my
Orient ourselves.
blade cheat sheet. We have a start here. Really quick reaction timing from lane 5, whoever you are. I believe it's Our Lady of Mercy High School. Wow, fast and furious starts here in this grand final of the U17 Junior 4. Oh no, am I going to be missing a lane 4? No, lane 4 ended up over there.
Oh no. These do have a coxswain, so hopefully the individual with the rudder there is able to arrange herself. We do have a 10th boat in this race. Am I correct?
Yeah, you are.
So we will figure out who your leaders are and where everyone sits.
Let me look at the time trial results. Because we had some collisions this morning.
We did.
So potentially we
Yes.
have 10 because
So
of
when there's a collision, you can
protest
file a
or something.
protest. You can say my race was inhibited by another individual's race.
So 1, 2, 3.
I think that's going to be Emma Willard out of lane 4 with that red. The red unis. I can't quite tell who's in the
So
red boat over there.
Romerica Rye A was the 10th boat from this morning's time trial.
In the junior U17 Cox
and
Fours.
Romerica Rye was not in
Is
the B
not
final.
here.
Is not here? Good.
So I believe Romerica Rye is added because they are not on the Streamline schedule
Yeah.
or my schedule.
Because I
So my
think-
guess is they are a
I
late
think this
add.
is Pittsford here on the
Here
far
we go.
side. Thank you. We can now see Pittsford, Port. This is all turned around.
And we got a bow number 8 over there.
Yeah, and Baldwinsville is over. Okay, so the lanes don't make any sense with what we have printed.
But
That's fine.
we will just tell you who's in the lead here. Port in that black and purple. Baldwinsville in the black and red. I do think
And
this is Emma
Pittsford?
Willard. Pittsford on the far side. It's tricky stuff. It's tricky stuff here, kids. But really nice rowing from these 4 boats in our lower lanes, ideally. I do think we likely have a race developing in our higher lanes.
Because that looks like the Baldwinsville Uni to me.
I think that maybe they went into the lanes in the wrong directions because that is a 9876.
Okay, I think you're right. Okay, so we have Pittsford added, and in our sheet it's in lane 1, but on Streamline it's in the Highlands.
I believe they are sitting over in, on that far
This
side.
is a good prank on us. Good job, whoever did this. Pittsford currently sitting in first, followed by Port. Really tight racing this whole first 500. Closely followed by Baldwinsville.
And Hannah, I'm not going to say that these guys are not in first, second, third, and fourth, but I do
wait.
think we could have some racing in some of the closer lanes. We will see as things develop here. They are approaching this last 500. This is for a New York State Championship and for 3 spots to Youth Nats.
Coming into the last 500 already, Megan.
We're
Watch
here.
out. Lane 6 is making a move on lane 7. Baldwinsville trying to hold off that charge. Here we got the full
So
picture.
here we go. We are just a little flippity
So
floppity.
there's
I
Emma
think
Willard
Pittsford.
over there on the left.
I think Pittsford's in the lead.
I think you're right. I'm having a hard time identifying this red boat because I think this is Emma Willard over here in the white boat with the red shirts.
Could be. Potentially a City Honors High School or an Our Lady of Mercy. But right now, it's Pittsford in control of this race.
I don't know who that is on the far right, but
This could be
They're
Port
holding
in
on?
charge of the race, Hannah.
no. This is definitely
Pittsford?
Pittsford. The
Great.
yellow
And then Port in second here
yeah.
with who we believe is Baldwinsville. But don't forget about Red Boat out there. We'll find
Red
out
Boat
who you
lane
are.
6. I really don't like being pranked. It's fine.
I'm going to guess you are City Honors or Our Lady of Mercy.
Because on our sheet it says Cascadillo Boat Club, but Cascadillo is not red.
City Honors, you are red. I believe that red is going to be our City Honors.
Okay, but it's
But
Pittsford
there's
still for
Pittsford.
the gold here, but
And
City Honors then is charging for second place over
With-
Port, who has held that second place position the entire race so far.
I think Red Boat, who we are tentatively claiming as City Honors, is going to sit in
my
this silver
gosh.
spot. But Emma Willard,
Also charging on
a
Baldwinsville.
West Side potentially.
Port might get out sprinted by Emma Willard here. It's really close, 7 lanes apart from each other. Pittsford just 3 seats up over
Oh,
City Honors, and then Port by half a seat.
Baldwinsville, Emma Willard, beep, beep, beep. I believe this is, that could be West Side through the line there. We are running a little blind here. But there's lane
Lane
2,
2.
who that's not Manhasset, but that's
That's
Manhasset.
Manhasset in the orange.
That might have been West Side in that maroon.
This looks like Romare Karai in a late edition.
And
lane
a no
0,
bow number.
and that's a Cascadillo uni. So
I like it.
I can tell you who that was.
So tricky stuff out there. Great
Thank you
racing
for
to
your
those
patience.
crews. Your results will be up with your appropriate names on streamlinerowing.com. We are very proud to say that 1, 2, 3 in that race will be New York State champion, New York State silver, New York State bronze, as well as our Youth Nationals bids. This is live sports, everyone. All right, we've got some 8s. These will be our girls junior U17 8s, which is a Youth Nats qualifier. It is not an SRAA qualifier, so Scholastic is irrelevant here. We have 5 crews that are qualified for Youth Nats. That's going to be both Row America Rye boats, both Saratoga boats, and the West Side Rowing boat. So those 5 will be trying to go top 3. Woo! Here we go.
Here we go. Got a little bit of drifting going on with the crosswind now pushing these athletes to port side. Coxon's doing a good job of anticipating those winds, staying straight in their lane so that the aligner referees can align the crews fairly.
There's a tricky thing to do in a big sweep boat like this, and it's called sculling. You thought you knew rowing? You thought you're a parent, a loved one who's finally caught on to the difference between sweeping and sculling? Not so quick. So we see what this lane 5 is doing. We are passing our blade up to the person in front of us and then just kind of tapping really tightly along the hull. And instead of moving us forwards and backwards, that just keeps us nice and tight so we can adjust our straightness instead of moving us side to side in the lane. So lane 5 making some nice adjustments here. That's going to be the West Side Rowing Club entry. This is the 242 Girls Junior U17 8 with Coxon. A state championship will be named right here, as well as 3 Youth Nationals qualifiers. We have a start.
Megan, how many strokes do you stay in your high strokes for?
Between 18 and 23. Somewhere in that 20 range. I think there's some studies out there that's about when you start to hit in that first 90
Start
seconds.
to
you start
exhaust,
to hit some
exhaust the
lactic acid threshold type lactate.
Yeah, the science these days.
You get yourself into some tough spots if you hold that high any longer. So these crews looking still pretty high, but maybe trying to settle into base. Closest to the camera, we've got Romerikarai A, Romerikarai B, Naarden, Niskayuna, Westside, Saratoga A, Saratoga B, City Island, and Kellenberg Memorial. It does look like Romerikarai A out to a lead, followed by Naarden and Romerikarai B. Naarden in that great bright green boat.
So worth noting, the Youth Nats in Sarasota does have a lot. They care about the ages. So this event at state championships, you can be either a junior or lower or U17 or younger, like U17.
Mm-hmm.
But at the national championship, you have to be 16 or younger in this calendar year.
Mm-hmm.
So if any of these athletes does not qualify under those guidelines, will be a problem at the national championship.
So we'll say, as I noted earlier, there's a lot of crews here that are not eligible for that Youth Nationals, and that's just because they've decided to prioritize the juniors, the strength of the team, etc., etc. But both Romerikarai boats, both Saratoga boats, and the Westside Rowing Club boat are, and to be honest, they still want to go be a state champion. So qualification maybe is not at the front of their mind. It's the let's go race really hard. Let's put together this culmination of the hard work we've done this season.
And look at this race unfolding. We've got Romerikarai B, Naarden Academy, and then over there in the red is Niskayuna, putting out really strong start here.
Yeah, yeah. Hannah, I love rowing so much. Look at this.
Look at them go.
3 boats across, stroke for stroke, everybody trying to gain just an edge.
It's such a competitive environment. These coxswains undoubtedly calling for absolute precision, extreme, like absolute power, and kind of using the other boats as a barometer for their relative speed. So if a coxswain is, quote, like sitting on the 8 seat or the stroke seat of another boat, like this Romerikarai coxswain is kind of sitting between stroke seat and 7 seat, that coxswain will kind of jockey for position based on that relative field. So maybe asking the crew for one more seat. I want a seat, and that means that they want to move the whole boat forward relatively one seat more. And we can kind of just walk through a boat, like garner track momentum, one possession, one seat at a time.
And you'll notice that family members, friends, loved ones of these athletes, they'll start to use this rowing terminology in their everyday life. I'll be like on a bike with friends or a run with friends, and we'll talk about walking, like, and we'll talk about
you're sitting half a seat up on me,
and we'll talk about bow ball. So it does, the jargon of rowing does become part of your everyday life, but these athletes are right in it. This, who are you on the outside there? Romerikarai B, next to Naarden. That coxswain in your left-hand most boat is looking at that bow ball of the green boat, waiting to just let her crew know I'm on a bow ball.
When the coxswain sits on the bow ball of another crew, not only is it just like a definitively like dominant position, but it also signifies to the entire rest of the crew that they're staring down the backs of their competitors, right? When you're up a full length, it's quite the psychologically strong position to be in. And so each of these coxswains you can see is striving for that positioning here. Again, we're looking at the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place crews up to this point. So Romerikarai A is out of the field, but we're looking at Romerikarai B sitting in 2nd, Naarden Academy sitting in 3rd, and Niskayuna sitting in 4th.
Romerikarai really done a nice job in that A boat that we can see here.
They are.
They've got a boat and a half open in front of the chaos that is this fight for 2nd and 3rd. They will be your state champions. They will qualify for Youth Nats. They've got 5 strokes to the line here. Very clean in this U17-8.
Yeah, they've got 3 lengths of open water here. Really impressive.
Woo! I do think that Romerikarai B has held off Naarden just enough, and both of those crews have established bow to stern on Niski.
And here comes the race for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, we've got Westside, Saratoga, City Island, and Kellenberg
So
Memorial.
this is for the Youth Nats qualifier. The winner of this bunch, Saratoga or Westside, will be your third Youth Nats qualifier.
Looks like Saratoga sitting
Saratoga
just
with
two
the
seats
bow
up.
deck on Westside. Will they hold it?
Bow seat knows they have it.
They will. Saratoga will earn that Youth Nats qualifier there.
And there's Saratoga.
Westside.
There's Saratoga B coming across,
Very
followed
nice.
by Kellenberg Memorial and City Island.
Oh, I love that. I love that so much.
There's nothing like sitting in the bow seat of an 8, and it's a close race. But if you're bow
But
seat,
you can feel
you can
a little
feel
bit
it
of that
because
deck.
you are in. Everyone else is kind of duking it out
Right.
side
you don't
by
know if you're
side
on
with a
3 seat
human.
or 5 seat.
Right?
Yeah.
It's a lot of stimulus. It's a lot of energy coming from that person. But when you're bow seat and you're up that crucial 1 second, you have
You
this
know it.
calm of just
Yeah.
sitting next to the bow deck.
Yeah.
So fun. Trying to get slowly but surely back on schedule here. It's 2:56. This next race was scheduled to go off at 2:50. It's the girls' freshman Cox 4 A final.
Should be a 6-boat race here. Trying to figure out how to get these 6 boats. I believe this freshman event is not a Youth Nationals event, but it is an SRA's event. So in the 8 at New York Scholastic, sorry, these are still 4s, excuse me.
You're okay.
Relax, Megan. We got so much more happening today. So the freshman 4 is neither a SRA nor a new Youth Nationals event, but we will crown a New York State champion here in the freshman girls Cox 4.
Looks like we're getting ready for that start. Since we're a little bit behind, it might be a quick start. So we should have Our Lady of Mercy High School in lane 9, Nardin Academy in lane 8, FD Roosevelt in lane 7, Rhinebeck High School there in the yellow boat in lane 6, Wappingers Crew Club on the left-hand side of your screen with the red and blue in lane 5, and Spackenkill Rowing Club in lane 4. Here are those results from the previous race. Girls Junior U17-8 Final 1. Rye took it first and second, followed by Nardin Academy.
Water's
Really tight finish
quieting
there
down.
between Saratoga and Westside.
Yeah.
0.7.
For the bid. Crazy. You never know what you're racing for. Water's quieting down here at the finish. We can see it is pretty quiet up there at the start, and we do have a start here. This is the girls' freshman Cox 4. 4 athletes, 1 athlete coxing, 4 oars.
A little steering issue over there from Wappingers. They're getting back into their lane. Again, a shout out to all of our volunteers here doing the stake boat holding gig.
It's the best seat if you want to watch starts all day.
True. If you just want to watch racing all day, here with us on the live stream,
Here we
you
are.
got the best seat in the house.
It could be at your house.
Oh, God.
Or I heard at the Ben & Jerry's Pizza Oven merch tent. Heard there's quite a party over there.
Especially as it gets a little cloudy, there's a little chill.
Brr.
Maybe.
Lane
Nice place
8
to get
here
cozy.
is Narden. Early lead, FDR. There's Rhinebeck. Wappinger's off the back a little bit. And there's Spack and Kill, Our Lady of Mercy here. We can see just inching into the picture. 5-6 boat race.
Here's where it gets interesting. We're getting into the meat of the race here. Almost 500 meters in. Our Lady of Mercy with those unique blades with the diagonal and the 2 stars.
Really smooth here.
Wow, look at this.
Nice
3 boats
water.
across.
7, 8, 9. Furthest from the camera, FDR, then Narden, then Our Lady of Mercy. Really creating a nice race here for these freshmen. All in their first year of high school. Who knows how much rowing they've done, but they are a freshman in high school.
Got a little bit of a surge happening out of FDR here. They've got just walked about 2 seats up on the other 2 fours. And just like that, you had a response move from Narden,
Narden said,
trying to bring it back to
"Nuh-uh."
level.
Did you know that FDR crew has had 74 years of rowing success?
Wow. I
Right
did
from their
not.
website. Very cool.
Really tight racing here. Stubborn racing is the best kind of racing. We're not bothered. We're not flustered. FDR, Narden, and Our Lady of Mercy High School just duking it out here through this middle 500. They're kind of exchanging blows here. Crews just shifting relative speed. And look at that, just like
and
that.
right back in.
Our Lady of
There
Mercy
they
is now
go.
sitting up a
I
seat.
think they're listening to us tell each other what blows are happening, and they
What's
said,
interesting
nope,
too
it's
in
my
the sport
turn.
of rowing, when we have these mic'd up boats now, you also can kind of listen to your competitors.
Oh yeah,
Like, there's no secret play you can run unless you have a code word, I guess. But even then, you can hear the code word.
yeah,
You know.
yeah.
So these athletes hearing each other's coxswains across these 3 boats, trying to kind of call each other's bluff a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah.
Take out the element of surprise wherever you can, but look at this separation starting to unfold here in the second half of the race. Our Lady of Mercy showing why they're the number 1 seed in this race.
Trying to lay down that same winning rhythm they laid down in the time trial this morning.
Narden Academy trying to extend a little bit more of a lead here. In the fort, the boat speed changes very quickly. You don't want to leave anything to chance, so having a close race going into the last 500 is kind of risky business. Sometimes
Yeah.
you want to make your move early and solidify your ranking in the minds of your competitors. Like, no, I am sitting in second place. Second place is
I'm
mine.
gonna stay right here.
Yeah.
You
That's-
walk back into me. You make the move.
It takes
There's
a
that
lot of
gazebo. There's that 500-meter buoy. Rowers, when you see that, you got 2.5 minutes left of a race here. You're approaching
can
those red
see-
buoys. You
I
know
see
it's
Narden
time.
taking a move here. They brought the stroke rate up there at that 500 to go. FDR responding strong. These top 3 crews really pushing each other here. Super cool to see that explosive leg drive, 1 swing together, hanging off those arms as freshmen.
As freshmen. And honestly, while we love a good upset, and we might see one here, looks like FDR's not giving Narden a ton of space, it is really cool that as freshmen, they laid down this same speed when they had no one next to them.
It's true.
Now, they're going to all prove me wrong, and we're going to have a swap up here in the next they're in the next 300.
Over
We're
there on
about
the right
to see those
side,
buoys change.
in the middle is Rhinebeck High School. Then over on the right is Wappinger's crew next to them. And Spacking Hill is the one over there on the top right, currently trailing. All boats really laying down impressive speeds, putting a piece together, executing their plan 1 step at a time.
oftentimes the 1500 can feel like a
Mm-hmm.
dauntingly long race. And so each of these athletes doing a great job of just kind of breaking it into smaller, manageable pieces for the mind to kind of take on.
Yeah, watching those hips in the Our Lady of Mercy boat. They're moving those seats together, moving the oars together. Thank you, flag holder. You're doing great. Yes, you. Oh, I hear these
Wow.
coxswains urging every last bit out of their rowers. We have
What
created
a
some
second
margins
half
here.
from
Yeah.
Our Lady of Mercy. Wow, remember this like relentless level we had at
Mhm.
500 in?
They said
They've extended it to lengths of open.
Really
Wow.
nice job, boat. And really also back to Narden, who was dead even with FDR. There's FD Roosevelt through the line there. We have in the yellow boat,
That's going to be
lane 6 will
Rhinebeck.
be Rhinebeck.
Strong push to the end, emptying the tank. And here comes Wappinger's crew. Nice push through the line.
There's lane 4. That's from Spack and Kill Rowing Club. Out of Poughkeepsie, New York. Moving together, coxswain looking for the finish line. They're founded for student athletes. They are a separate entity from their school and their school district. They're a club team. They want to promote mind and body development through training, practice, and discipline.
Lovely.
Here's our 2Vs.
We have a start. Girls second varsity 8 grand final.
So this is 3 bids to Youth Nats, as well as 2 bids to Scholastics.
The 8 is a really loud, fast and furious start. Each of these boats, while may look silent to us on our live stream, it is anything but when you're in that environment. Each of these athletes brings their own energy, their own hype, their own explosiveness. The coxswains are mic'd up throughout the boat, hopefully. Otherwise, they're screaming at the top of their
Otherwise,
lungs.
they are yelling.
So there's a lot of noise just from the humans themselves. And then each of those oars makes a little bit of sound at the finish. Each of the blades running through the water makes a bit of sound through the water. The slide and the seat rolling on the tracks makes a lot of noise. And so that start can be a really like overwhelming place.
Yeah.
And so oftentimes you'll have coxswains just calling for the crews to go as fast as possible, not just because they want to go as fast as possible, but because they want to get out of that overstimulating environment,
Yeah.
rise above the fray, and get into some open water where they can relax and just get to work.
Yep. Here we have all boats eligible for Youth Nats. And then we do have 4 boats eligible for 2 bids to Scholastics. So on the coach's end, on the qualifying end, there's probably a little bit of rowing math, rowing selection happening. But on these ladies' end, they're just hauling on it. They're just
going
trying
as
to be
fast
first
as
down the
possible.
course. There's lane 9, Row America Rye A.
Different uni than we've seen from most of
Mixing
at
it
least
up,
2 weeks ago.
ladies.
I like it.
Look at that water. Look at that water.
Couldn't ask for a better day.
Row America Rye, A and B, leading the charge. And you're right, different unis. That Row America Rye B boat has likely gone up against the A boat often in practice. They are in the 2V race, and by nature of being the second boat in a 2V race, they could be called the 3V, but they are the second boat in the 2V race. They've earned their right to race in this 2V race, and they are, to be completely honest, crushing it against these other second eights from various programs.
Rye just able to let the release go a little bit. Oftentimes we think about accelerating all the way through, but the oar does have to unbend in the water to get that full use of the stroke.
Yeah.
That A boat really able to leverage everything. There's Saratoga currently sitting in third, followed by St. Anthony's High School in fourth. Really nice shot here as they come through the last 500. They're entering that last 500 now for Rye. So we're in the downhill. I like to think of, even though we're getting tired and the race definitely gets hard as you get more and more fatigued. Once you cross over that halfway point, it's downhill from here. You've done more than you're about to do.
Yeah.
There's Row America Rye. And coming through, here comes Row America Rye B. And here's a shot back to the rest of the field. We've got in the green, Liverpool High School, Fayetteville Manlius A and B are in the green.
There's Liverpool just
Liverpool
approaching
with
our
the orange
screen now.
And then behind all these Bimini tops, we've got Pittsford crew and Wappingers crew.
Clarkstown and Our Lady of Mercy High School wrapping up the pack here. But Row America Rye in those fresh unis, their A boat. Excuse me. Yep. We were with Pittsford and Wappingers. We didn't need to add some more. But
here comes Row America Rye securing this gold medal finish, barring disaster, staying together, laying down a fast time. No doubt. Really awesome straight arm hang here from this Rye crew, leveraging the leg power, the hips shoving.
very talented athletes in this crew.
They work hard, put in a lot of training.
3 boats open on their own crew.
Look at them practicing that sprint.
6
Okay,
boats
2C.
open.
Let's go.
Wow.
So fast.
Wow. That's some fun racing they've given themselves.
Here comes Row America Rye. B's entry coming through their last 5 strokes.
That is 18 Row America Rye athletes.
Pretty speedy
12
ladies.
boats up on the field, but here comes Saratoga.
Practicing those sprint strokes, taking it through the line.
Looking for that
ladies.
bid to Youth Nats.
So those top 3 crews qualifying for Youth Nats. Here comes our friends from St. Anthony's.
Love the yellow. About
Bows and
2
all.
seats of open on Liverpool, who is barely bow to stern on that first Fayetteville Manlius boat. And those, I believe, will be your 3 Scholastic crews. St. Anthony's, Liverpool, and Fayetteville Manlius.
Here comes Fayetteville Manlius B through their last 5 strokes. Accelerating right through the line. Followed by Pittsford. That's not Wappingers.
You sneaky?
Who's that?
I will figure you out.
Orange and blue blades. But here comes Wappingers.
I'm not sure.
Nice
Again,
racing all
we
crews.
mentioned earlier, sometimes the schedule changes. There are protests because this is such a important qualifying event. We do want to allow the best, fair, equal racing possible. So we might not have your most updated schedule. But your coach knows it. Your coach is getting you in there.
I'm just going to look at the time trial results to see if I can figure out who that could have been. Oh, I bet it was Liverpool High School? No. Did we see them?
We saw them. I think.
The only other crews that did the time trial were Liverpool High School B and Nardin Academy. I think.
Could be a Liverpool B.
Because I think Liverpool is orange and blue. So I'll go with that.
We move on. This is the girls varsity 8 petite final. So going for positions 10 through 18 in the state.
And we have a little bit of collision. Unsure of what's going to happen here. Crew's trying to rebuild. Oh, a red flag.
That's
we're gonna
that's
restart
we
the
do not
race.
have a start.
There's a little clash between lanes 5 and 6. So that's going to be Suffern High School and Bayshore High School. That just
Didn't
got a
look
little
like anything too damaging.
So bring those crews back around to the starting blocks.
Possible they run the final one ahead of time, but I'm going to guess that on a nice day like today, they may just wait. So it looks like they're bringing our petite final of the girls varsity 8 around. We will see if they throw in the grand final to keep things moving or wait. Perks of having a camera at the start line. Otherwise, we would be just sitting here.
We would just be wondering,
Just
questioning,
wondering.
worrying maybe. If you're a worry wart, you know.
Don't worry. Look at
Don't
them
worry.
go.
See,
They're
right
turning
here.
it around.
They're okay.
So it does look like we may be pulling in our
Because lane 5 is
our
Pittsford in
varsity
the
8s.
grand final, so
We're gonna flippity floppity it.
that's the technical term.
Used by U.S. rowing officials everywhere. This will be the varsity 8 grand finals, so not even behind schedule. This will be for all the monies, all the golds. We have 3 Youth Nats bids available, a New York State Championship available, and 3
Available for the taking.
Scholastics bids
You know.
available to the highest bidder. But you got to bid
With speed.
with your muscles.
with speed. Speed with maybe some good power 10s, you know.
Yeah,
Good calls.
yeah. Throw some money our way.
So this is the last race for many of these athletes for the whole season if this is the
Crazy.
state
Yeah.
championship. And
Yeah.
my favorite tradition here in Saratoga is the athletes kind of do one of those hype tunnels
Yeah.
with the oars crisscrossing
your
over the
seniors.
boats for the seniors coming
Yeah.
through.
Yeah. Big stuff happening. That was the Saratoga women's 2V.
In case you could hear a very faint
Rah,
clapping of
rah,
applause.
rah. This will be the often the premier event in the women's big boats, the varsity
I'm a
8.
little nervous.
Hmm?
I'm nervous.
It's exciting. This is for a state championship. Fastest 8 in the state. Make t-shirts with that.
Yeah, it's low-hanging fruit. That's the best rhyme I've ever heard.
I have on my schedule a full 9 lanes 1 through 9. We'll see what gets rolling. You never know these days. Row America Rye will be out of lane 9, which will be closest to the Saratoga shore, closest to our media launch. On the right-hand side of your camera right now, then Saratoga, Pelham Community, Burnt Hills, Pittsford, St. Anthony's, Fayetteville Manlius, Liverpool, and City Island Rowing.
Full field.
A lot of these athletes will be going off to college to row. A lot of these athletes maybe pursuing other dreams, but either way, kind of like a bittersweet thing to row in an 8 with your teammates for potentially the last
So
time.
special.
Yeah.
I hope they know how
I hope they
special
soak it all
is.
up.
Sitting ready at the start.
That white long sleeve of Saratoga, there's the starting flags up.
Saratoga's got the double bucket. Don't let anybody forget it.
Just waiting on some positioning here. It looks like we want to make sure we're straight, we're solid, we're ready
No
for the
steering
race of
from
our
Pittsford.
lives.
Right off the start, but right to business.
And business as usual in these varsity 8s. These will be
Pretty clean
program's
start.
top 8 sweep athletes, top 4 starboard, top 4 port, your top coxswain.
For sure, especially out of these bigger programs.
So when we put together an 8, there are often some stereotypical characteristics that are
It's true.
often true, or often hold some variables true. Your stern pair, so your 8-seat and your 7-seat closest to your coxswain in the back of the boat, are going to be your rhythm setters. You're consistent, you're confident. Your middle 4, often your powerhouses, your engine room. And your bow pair tend to be your technical specialists. They're the ones that do a lot of the finesse of the boat in the bow. Now, obviously, we want all of our athletes to be the best rowers possible. But look at them go. Front and center is your Saratoga 8. Row America Rye off to an early lead. Not necessarily unexpected there.
They've got bow stern deck contact with Saratoga here. Saratoga sitting about 4 seats up on Pelham Community Rowing. But there's a shot at our leaders from Row America Rye.
Row America Rye looking really long, really strong, dropping those blades in and going, using the hips. There's Saratoga. Those chevron blades, those navy blue unis, and just 3 or 4 seats down out of lane 7, Pelham Community Rowing. This meat and potatoes of the race, this middle 500, often the most important part to kind of stake your claim to a medal position.
Really awesome acceleration here from Saratoga, led by that stern pair. Really making sure that stroke stays dynamic and moving throughout the drive. Here's a shot overhead of the leaders from Row America Rye. Clearing those puddles, tough to do in a headwind, and they're making it look nice and smooth. They're sitting just about half a length up on Saratoga. Saratoga's still sitting, actually maybe extending their lead, sitting about 6 seats up.
Hannah, look at this water. This
It's a
is
nice
what you
day
want
to race.
for your grand finals of your big boats.
Go out with a bang.
Just give me some
Beautiful.
water. Let me drop and send with my teammates. Really nice job by Romerica Rye. Out there in front. Saratoga with a lead on Pelham, with a lead on Burnt Hills, with a lead on Pittsford. A nice
But look
cascade
at-
down. But I'm going to say,
I'm
who's
going to
that
give
outside?
a shout out to Our Lady. City Island.
City Island out there.
City Island
Trying
really
to look across the
trying to
field.
upset,
Yeah.
kind of overcoming their seed. They're currently sitting in
1, 2, 3,
sixth.
4, 5. Yeah.
Maybe it's neck and neck over there with Emma Willard. Nope, St. Anthony's. I keep messing up because we skipped our petite final. But continues to be Rye coming through those last 500 meters.
I can
They're
see 'em.
racing to the red buoys.
Yeah.
And then it'll just be time to empty the tank for Rye here. This is
So,
the girls' varsity.
Even though Rye knows
grand
they're in a
final.
very comfortable position, they're going to sprint.
I mean, you have to.
They're
This
gonna whip
crew
it
is
To be,
preparing
to be state champions.
And they're also preparing for a national championship in 1 month's time. You got to start
We got to practice when
experimenting
we
the
can.
full
Yeah.
breadth of our racing ability.
Romerica Rye in the last 200 here. We can see him from the finish line. The finish line flag is up. We're about to crown a state champion here, and a silver and a bronze, and 3 Youth Nats bids, and 3 SRAA bids.
It's a big
Big
deal
race
this
here. Big race here. Saratoga
Saratoga
opening
still-
up, bow to stern. I hope you can hear some cheers in the background. This is awesome. Really showing of a community. I'm sure you've got the same on the other side there over on Lee's Park Shore.
Romerica Rye just flying across the water
They
here through
are.
the finish.
They are.
Really impressive display here, Romerica Rye. Saratoga has extended their lead over Pelham Community to almost
A
a
boat.
full length of open.
I would
Really
agree.
impressive last 500 from Saratoga here to close that gap.
There's your home course boat, your Saratoga Varsity 8
Here comes Pelham again. Really
Charge
impressive
in.
display.
with that
Got another bucket in
bow
that
bucket.
boat.
Here's Burnt Hills through the line, our neighbors just to the south. Pittsford crew from the west. Burnt
Comes-
Hills was our first Scholastic bid there.
Comes St. Anthony's.
Another Scholastic bid. And then I
Really
believe
tight.
that's City Island, Liverpool, and then Fayetteville, Manlius.
Little upset of the seating there for those last 3 spots.
City Island maybe had a little bit left in the tank from this morning.
Here are the times from the second varsity final that just preceded this race.
And now, plot twist, we go back to our petite final.
I think you're right, because we've got Green Narden Academy over here on the left side of our screen, and then left to right, we'll just go through it. Our Lady of Lourdes is lane 8, currently sitting in second. And then neck and neck, we've got Rhinebeck High School, Bayshore High School, and Suffern High School. And then sitting in third is Emma Willard School. Then we have Wappinger's crew. Looks like an open lane. So we'll assume that Clarkstown is the one that should be in that lane, and therefore Our Lady of Mercy High School is over there on the far right. So really commanding lead from Narden. And honestly, now it's neck and neck between Emma Willard and Our Lady of Lourdes. It looks like we're in.
I think we may be approaching that middle. That was the 1,000 buoy, I think,
Okay.
up there.
Got
Not
me.
quite 500.
Our volunteer who's on the flag here at the finish line. Usually you
All
only put the flag
excited.
up when they're in the last 250.
Flag is up.
You put the flag up. I was like, how ready are we for this race to be over? Narden Academy extending their lead here. Really
Doing a really
powerful
nice
strokes in this girls' varsity 8 petite final.
So
there's a shot of
If I have to restart a race,
Yeah.
what's going through my head in those couple of minutes? Like, how are these athletes adjusting?
Yeah.
Do they
you gotta,
adjust?
you gotta shake it off, and it's almost. I think it could be nice because you kind of get some of the nerves out in that first attempt
yeah.
of the start. Maybe it wasn't your best start ever. Maybe it was, and you're like, oh my gosh, we figured it out. Let's do it again.
Yeah.
It's definitely not the ideal situation, but you gotta make lemonade out of lemons, you know.
Out of a false start.
Out of
or
a false
tricky start. But man, what a race developing here in the back half. Lane 7 is Rhinebeck. We've got Bayshore in 6. 5 is Suffern. 4, Emma Willard. Wappinger's Crew Club. And over there in our far lanes, Clarkstown and Our Lady of Mercy.
Yeah, so I think we are missing Clarkstown, and Emma Willard is just out of our
I do think
screen,
you're right.
because if you see that little trail on the top of your screen, that's the wake of Emma Willard. So they're just outside of the current frame, as well as Narden Academy and Our Lady of
Yep.
Lords is there in the yellow and
There's
blue.
Narden in the green, and then you see those two that Hannah just described right there. Narden, they didn't get to see it, Romare Karai have the same lead on the field in that grand final, but they are trying to imitate it anyway.
Coming into the last 500, you see that white buoy on the left-hand side of your screen indicating we are near the end here in this girls' varsity 8 petite final. Narden extending that lead even more, especially through those couple of rollers here. You can see the disruption on the water. So cool that it's that flat. That
we get to see just a little bit of wake.
And the fight for second continues to be between Emma Willard and Our Lady of Lords High School. So looks like Our Lady of Lords is moving a little bit better through this last 500. Emma Willard trying to hold on to that medal position. They're a full open water, maybe a few seats of open water up on the rest of the field. Emma Willard currently sitting in third. Suffern High School sitting in fourth behind them, maybe half a seat up on Bayshore High School, who is sitting half a seat up on Rhinebeck High School. So those three high schools in the middle, duking it out, trying to get into medal contention, but Emma Willard put out a really strong first 1,000, a nearly insurmountable lead.
By Narden, for sure. Emma Willard hoping it's insurmountable. They are moving really nicely into this last
Narden
200.
just cycling it around here.
It
Really
looks
cool.
simple.
Simple strokes for simple folks going through. All they want to do is win. Very simple game plan.
Get out early and stay out early.
Don't overcomplicate it, Narden. Taking home the gold in the petite final.
10th in the state. And I do think that Our Lady of Lords is going to push past Emma Willard here. Maybe by 6 seats, a full boat length by the end.
Yeah, really impressive, strong kick here from Our Lady of Lords to extend it to a full 3 seats of open water over Emma Willard, who maintained their open water.
Holy moly, Hannah.
It's the high schools, Suffern, Bayshore, Rhinebeck. It's anyone's guess.
I'm going to say a
Bayshore?
smidge to Bayshore, and then I couldn't tell you Rhinebeck or
Wow.
Suffern.
Really tight racing there from those three crews. Here comes Our Lady of Mercy and Wappingers.
Clarkston, I guess we lost you somewhere in there. We move on to some freshman quads. This is not a Youth Nats event, but it is a Scholastic event with the top boat advancing to SRAAs.
Back up at the start, looking for this girls' freshman novice quad to get off and rolling. Beautiful conditions here, and they're off to a clean start. Let's see. Those first 5 strokes are crucial.
Especially in setting not only a pace for yourself, but a pace for your competitors. How fast can I get off the line? How fast am I going to be today? What can I hold on to?
Uh-oh, some steering issues.
We
Coming out
see
of
the
lane 6.
boat holder trying to move him over with her hand.
That's Andre.
His hand. I got you.
He's there to help.
So I believe, if I'm looking at these rules correctly, that we get 1 to SRAAs out of the girls' freshman novice quad. The boats that are eligible will be Niskayuna, Poughkeepsie, Shaker, ACA, Manhasset, and Northwood. So your current leader, ACA, over there is eligible. Niskayuna, third from left in the red, is eligible. And then your 4 on the right-hand side are eligible for that 1 spot to SRAAs. Otherwise, we're racing for a state championship. It does look like ACA's ready to take both of those big wins here. Hippos charging ahead.
Charging. Super cool to see the quad come together for these novice and freshman athletes. They just got to work together. It's like the epitome of teamwork and self-sufficient. You know, it's like it's an empowering boat class.
It is.
Because it's all
you're
on
independent.
You. Yeah. Oh my gosh, look at these beautiful strokes from our crew in red. Must be Niskayuna.
I do think it is.
Beautiful strokes from Niskayuna. Straight long arm hang, pushing the hips. There they are, lane 7. Niskayuna making a stand here early, trying to get into medal contention. And ACA with that early lead that we saw, they're out of the frame, but you can see their wake, their puddles here.
You can.
On the bottom
They're
of
doing
our
a good
screen.
job.
And they're surging away from this field here. Lane 6 trying to hold contact. But again, no coxswain. It's totally on the athletes to kind of manage both the mental and the physical side at the same time.
It's like if someone told you to run as fast as you could and then said, also, I would like you to juggle and bake a cake. And you said,
recite
yes,
the digits of
I
pi.
am 15, I'm 14 years old and I can do it.
Takes
They're
a lot of
crushing it.
can-do attitude here. Niskayuna really pushing. You can see that bow seat making calls,
Yeah.
like communicating and unifying the boat with verbal cues while going AFAP, like as hard as you can.
This is your first New York State Championships, which with a lot of these U15 Cox Quad ladies, freshman novice quad ladies, I would guess that has the potential to be.
Ooh,
4X, 4 athletes,
Row New
8
York,
oars,
Row New York and Port Jefferson duking it
coming
out over there.
coming out.
So ACA still leading. If anything, they've extended their lead, showing true dominance in this in this event.
Yeah.
Girls freshman novice
They
quad.
look long. They look composed.
They also look like they're like super efficient. Like they're using everything
All-
they have
all
at the
the
right
muscles.
time. Really cool to see ACA putting together such a strong girls freshman novice quad coming into the last 500. We'll see just how fast they can go emptying the tank in those last few hundred meters of this race. Still have Niskayuna sitting there in red, currently sit in second with the
I
lane
believe
8
so.
Port Jefferson and lane 6 Row New York duking it out for third.
Check out the clearance of the puddles in this ACA boat. So what
Oh,
we're talking
it's
about
unreal.
when we say that is, you see that little bit of wash, the puddle that is left when the blade exits the water. Can you push that boat far enough between each stroke that when you place the blade, you're clear? And there's not even a question. Beautiful rowing over
look
here
at
by
them taking
Augustine
their first
Classical
move.
Academy. All right, I guess it's time to up some of this rate. We've
Up
been
the
hanging
ante.
low here.
Gosh, they're just extending each and every stroke, taking inches on the rest of the field. Super cool to see this in real time. And that race still unfolding behind them with Niskayuna holding the second place position. And looks like our
Row New York squad is having a little bit of steering issues. They're currently sitting now in 4th behind Port Jefferson.
Just wiggling a little
Just
bit.
wiggling a little, but still sitting in 4th ahead of the next trailers from Manhasset, Shaker, Poughkeepsie, and Northwood. Here comes ACA. Looking for that finish line. Got a lot of crews and friends on shore cheering for him, ACA. Oh, taking advantage of this beautiful water here. ACA taking their final strokes before
Well done,
securing the gold medal finish in the girls' freshman novice quad. Wow, congrats, ACA. And here comes Niskayuna through their last stroke, sitting in 2nd place. Strong pacing, start to finish. They've been cool-headed.
They have, nice and long. See that rate coming up here. Port Jefferson, maybe 2 seats have opened back on this Niskayuna freshman novice quad.
And then here comes Row New York, right outside of Queens, representing the boroughs.
And then a little bit of a fight between Northwood and Shaker here.
A little tussle.
A little tussle. Shaker, ooh, I'm not going to call it too soon. That's for the timing hut to decide. Shaker,
Check back
Northwood,
later.
Poughkeepsie,
Wow, what a finish.
and here comes Manhasset in that beautiful orange.
Can't miss them. Well done, all crews. And we'll go right back up to the start for
Dun,
more.
dun, 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 dun.
Girls U15 Coxed Quad Grand Final. So this is a Youth Nats qualifier. Top 3.
It is.
We've got Burnt Hills, Port Jefferson, Augustin Classical, Saratoga Rowing B, Niskayuna, Long Island Rowing, Friends of Shenandoah, Saratoga A, and Manhasset High School. And they're already off, Megan. We were into the, looks
They're
like
doing it.
almost to the 250 meters in mark. There's a good look at Saratoga. Lane 7 is ACA. Lane 5, Niskayuna in the red. Really strong rhythm from Saratoga. You can see it's gotten them almost a full length up on those 2 crews. But we're just coming about 250 in, almost to the first 500. So a lot of
race left to go.
May have had a great explosive start, but it's all about that meat of the race, meat and potatoes. Maybe Beyond Burger for our vegetarians. That middle of
The potatoes.
the main course.
So your main course.
If the start sequence is the appetizers, everyone loves a good appetizer.
I could eat
right?
appetizers
I
all
could
day.
eat them all day, but unfortunately, we cannot.
We
We
gotta
have to
dig
get to
in.
the main course, which is that middle 1,000 of this 1,500 race.
Looks like Saratoga, ACA, and Manhasset having a nice
think
middle
it's-
500 here.
Niskayuna maybe.
You might be right there. Thank you.
But really close over with lane 9 and lane 8 of Burnt Hills and Port Jefferson. Wow. Close.
It's going to be for some fun racing in the second half, especially these are U15 Coxed quads. We don't know the experience. We don't know the fitness. We could be wildly fit and wildly experienced, or we could be the totally other direction. So these crews, they did make this final. They are top 9 in the state. What do they have left for the rest of today to prove themselves?
Saratoga is seeming to try to hold on to that lead, sitting just about stroke seat on Coxon. So a lot of contact. Those athletes can hear the other crews beside them. And they have the coxswain to kind of tell them what's kind of going on around them. So you don't need to look out of the boat as much. There's a shot of Burnt Hills. Nice long strokes from Burnt Hills. Getting all that good leverage. There's Port Jefferson in blue and Niskayuna in red. ACA in the purple and green. Saratoga's holding off that charge, but they're now level, ACA and Saratoga. ACA seems to have a really strong push through this middle 500.
You can see they're just suspending a little bit more. But Saratoga is not giving up without a fight. You can see those athletes taking a little peek over their shoulders.
Just hey, how you doing over there?
Like, I'm not going to give up without a fight.
ACA and Saratoga. Look at those beautiful blades. Saratoga you can see a little bit higher on rate, which is nothing new. ACA has been long and strong and winning all day.
And we'll see there's quite a surge coming here from those outside lanes. So it continues to be Saratoga and ACA, but Port Jefferson and Burnt Hills on the left and Niskayuna on the right are making quite the claim for medals here. It's not over till it's over.
A state championship. We do see a little bit of steering in that Port Jefferson boat. We're getting a little tight to those buoy lines. Sounds like they'll be all right. I hear some cowbells starting. We are coming to the finish. Last 500 these crews are in. ACA long, connected.
What a battle.
This is so fun. This is all you want for your U15s is a side-by-side race in a coxed quad, a boat with all the fun of a big sculling boat and all the, what do we say, confidence? The trust in a coxswain?
Whew, it's a complicated ecosystem.
Port Jefferson, I think, coming a little bit into that Saratoga quad, little bit into this ACA quad. I think we're going to have a sprint on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
Saratoga really trying to hold on here from the charging ACA, really making a claim here that gold is theirs. They have a full deck of advantage. Saratoga trying to hold tough. Here we go, last 250. This is where a lot of these U15 crews are going to start their sprints. Yeah, you can see Saratoga just cycling it up with that stroke seat leading the way. We'll see what Port Jefferson has to say about that.
Right, who's got a little bit left in the tank? There's ACA there in the purple, Saratoga in the blue.
What a great racing experience for these U15 athletes.
So
like,
good.
How often can you get into this sort of competitive situation?
And Port Jefferson with, I'm going to say, a little bit of a lead right here going into the last 10 strokes.
Great calls coming out of ACA. She's looking over, giving her athletes everything she can.
She is yelling, go ACA, go.
Oh my gosh, Port Jefferson
maybe another couple seats back
Saratoga.
On Port Jefferson. ACA in the lead here.
And then watch out for Burnt Hills making a claim, trying to get into medal contention as well, but ACA is holding on to it.
Oh, very close. ACA just over the line with Port Jefferson.
Back-to-back wins for ACA. How special is that? There comes Saratoga for third, Burnt Hills for fourth, and here comes Niskayuna in their last two strokes. Wow.
Wow.
What a spicy turn of events.
Here comes Long Island Rowing Club, Adeline 4. Very nice there. Girls U15 Cox Squad.
Here comes Shen in the peanut butter.
Love it.
Great racing. And then here comes Saratoga Rowing Association in lane 2, followed by Manhasset.
Couple seats up on Manhasset, a race those two have had here in the back of the pack.
Nice job, everybody.
Whew.
And just like that.
And just like that, we move
everybody
along.
out of the girls U15 Cox Quad. We'll go to the girls Novice Coxed 4 final next. Another full 9-boat race.
These are all athletes that are in their first year of rowing. There's our freshman novice quads, ACA, with a 30-second lead on the field. Well deserved there. They will win the bid to Youth Nats, where I anticipate, excuse me, maybe they don't have a quad. Yes, they do. They do have a U17 quad, So not a freshman novice. The freshman will go to SRAA. So I anticipate some very competitive racing from that ACA crew at their next championships. Beautiful water here. If you're just joining us for our final 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 races of the afternoon, this is the 2024 New York State Championships, youth rowing, lots of categories from U15, U16, U17, varsity, 2V, novice. Very exciting all over the place. We do have some final boats of the afternoon launching from Saratoga, so we are close. And we've got a start here in our girls novice coxed 4. So this will be 4 athletes, 4 blades. We're back to sweeping. Starting in lane 9, closest to where our media launch will be Cascadilla, Emma Willard, Oyster Bay, Bay Shore, Pelham Community, Our Lady of Mercy, Warwick, Rhinebeck, and Kellenberg Memorial. All athletes and rowers and coxswain in their first year of rowing. We see a little bit of steering here between lane 5 and 6, as we'd expect. Maybe not expect, but we are prepared for in some novice rowing. Look at all those boats lining up for their starts.
It's a party up there.
Amazing. Looks like we've got some clean rowing from all crews. Early leaders out in those higher lanes.
Yeah, quite a start from Cascadilla. Really strong showing also from the next 4 crews. So Emma Willard, Oyster Bay, Bay Shore, and Our Ladies of Mercy. Right in the thick of it, rowing almost neck and neck level, maybe slight advantage over there to Emma Willard in this girls novice 4 event.
Early leaders, Cascadilla Boat Club. And then really a pretty tight fight for Emma Willard, Oyster Bay, Bay Shore. They're all right in it.
Gosh, what a beautiful day. Beautiful drone shot here of the racing unfolding. You can see we've got a meteor launch on the left-hand side. We've got safety launches trailing each of these crews with U.S. Rowing certified referees. You have all of those stake boats up at the top with volunteer stake boat holders. Couldn't do it without all of these different actors here playing their role in addition to all of our volunteers, making this awesome racing possible. So again, that's Emma Willard, Oyster Bay, and Bay Shore in the middle of our screen, duking it out stroke for stroke. Emma Willard trying to make a little bit of a push, sitting about 2-3 seats up in that little pack of 3. In the midst of this 9-boat race, these 3 just kind of testing each other. There's a good side shot of Emma Willard leveraging it through, pushing the boat right along. In the Lorax, no less. Coxswain taking a peek over, seeing that she's sitting just ahead of the bow ball. That's a huge position for her to be sitting. Seeing if they can extend that lead and gain the confidence that all of their efforts are working. And you see that persistence out of lane 6, Bayshore High School, not giving up. trying to hold contact with Emma Willard here. And that lane 7 Oyster Bay just falling off the pace a little bit here, but watch out for lane 4, Our Lady of Mercy High School, with a strong push through this middle 500. As we saw, we had Cascadilla leading early on. You can just see their puddles, that little stream running through lane 9, so they're still in the lead here, even though they're not. They're actually too fast for our media launch to keep up with without waking out the other crews. So Cascadilla is still your leader. Emma Willard sitting in second, with Our Lady of Mercy trying to challenge here. But again, it's that Oyster Bay, Bayshore. Here we're looking at lane 7. That's the Oyster Bay crew. Lane 6 is Bayshore High School. The bows in some of their hair, blowing in the wind. Coming up on the last 500 meters here. That's Emma Willard on the left. Oyster Bay sitting just about 3 seats down. And then that's Bayshore currently sitting in third here. So again, we can't see Cascadilla, but we know for a fact they're still in the lead.
They are. We can see their tracks. Emma Willard doing a nice job pushing ahead of these second and third place crews right here.
Or third and fourth.
Third and fourth.
'Cause
You're
Cascadilla
right.
sneak-
We just said
sneak
it.
attack.
We just said it. Don't forget, like I did.
We're in the red buoys. Time to empty the tank. Like waving a red flag in front of the bullet means it's time to go. There's Cascadilla getting their moment.
Out of lane 9, Coxon sitting up, looking around, really proud of this race.
Just looking to give it everything. You want to cross that line and know that you did everything you possibly could to go as fast as you can.
Yeah.
And they're sitting like 6 lengths
They're
up.
they're
Coxon's like, I don't
really up
care.
there.
I want you to go harder.
give me more.
It's not enough. Yeah, Cascadilla crushing it. Wow. Beautiful conditions.
Legs more. I love it. Cascadilla Coxon
Crushing it.
asking everything.
Asking all the right questions.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's
Here
Emma
comes-
Willard trying to put together that same sprint.
Look at them pushing off. That is not the case. This last 500 has been blazing fast for
Yeah.
Emma Willard.
Yeah.
Wow, they open up that lead to a length and a half. And Oyster Bay with a comeback story.
They did. They
Holy
did.
moly.
There's Bayshore just off that medal pack.
I think that was Our Lady of Mercy High
I
School.
think so too.
Because here comes Pelham in their iconically blue boat. Well rowed, Pelham. Congratulations on a great season. Here comes Warwick in lane 3, pushing it right through.
Sending those hips together. We've got some good side-by-side racing here out of Kellenberg Memorial and Rhinebeck High Schools. Woo! Lane
Whoa.
1 trying to upset a little bit of that time trial seed here. Lane 2 trying to hold them off.
It's neck and neck, Megan. Oh my gosh.
You know what?
Wow.
I think maybe Rhinebeck held Kellenberg Memorial off just enough right there.
Right back to the start, we've got the boys junior U17 double petite final. Left to right is Port Jefferson, Shen, Pittsford, Romare Karai, Albany, Niskayuna, Mohawk Homeschool, Fordham Prep, and Port. Whew. So let's see if we can make sure. So Shen is that green boat. Shen, awesome sculling program. They've dominated the doubles for a long time. Megan.
Yeah.
You and I have been commentating here for a few
And
years
they just
now.
keep
and
showing up with these really
Shen
fast
keeps putting
doubles.
together these cool combos, and they're doing it again. 2024 New York State Championship. They're sitting bow to stern ahead of Pittsford and Romare Karai B. You can see there in your picture. And they're extending that lead here. Shen in the bright green boat. Port Jefferson put down a pretty fast time in the time trial. Again, this is the petite final.
Yeah.
A lot of these are B entries. And so these athletes here trying to vie for places 10th through
18th
10th or 18th. You're right.
in
You're
the whole
right.
state of New York. There's 5, 4, and 2. So that's Albany, Niskayuna, and Fordham Prep from closest to furthest. And then on the left side of your screen is lane 1, Port. And then just trailing here on the left side is Port Jefferson B. In the very middle is going to be oh, wow. What happened to Row America Rye B? They were just gunning for it. Oh, my gosh. And I have to change my attention. Pittsford Crew is on a charge
On
here.
a hunt.
They have almost eliminated the lead of Shen. Shen is being tested. They have that psychological upper hand. We're facing backwards. We can
They
see him
do.
coming. But wow. Oh, my gosh. What a battle for first and second here. A little bit of steering issue from Pittsford. And what happened to Rye? Rye is now sitting back in 6th place. They
It
were
looks
sitting
like
in
maybe
third.
some steering. We're on the buoy line. Maybe they
Wow.
caught some sort of crab and they've
Jefferson
built themselves right back up.
They're surging back into it, sitting in 3rd right now, just about half a seat of advantage over Albany and Niskayuna there. That orange and black crew and the red and white is Niskayuna. Open lane, then over to Fordham Prep. He's currently trying to get back on Row America Rye. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
This is very eventful.
The double is such a small boat that it moves quickly through other people. So you can see even this fight between bow 1 and 2, Port and Fordham. There goes Niskayuna. We've got quite a race across the field.
Whew. So we had quite the move. It was almost like a sneak attack,
Yeah.
like big punch
Yeah.
from Pittsford, but maybe not enough to shake the stoicism from Shen here. Shen is bringing it back up. They've got a better last kick. They're extending that lead to a full open water lead in these last 5 strokes. That winning the petite final goes to Shen, 2nd place to Pittsford. And it is anyone's guess here. Oh my gosh. Fordham Prep. No, I'm not sure.
Port Jefferson,
or
quite
Fordham
a
Prep.
sprint. Fordham
or
Prep holding on to the
Albany.
outside.
There's Row America Rye.
There goes
was-
Mohawk
oh my gosh.
Homeschool, perhaps, through the line there.
And there's
Spicy.
Mohawk Homeschool. Whew. Okay.
Great racing there, Cruz.
So up next we have the grand final of the boys U17 junior double. So we're looking at lanes 6, 5, and 4 there. Here are the times from the girls novice 4 final. But in the boys junior U17 double final, we have a full 9-boat race from this morning's time trial. So we have seated highest is lane 9, Friends of Shenandoah. Then lane 8, Manhasset High School. Lane 7, Long Island Rowing Club B. Port Jefferson Rowing Club A in lane 6. Row America Rye A, lane 5. Niskayuna Rowing A in lane 4. Augustin Classical Academy in lane 3. Augustin Classical Academy B in lane 2. And Cascadilla Boat Club in lane 1. You can see one of our referees just scooting around, getting set up to follow these races and ensure the safety of all athletes. All of our referees are certified by U.S. Rowing, so they're bringing the best possible refereeing to this state championship. I'm going to bring in a guest commentator here with me. This is Hannah being joined by the legendary Tessa Yurko. Tessa Yurko, I'll give you a quick introduction, is a 4-year Saratoga boys voice coach.
Yep.
So she knows this body of water well, knows the ebbs and flows of the boys junior U17 double.
It's a very exciting event.
What's it like to put together a boys junior U17 double, Tessa?
It can be
pretty easy or it can be pretty challenging depending on athletes that you have. I think a lot of things that we look for
Got to bring two personalities together.
We do. And I think a lot of things you have to look for are boat chemistry, how they're moving together. The double is a pretty tricky boat class to run.
That's true.
But I think, you know, when you find a combination that clicks, it's really fun to watch. And this age group is really exciting.
Here we go. So we've got 9 boats. If you're just tuning in, welcome to New York State Championship. We've got 9 boats across. Got a little steering issue here from our Lane 5 Row America Rye A entry, but they're figuring it out. Here's the drone looking at it from above. From left to right is Shen, Manhasset, Long Island, Port Jefferson, Row America Rye, Niskayuna in the red, ACA in the purple and green, Augustine Classical again in the purple and green. Rowing through a little bit of wake right now is that ACAA entry. Sometimes it cannot be avoided. This is a water sport.
That is
and
true.
then far right is Cascadilla.
This looks like a pretty close field right now.
The good thing about this wake is it's going to hit everybody. So nobody's going to escape it. So we have early leaders from Shen and Manhasset High School. Both of those are Scholastic teams, Scholastic entries. So about half of this field is Scholastic eligible and the other half is Youth Nats eligible. So just remembering here, we're looking for, I think primarily the Youth Nats is top 3. And so those medal positions are goal number 1, but have the best race you can.
Yeah, I mean, the goal of any championship is, one, to qualify if you can, but I think most coaches really want their athletes to have the best racing experience. And it really doesn't matter what place you have if you have the best race.
Row America Rye overcoming those early steering issues in their start sequence to be sitting in 3rd right now, about a length up on that trailing posse of the boats to their right and to their left. So we've got Niskayuna ACA A and ACA B on the right side of Row America Rye, currently being followed by that swerving referee's launch. That looked fun. And then on the left side of Row America Rye is Port Jefferson and Long Island B. So Long Island B maybe a slight advantage on that. I'm going to call them the posse until they start separating out, because right now it's just neck and neck for those 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th spots.
Yeah, this is a really good race going on. You can tell the bow seats are looking around a little bit, trying to figure out where they are on the course, see where they are with their other competitors. And it's really nice in 2-person boats. You're pretty in sync and you don't have a lot of other people to worry about or deal with. And it can be a really fun event because you just get to look at one person in front of you. You get to look at small boats next to you and really see what you guys can do.
Yeah, the beauty of the small boat is that things can change on a dime. It doesn't have to be this huge orchestrated effort to make some change or change the momentum, all 8 of you at once in the 8. In the double, it's just you and your partner have to agree.
If you guys
now
wanna
is the
go,
time
you
we
can
go.
Yeah.
So it's really cool to see those boats here. You can see this ACA boat here on the right side, right second from the right, is making a move. They're the B boat. I love it when the B boat kind of ignores those labels and says,
fun.
I just like to race.
Yeah,
Thank
you just want to go hard.
Take your expectations and put them elsewhere. I'm going. And they seem to have been almost able to break or regain contact with Row America Rye. We are missing the left side of our screen. We must acknowledge Shen and Manhasset had that crazy early lead. So they will
had a
assume
really nice push out front.
still there and still very much in 1st and 2nd place. Which one is in which, we don't know. But they should be coming through that last 500, last 250 almost shortly. There's that last 500 white buoy on the left side of your screen. I can see the puddles of Manhasset and Shen, but we haven't been able to see them yet.
It looks like Shen is out in front from this angle, but it is always tricky depending on what part of the shore you're standing on.
Here's a look at current trailers in the pack, maybe sitting in like
6th or 7th place is that ACA boat, ACA B making the move, and then that's Cascadilla. But here comes, oh, here we go. We can see them. Okay, so, wow.
Shen is really
Shen
picking
has
up their stroke rate.
picked up
Really
the
nice
pace.
sprint from them.
We haven't been able to see most of this race unfold, but here on the finish line, not on your screen, we can see Shen is taking their last 15 strokes, and they have extended their lead over the entire field by about 4 lengths of open water. What a dominant performance from Shen. Their counterparts in the boys in the B final came in second,
Yeah.
and here they come blazing through the line.
Yeah, that was a really nice sprint from Shen. Really clean blade work. We have Manhasset charging
Wow.
to the line.
Manhasset is getting pushed by Romer Karai.
Yeah,
Really
across
had
the
to
field,
go.
all crews are having a really nice sprint here.
And
You
here
can tell
comes-
they're really picking it up.
ACAB for 4th.
ACAB.
And that's going to be Long Island for 5th. That's Niskayuna for 6th. ACAA for 7th. Cascadilla coming in 8th. And here comes Port Jefferson, lane 6, coming in to finish out the boys' grand final junior U17 double. Yay. I love rowing. We're going to go right back up to the start. We're trying to get back on schedule. We can see the race is already underway. We've got the boys' varsity double petite final. So what we just watched was junior U17. You know, it's the future of the top end of the program.
Mm-hmm.
Your future leaders. This is the current leadership.
This is
Put on
typically your
display.
upperclassmen, typically juniors and seniors, some of your more top-end speed. Although we will have probably some sophomores and some younger athletes in this event, depending on the program or what kind of speed these
What's
athletes
being
are showing.
prioritized. Like maybe this is the most competitive environment that a coach wants for their athlete.
Yeah.
So we've got Port Jefferson over there on the left in blue. Then Port next to them. Row New York in lane 7. Cascadilla in lane 6. ACA in lane 5. Long Island B in lane 4. Manhasset B in lane 3. Shaker in lane 2. And Cascadilla B in lane 1. So that's from left to right. Full squad. We do have a spectator boat in a perfect position to block our vision, but that's okay. So looks like we also have some boats already getting to the stake boats ahead. Full race course here. A lot of stuff going on in those buoys.
Yeah, we're getting ready to go on every part of the race course right now.
All right, checking my depth perception. Okay, leader is definitely going to be Port Jefferson B. They've got about, you know, depth perception's a funny thing. I'm going to say they have 2 lengths of open water. I'm a betting woman. Then Port is there next to them in the darker blue and purple, with the Viking helmets on their blades.
Their logo is really cool. I like that one a lot.
Bringing that fierce seafaring mentality here to the state championship. There's Cascadilla over there on the right side of your screen with the stripes across the uni. ACA in the purple and green on the very right-hand side. But we do have 2 Cascadilla entries in this race. And I think that's the only doubles. Everyone else is their own. Oh, beautiful. Okay. So that's Port Jefferson there on the left-hand side of your screen. Looks like
Got
we're
Row
missing
New
a
York
lane
making
8.
a good push.
Ah, I see them back there. So Row New York sitting in second. Little cascade going on. Good job in the time trials, everybody. You did it perfect. Cascadilla sitting in third. ACA is that white boat sitting in 4th place with just an advantage over Long Island. Back to Manhasset in the iconic orange. Then over to Cascadilla B on the right-hand side. Shaker. And then Port.
Yeah, this is a really close race, and it's really nice in small boats, too. You can close a gap pretty quickly. And with this event, I think we have a really good race coming up as we get into the latter half of the course.
Here we go. We're coming in the last 500, Tessa. What do you do? Where's your mind? Where's your head at?
Mostly
Is
you're trying
it
to...
there? Do you have any thoughts?
Usually I would have no thoughts if I were racing. But typically you're trying to see where the other boats are, how far off of what lane you're going to be.
Mhm.
And then some crews, if they really want to make a push, they'll start their sprint early. Some crews will probably start their sprint now. Other crews will wait a
Mhm.
couple strokes to respond to what other boats are doing. And usually in the last 500, you're just trying to figure out, where do I need to sprint? How high do I need to go? We need to go right now.
Right. What does this situation necessitate
Yeah.
versus the other kind of internal question of what am I capable of doing?
Yep.
It's almost like a horror question. You're like,
It is.
what am I capable of in the
It
last
is, and it's a great-
500?
And the last 300 meters of any race is really when you get to see what all these athletes are capable of, because that's usually when you turn on the jets when you want to go. And even right now as they're coming down the course, it's going to be pretty close with all of these doubles as everyone starts to sprint. You can see some people looking around, seeing where they are. And I think we're going to have a pretty exciting last 100 meters.
Here we go. Last 250. Red buoys is where it gets interesting.
We got Port Jefferson really making a push for it.
Bright blue hat, making a statement with that hat. They are the light.
We got Row New York also going with them.
Really nice suspension from that Port Jefferson crew.
Cascadilla really going for it as well. You can see the
Oh my
bow seats kind of
gosh.
looking around, seeing where they are.
Look at these top three separating themselves from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, that's a really nice push from all three crews.
ACA in that lilac boat. Can't beat that color combination. Go Hippos. There goes Long Island coming in next. There is Manhasset B coming through the line. And then finishing out this field, we have 3 more boats on the course. Here comes Cascadilla B. Well done. Good racing all crews. Here comes almost as separate as you could, lane 8 and lane 2, Port and Shaker coming through the line here. Looks like Shaker will take it. Just about a length up over Port. Good fighting all crews. Just like that, we're on our third to last race.
That's so exciting. This day has flown by.
Boys varsity double grand final is underway. Early lead. I'm just going to give them a shout out before we even tell you who's in the mix. Port Jefferson A. What is in the water at Port Jefferson?
I don't know, but it's working whatever it is.
Keep drinking the water. Then on the left of them is Shen B. And then from left to right, we have Oak Neck A, Oak Neck B, Long Island in a very suspiciously green boat. Tripped me up for a second because Shen has quite the monopoly on green boats. Then Row America Rye, Port Jefferson C, Manhasset High School, and Oak Neck C. It is an Oak Neck Port Jefferson party.
It is.
And Long Island and Shen are crushing it. Party crashers.
Yeah, this early in the race, it's really close across the board, which is kind of what you want in a grand final. You want everyone to bring their best and see what you can do. So right now, everybody except for Port Jefferson looks like they're about half a length to a boat deck away from each other, which makes them for some really exciting racing.
Okay, so we're crossing that first 500 buoy.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do in the second 500? Like the first 500, fast, furious, adrenaline, nerves, just like kind of goes by very quickly.
Yeah.
But the second 500 in the 1500 does not go by very quickly.
The second 500, I think the secret to having a really solid second 500 is maintaining that boat speed, because you're coming off of that adrenaline high
Mhm.
from the start. You get through your start sequence, you get lengthened out into your base pace. And the trick with the second 500 is you're in the middle of the race, you can feel it a little bit in the legs, in the lungs, and you really want to maintain that boat speed. You want the boat to not slow down.
Right.
And typically, this is something that younger athletes learn as you go through the sport more, is how to do that, because you're coming off of the adrenaline.
Right. Pacing is
The
so
boat's
hard.
slowing down. you want to maintain
It's
that
hard
speed.
to like reframe the
Yep.
like, oh my gosh, I'm getting tired
Yep.
with the, oh my gosh, my body is really warmed up. And so we see this Port Jefferson crew able to just kind of like blazingly go through the second 500, extending their lead. Oakneck in the lime green and the white boat next to them on their right, really pushing strong. Who's that over there? Romare Karai A starting to make a push in that second 500.
Yeah, and the 1500 meter racing is so different from a 2K because you have that 500 meters less. That middle 500 almost flies
If you can just push
by.
through it, you're going to be okay.
Yeah.
Just push through it.
Sometimes you blink and
yeah.
you're already at the 750 and you're like, oh,
Downhill
we're
from
halfway.
here.
Great.
Yeah. So current leaders continues to be Port Jefferson rowing in the blue here at the bottom of our screen. Really nice matching. Like, you can't take it for granted. You know, like
Yeah,
those
that's
athletes
really
are
clean blade
really
work, really nice
unified.
catches.
And it's accelerating all the way through the water. Watch out, Oakneck B making a move on Oakneck A, though. I don't know. They're kind of sparring here. That green, lime green shell of Oakneck B seems to be moving just a little bit faster as we come through that last 500. Romare Karai also on a tear. And then we can't see them, but Shen's also there on the left side. If you are in one of those positions, Oakneck, Romare Karai, Shen, when do you start sprinting?
I would start sprinting now.
Now.
Honestly, I would try to make a big push, see if anybody else responds, and some of that's going to come from, you know, trusting your fitness, trusting your teammate, just knowing that you can do it and you can maintain that sprint.
And something to be said about being on the offensive versus
It is
being reaction like oriented as a racer. Like, you take the first punch,
yeah.
like spook somebody.
Sometimes it is really exciting to start making a move, and you can really feel it in the end of the race when crews are responding to that, or who's going to freak out if you start to sprint early.
Yeah.
And then there are some crews who stay really calm, cool, collected. Even if other
Yeah.
people start sprinting early, they know their sprint, they know what they can do. I think this Port Jeff crew really has it locked down, and they look
Coming
like
in the
they've
last 10
really
strokes.
nicely executed race plan.
Oh, and the water here at the finish is fabulous. We love it. Everyone looks super
really
strong
nice
and
sprint
clean.
from Port Jeff.
But wow, Oakneck,
This is gonna be a
and
tight
Rye
race
for
towards the end.
second, third, and fourth. I'm no longer a betting woman. I'm risk averse. Rye making a really strong push. Oh, I think it was Rye, Oakneck A, Oakneck B.
Yeah, I think
Here comes
right
City
on
Island.
that surge, that's going to be a pretty close finish.
And then we've got Shen trying to hold off a charging Port Jefferson C. Wow, really tight
Nice.
finish.
This was a great final.
Oakneck C, Manhasset High School. Wow. I'm like ready for the next wave to come. Like, okay, more? Anybody?
More of that, please.
So again, that's a Youth Nats qualifier. So top 3 from that boys varsity double qualifying for Youth Nats, and then top 2 Scholastics qualified for SRAAs. And so in that race, we just had the 2 Scholastic crews of Manhasset and Shen. And so those 2
That's really
earned
exciting.
their bids.
Congratulations to all crews that qualified. Both championships are really exciting to race at, and they both bring really fun competition. It looks like we're getting the freshman / U16 8 final into the stake boats here.
Here we go. Top 3 qualify for Youth Nats out of this race as well. Got to be U16 though,
You have to be U16.
which means you have to be 15 for the entirety of 2024.
Yep.
Or younger.
Or younger, yeah.
No 16-year-olds allowed.
No 16-year-olds. You can't drive yet.
But you can go hurtling down the race course.
Yes,
Almost
absolutely.
the speed of a car with no seatbelts. That's fine. Make it make sense, New York.
No, this is a really exciting race, especially I think the U17 and U16 age groups, they're really exciting to see because it's the future of your teams, it's the future of your programs, and you get to see in a high-pressure situation, what are they
Get
going
to watch
do?
them have fun.
Mhm.
Oh. So
And
here
it's
they are.
Very uncommon to race this many 8s across all the time. And
Right.
at the junior level, you only get a couple races like this.
So that's St. Anthony's over there on the right side. Rhinebeck High School is currently getting into the blocks. Thank you to all our stake boat holders, mostly Saratoga boys at the moment, making racing possible up there with the belly time in the float suits.
They're having a great time. Stake boating is so much fun.
And then after Rhinebeck, they're just getting in the stake boat, getting their point. Saratoga B, City Honors High School in red, Saratoga rowing A, second from left, and then Romare Karai. You can see the full kind of lay of the land up there at the start. Kind of cool. Starters platform, the aligners platform. All of our referees.
All of our referees up there, our media launch.
It's a full gambit.
Yeah. I think the stake boaters have the best angle because you get to see kind of all the final pre-race things that any crew does, any last-minute rituals, like sips of water, what their coxswains are saying to them.
Try to wear those reflective glasses, though. I don't like making eye contact.
I always
up
wore
there.
giant reflective sunglasses so you couldn't see my eyes.
Here we go.
So you could.
Looks like a pretty clean start. So again, if you're just tuning in, New York State Championships, girls freshman U16-8 grand final. Left to right, we've got Rye, Saratoga, City Honors High School, Saratoga B, Rhinebeck High School, and St. Anthony's High School. Whew. Blazing start from Rye and Saratoga over there on the left. Just about 2 seats of advantage to City Honors for third at the moment. With Saratoga just about a seat up on Rhinebeck and St. Anthony's.
This is going to be a really exciting final.
So Saratoga lost to Rye 2 weeks ago.
Mhm.
I think it was about 11 seconds. So we're trying to see
Yeah, and
what
they definitely
difference
closed
does
that
2
gap in the
weeks
time trial.
does
so
2
it's-
weeks make.
Yeah, it's really exciting, especially when you have some crews that you're racing multiple times in a season. So Saratoga knew they were going to race Rye in 2 weeks, so it's fun to be able to test that speed and train for that because you know you're going to be seeing some of these teams again.
A rematch. How many times do you get a rematch in your life? Wow. Stroke for stroke, we're shifting to that base pace rhythm here across all crews. But right now, just focusing on this little duel between Rye and Saratoga. Rye just sitting about 3 seats up on Saratoga. Wow, really exciting racing here. Neither crew really giving up too much. I love a good stubborn race.
Yeah,
where
Saratoga's
both
really
crews
not
is
letting
just
Rye
digging their
move
heels
at
in.
all.
They're going pretty much stroke for stroke, almost the same stroke rate. Saratoga about a beat or two higher than Rye. And it seems to be working pretty well for them. They're still sitting about 3 seats down, maybe closing it to 2.5 here. They keep this up, it's just going to be so Rye sitting at about 33 strokes a minute. Saratoga sitting at a 36.5. Pretty high stroke rate. Looks pretty clean though. Oftentimes, especially at this U16 freshman level, the higher stroke rates can be a little bit like overwhelming or out of control, and looks like Saratoga is definitely moving and grooving at that 36.
Yeah, they're looking very collected, very calm, very in control of that stroke rate. And you're right, especially with the younger groups, as we get higher in stroke rate, it can feel like the wheels are coming off a little bit. But both crews looking really clean, really aggressive through the water.
Tessa, let's talk about underdog versus like the favorite. What are the pros? Like, obviously being the favorite means you must be doing something right? Like people think you're going to do really well.
Yeah.
But what is it like to be the favorite in this situation where you beat someone by 11 seconds and now you're only 2 seats up?
I think it's a little stressful probably for
Right?
some of these crews, but I think it's also a really nice challenge. You know, if you're, seen as the
prove
more
it.
dominant boat,
Prove it.
it's a very exciting time to really
Right.
have somebody push you and test your speed as well as their
Yeah.
own. So I think for Rye,
Iron
it's
makes
a great
iron
it's a great
situation.
challenge for them. And I think for Saratoga, it's a really exciting opportunity for them to do something pretty special for their program. And I think
Right, that
both of
underdog
these-
mentality. You got nothing to lose.
Yeah, I think both of these crews are going to bring out the best in each other for this final.
So still sitting with just about 3 seats of advantage with Rye in first place, Saratoga sitting in second. It's been that story the whole first 1,000. We're already less than 500 to go. Can you believe it? So seeing a little bit of a stronger, maybe earlier start to that sprint sequence here from Rye. We'll
Yeah,
see
but
which crew
Saratoga's
has the
holding
last
on.
lap.
They're not letting them move.
We're coming up very quickly on the last 250 here. We're about 10 strokes from that red buoy shift.
Yeah,
We'll
we can
see
hear
which
some of the
crew
fans
has
starting to cheer
more
already.
watts here. Saratoga still sitting about 3 seats down. It's been maybe 3.5, maybe that slight earlier start from Rye.
Yep,
we
Saratoga
go.
staying very calm into this sprint. Both crews staying really calm and collected. This is going to be a really exciting last 250
And worth
here.
noting, too, like you said, Tessa, Rye was sitting at a 33. So
Yep.
when it comes to that sprint sequence, maybe they have more room to climb, more speed to be found in those last few strokes. Maybe Saratoga's going to have to focus more on the power side of things.
Yeah, I think there are a couple different ways you can sprint, but right now I think it's really coxswains are looking across at each other, at the other boat, telling their crews where they are, pushing them forward.
Stroke seat Sophie really laying down that strong rhythm. Amelia giving it everything to get them across that line in a competitive position. Rye seeming to lengthen out that lead to about 6 seats. Wow, what a duel here
That was
between those two
really
crews.
great race out of both crews. A huge race for Saratoga.
And we'll go back to the rest of this race. Oh my gosh, a tale of two cities. We have in red City Honors, that early third place position, seeming to hold on to that third place all the way through this second 1,000. Saratoga sitting just about 4 seats of open behind for fourth.
Yeah, it looks like Saratoga's making a push for it. They're picking up that stroke rate.
There's City Honors High School coming across the line. Congratulations. Here comes Saratoga for fourth. And then here comes St. Anthony's.
Really great race, all crews. That was a really exciting final.
And it's still going on.
It's still going.
Here comes Rhinebeck High School through their last 10 strokes. Strong and powerful, looking really matched up. Look at that acceleration through.
Yeah, it's a really clean sprint from them. That's really good.
Just like that. We've got one more, Tessa. I don't know how it's happened.
Last race of the day.
Here we go.
Girls
We missed the first
straight for
500.
final.
Trying to get back on schedule at all costs. We've got Row America Rye currently sitting in first, duking it out level, Saratoga and Row America Rye, B. And then City Island sitting in fourth, Port sitting in fifth, and then Buffalo Seminary in the red with a very exciting steering situation going from Warwick. I was almost thought they were in 8. Back to back. But no. Warwick over there, lane 3, having some steering issues in this straight 4 event. Tessa, let's talk about the steering in the straight 4. If you're new to this, you didn't watch the time trial.
If you're new to a straight 4, you do have toe steering. So
There
this
is
boat
no
does not
coxswain.
have a coxswain. So bow seat typically is going to have one
I wonder
of
if we
their
can see it
feet-
from this drone shot. Sometimes
one
it's
of
also
their
the
feet
stroke
on
seat.
yeah, it depends. Some boats prefer to have it in the bow. Some
So
prefer
these
to have it in the
shoes,
stern.
they're connected to the boat.
Yep.
But one of them in the straight 4
Can swivel.
can swivel. And those swiveling movements impact the wires that connect to the rudder, and thus you can steer by just putting your toe to the left or the right.
Yep.
So while you're going as hard as possible, while you're making calls, while you're setting the rhythm, whatever is going on, you
also
also
need to
have
make
to
sure you're in
be
your
very
lane.
concerned
Yep.
with the exact angle of your foot.
Yep.
Proceed.
I typically tell any athletes who are new to toe steering to almost forget they have it. So just focus on your rowing and then remember you have it if you're really veering
Some athletes
off.
use like a piece of tape to help
Yep.
tell them where the middle is.
A lot of crews use that to help them center it.
If some crews are like a little bit too loosey-goosey, they'll actually tighten the steering so it's
Yep.
harder to adjust, so it's actually locked into the straight position. But here we go. Last 500 already of the last race of state championships. Girls
Yeah,
varsity,
it's a really good
straight
push coming
forward.
from Saratoga.
Saratoga is coming back into Rye's lead, pushing away from Row America Rye B's boat. Again, this is a Youth Nats qualifier. Top 3 get that bid. So it's looking good for Row America Rye and for Saratoga. Some steering issues coming into play. That's why the referees are there to help kind of correct. They've got a megaphone alerting the crews as to the best course of action.
Yep, anytime you see a referee's launch behind a crew with a white flag pointing either to the left or the right, that's to tell that crew where they need to move. This is usually used for any boat that doesn't have a coxswain, so singles, doubles, pairs, straight fours, quads. Sometimes even the coxed boats if they're really taking a scenic tour.
True. But it's tough because the coxswains face the other direction, so
Yep.
they can never see the white
I
flag.
can't see the flag anyway.
Here comes Rye A through their last 15, 20 strokes here. We'll see who has the last lap here. Saratoga has been eating back into that margin. It's just maybe too little, too late.
Yep, Saratoga's making a really nice push here, pulling away from Rye B.
Yeah, really pushing away there. City Island really trying to make that push into the medals, but Rye B has maybe too much of a lead.
Yep, Saratoga really trying to push back into Rye A.
They've got a full deck of overlap here. It's a pretty dominant program at Rye. It's really awesome to see that kind of competition with Saratoga. Here comes Row America Rye B through the line, their last strokes. And here comes City Island rowing in the iconic pink uni. And here comes Port.
And we've
We'll
got
pan
Buffalo
over.
Seminary coming to the line.
Tessa, you're a Buffalo native.
I am. I went to high school a couple blocks away from
Wow.
Buffalo Seminary.
We know the distance they've traveled.
Yeah.
Here comes Warwick crew through their last 10 strokes of their sprint sequence. Just like that. Day 1, New York State Championships coming to a close. Thank you, Tessa, for joining me.
Thank you for having me. This was great.
All right. Great racing, everybody. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning for the time trial of boys big boats and girls small boats.
Small boats.
All right, signing off.